In 3 minutes, we will start the session, Pilots to Digitally Resilient Ports, Scaling Innovation Through Regulation, Technology and Cross-Border Cooperation, on Innovation and Technology stage. Please take your seats. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are live at Technology, Innovation and Technology stage. Here we will focus more on giving you insights and knowledge into the connected futures through digital paths. This event is brought to us by the State Electronic Communications Office of Latvia, powered by the European Union funds, the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia and Mission Latvia, in cooperation with the International Telecommunication Union and together with our strategic partners, LMT, the Nordic Council of Ministers, and the Golden Partner, Latvian State Radio and Television Center. And thank you to our first city partner, the City of Hamburg. My name is Artis Ozoliņš. I will be with you on this stage for the next 2 exciting days. And for that, I have to inform you that this session is being recorded like the rest here today. And I want to extend my welcome to all of the online viewers on the Mithau platform. Thank you for joining wherever you are around the world. By the way, on this platform, you too can book face-to-face meetings for these next 2 days and communicate with each other like on a social network, but for business reasons. And while you are out there in the Techatory Expo Zone is the newest and hottest thing in this forum, you can actually meet and see the technology of the future in our Expo Zone, so take your time and enjoy that as well. But if we are here on this stage, we do have ways to communicate with the panel on the stage, and there are actually a couple of ways to do that. First of all, we do have the Slido platform. That is the preferred way of asking questions here today. Please scan the QR code and log on to the Slido platform. Secondly, the viewers online, if you can, please join the Slido platform. If you ask a question in the comment section, I might also attend to that. And we also have a microphone for the brave souls here in this audience. I don't count on many live questions, but if you are brave enough, we might attend to you as well. When and if we ask questions, that is in the hands of our amazing moderators, but I have to warn you, I will be very impolite. Once the hour hits, we have to be very strict on time, so you make it to the next session or to the next meeting, so I will be strict on time and work on that. And another innovation this year is the AI translation device provided to us by our very own Tilde. You can scan the QR code for that as well, and in this page you will see almost a live sentence-by-sentence translation. Hopefully everything works and there aren't any jokes in there in between. Let's hope that all works so we can dive into the connected futures with our opening discussion here today, which will be on the pilots to digitally resilient ports. That is a very, very hot topic here in Latvia. We just saw a memorandum of understanding being signed between Latvia and the city of Hamburg. Of course, our local businesses are striving, for example, LMT, making sure that critical infrastructure is resilient and modern. And of course, the ports themselves are updating each and every day to keep up with the modern times. Hot topic, hot first conversation. So let's welcome on this stage a journalist of the top maritime media outlet in France, Mer et Marine. Let's welcome on the stage the moderator with your applause, Caroline Britz. Welcome. Welcome, Caroline. Please take the first seat on that side. Next up with your applause, the innovation team lead at LMT, Latvia's mobile operator and tech innovation company, Arturs Lindenbergs. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Next up, member of the board of the LVR Flottek, Latvia's leading technical service provider for Latvia's ports, Kaspars Ozoliņš. Welcome. Next up, head of operations and services at Flotte Hamburg, the Hamburg Port Authority, Antonia Kunze. Welcome, Antonia. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And last but not least, the head of unit safety and security at the European Maritime Safety Agency, ladies and gentlemen, Santiago Encabo. Welcome, Santiago. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. And welcome to this first panel. So I'm Caroline, I'm a French journalist. I'm very maritime and not so much tech, so I'm learning a lot right now. But I'm surrounded by specialists who will explain us how ports now are becoming smart ports. So it's long gone the time when ships were isolated entities, disconnected from the world and only materialized upon arrival in port. Today, both vessels and ports have become connected systems, and maritime connectivity keeps advancing in speed, in capacity, and in operational possibilities. In our panel today, we will explore how innovation, connectivity, and modern tools such as drones can be used at sea and in port to make port calls smoother and operations safer and more efficient. We will also examine the regulatory framework and discuss upcoming developments and opportunities. So to do so, I have these 4 speakers, and I will straight away start with the first question, which is the state of innovation. How are ports, and we all do know ports, but becoming smart ports? So for that, I will first give the floor to Kaspars, who will explain what kind of equipments are currently used to make port operations more efficient.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And first of all, I would like to start to compliment the organizers of this Techitory Forum regarding composing this panel, because it clearly shows the cross-border cooperation, innovation, technology development, and regulator on one stage. That's all the most important parts to talk about resilient, about safety, about smooth services and development as such. First of all, I would like to explain who we are at LVR Fleet. So we are the ones who provide comprehensive port technical services to the port, Riga port mainly, and all other ports in Latvia as well. And our services are like hydrographic survey, maintenance of flights to navigation, infrastructure management, vessel chartering, and so on. And of course, by providing those services, the safe and smooth operations are one of the main goals which we need to achieve, and which is stated also in our strategy. And also the guiding light is efficiency. And that's how, by doing things to be more efficient, to be more productive, how we choose the technologies, what we use. And not just technologies, but also equipment, which is directly related to these type of technologies. So I think that by doing these functions, we have to follow our newest developments, and we have to partner up with not just service providers here locally, but also from abroad to validate our ideas and to put them into the real life. And also with the technology developers, that's how we can develop the things to achieve those goals I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so maybe we can have, you were mentioning collaboration, and maybe it would be interesting to have the point of view of Hamburg with one of these cross-border cooperation. So how do you transform your port into a smart port?
Yeah, thank you also from my side that I can be here, and I'm very looking forward to this panel. I'm from Hamburg Fleet, and we are a daughter company of the Hamburg Port Authority. We actually have a similar business model to LVR Flotte, but we focus more just on the ships. So we basically are the shipping company of the city of Hamburg. So we own and operate all the ships that are important for the port, like the police boats, firefighting vessels, and so on. But today, I also want to focus really on the port of Hamburg and its developments. Because being a smart port and the whole topic of digitalization is really important, especially for the Port of Hamburg, as the Port of Hamburg is right in the city center of the city, and it's not able to grow anymore in terms of scale. So we really have to be efficient in order to be competitive. The term smart is just really, there's no alternative to be smart. And I think we already touched on that topic a lot. It's about collaboration, because not only the port itself can do something in terms of being smart, but all entities that work in the port, the terminal provider, the shipping companies, that we all have to work together to become smart, also collaborate, of course, with external companies. And we already touched on the topic of the memorandum of understanding that was signed. I think this is really the step in the right direction. And maybe one other point is that we believe that being smart kind of has to come from the inside of the port and especially now of the authority. So it's really about the mindset of innovation in the Port Authority in Hamburg.
So yeah, so let's go a little bit more into detail. So being smart means being connected. So Arthus, can you please explain us what is now the challenges and the opportunities of connectivity, and maybe what makes it special in port and maritime operations?
So, yes, thank you for this panel. And LMT is MNO in Latvia, but we are not just a telco company, we are a techco company. So we are working and developing different technologies, so it's not only about the connectivity. And to be honest, 3 years ago, we in company actually didn't know what it means in the maritime connectivity. For today, we already have developed the concept, what I will explain afterwards. But I would like to answer on this question in several parts. And the first thing is, if we are talking about the smart ports and smart maritime, we should understand what means smart. So in the details, what we would like to achieve and what kind of technologies we would like to use from connectivity, from the drones perspective, etc., so on. But the main challenge at the moment, I would say that it's regulation, because regulation actually can't keep up with the speed, how fast we can develop the technologies. And I would say that we should keep in mind that technology is not an issue at the moment. We have 5G, satellite connectivity, AI, etc. It's all on the table at the moment. We should just put all these puzzle pieces together to understand what we would like to do. So, but getting back, of course, from the challenge perspective, how we are changing them to opportunities, then these 3 years ago, when we signed a memorandum of understanding together with the LVR fleet to understand how we can provide the connectivity on the sea level, we have developed the concept, actually, how the 5G networks can be deployed on the ships. And actually, we use the ships as a floating base stations. But there comes like a next level challenge for us as for a technology company, because, of course, in our DNS, we know how to build the networks on the land. But when we are deploying these base stations on the ships, so it's all the time dynamic network. The ships are moving, etc. And there are two challenges. The first one is how we are avoiding the interferences. So it means the base stations, how much power it should be, etc., so on. And the second one is how we can provide the best quality of service for the end user. So it means all the managing of the backhaul, etc. So I won't go in the technical details. But long story short, technology is there. We can deploy the 5G on the ships, and we can actually provide the network connectivity on the sea level already for today.
Okay, and yesterday I was lucky to be on the port of Riga with some of my fellow journalists, and I saw something very concrete, one of this application of connectivity, smart port, and very, very concrete application. And it was about drones. I saw a lot of drones yesterday, so I wanted to ask Arthus and Kaspars, and then Antonia, about these drones, because there are lots of different kind of drones. Maybe Arthus, you can explain us what kind of drones are available, and then we will see with Kaspars how you operate them, and Antonia, how you want to operate them.
So yes, yesterday actually we had a really fantastic demonstration with the air drones, water drones, and underwater drones. So you haven't missed anything, because you can see them in exhibition. So from the submerge, there is underwater drone actually who can provide many autonomous missions and so on. Then we had a demonstration with the two water drones. One is provided by LVR fleet, so I won't steal a stage for Kaspars, but he will explain in details. And the second one was from Latvian company Spark, and these are really top innovations for the water drones. And the third, last but not least, is a drone from Bayron. So actually they have all this drone box together with the 5G opportunities. And I really warmly welcome to visit the booth and to ask more questions regarding these technologies.
And so, Kaspars, can you give a little bit of details on how you, as the LFVR fleets are using drones now. What are you using them for? How do they work?
Yeah, and here I can agree with Arturs that out there are a lot of equipment types, a lot of technologies which could be used, also the ones who are still in development stage. And one of the challenges for us is to choose the real one, the perfect one, who could be validated for our services to create this efficiency, to create safety that we can rely on, also in terms of data they collect, and also in terms of innovation. A lot of energy is being put into those innovation processes, and one of the challenges to say no to different type of innovations which comes on your table, because first of all you need to be pragmatic into the choosing the right innovation and then introduce in your daily operations. And we did quite a serious research, and we found one type of drone, which we introduced in our fleet in year 2020-22, and now we are using that water drone for hydrographic surveys. And actually it changed our life quite dramatically. First of all, we used to know the hydrographical surveys are being commenced with the large ships, which employs a huge crew, uses a lot of fuel, let's say, for example, 50 liters per hour. To get from one point to another point, it takes a very long time period. But now with a drone, the multimodality increases. We can do, let's say, for example, if we wanted to commence hydrographical survey in Liepāja, it took 16 hours with the ship to go there to do the job and then come back. With a drone, we can do within 2 hours. We put that simply on a track, 2 persons, not large crew anymore. Nature friendly. We can do the job in Liepāja, for example, and come back within, let's say, 6 hours. And that's hugely efficient way how to do the job. Also, if you're talking about the drone can do the surveys in the places where the ships cannot imagine that they could do that. Also, we can use these drones as an extension to the ship to reach the areas which previously we were not capable to reach. And also different water bodies we can survey with the drone. So it opened up also a new clientele for us. But again, this is the one thing to use the drone, not just because it's very fancy today or it's nice to have. In terms of business, we need to be efficient, and the connectivity, why we are cooperating also with LMT, comes on the table, because we understand that if we can move fast with the drone, we need to be fast also into the data processing. And if we are surveying and having those data, the question is how we much faster need to deliver or transfer those data to the office. So the communication from the water to the office becomes very important. How to save time, because this time is actually the most important and most valuable thing in our daily life. So we must react quickly. And now we are hardly working on the solutions, also together with Riga Technical University, into creation a special digital tool which allows us to already process the data while we are surveying the data from the water. So that means that the guys in the office already receive data which are pre-processed, and they can already work with the material which is already not at the 0 stage, but let's say at the next stage, and they save a lot of time. So that means that this is efficiency. This is the way the technologies helps us, not we are helping technologies. And I think that's very important. And I do know that the same issues and challenges are in Hamburg Flotte and Hamburg Port Authority. That's why we concluded this memorandum of understanding. And I would like to underline that this is not like we used to have the memorandums of understanding, which are just theoretical and in the terms of diplomacy shows some kind of cooperation. This memorandum of understanding have a practical annex which includes practical steps which should be achieved while this cooperation is ongoing, and the very important role is for both ports and also for the technology developer, also for legislators, how to create perfect environment where we can definitely say that we are using those innovations, not working on them, but we are using them. And that's very important for the ports, which are end users of those products, and also for the companies who provide such type of services.
Very interesting and very good examples. And so, Antonia, you see me coming. Yeah. And so we talked about the fact that Hamburg is going to have a system that will be based also on what's now in Riga, if I'm not wrong. So would you explain how this MOU happened and what will happen for you? What's the agenda and what will be the concrete example of this memorandum technical application?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Though I don't know how the MOU happened.
Yeah, I mean, what will happen after the MOU?
So, I'm sure there was there is a deep connection between Hamburg and Riga. I think this is just a fact, and there is different kinds of entities are talking to each other and are collaborating. So I think the MOU was just a simple kind of result of all the talking that there has been done, and also Riga and Hamburg connects, of course, the importance of the port and of the whole industry of the port. So I think it was clear that if they work together, then they work together on the topic of a port and on connectivity. And I think it was signed officially with HPA and Hamburg Flotte. It was signed by LMT and also LVR Flotte, the Freeport of Riga, and also the Communication Office of Latvia. We just don't want to forget about them. The MOU has 3 work areas. It covers the connectivity between terminals. It's about the predictive maintenance of the terminal infrastructure by using drones and AI. It's about the second area would be about the container by using sensors and also AI. Container shipping companies, also I think HHLA Sky is involved. They want to monitor the containers. And we have one work area with actually 2 work packages for Hamburg Fleet and LVR Flotte together with LMT. We want to improve the predictive maintenance on vessels and also spread out the 5G networks across the port. But I do wanted to, I think Kaspars made a very good point on touching the importance of if we want to use drones in our daily operation, they have to work. So they have to be reliant, and the results have to be correct, because otherwise people just won't use them. And it's also, and therefore we have the same process in Hamburg. Of course, there is a lot of time for research and development, and then if there's really a lot of people in the company say, well, okay, we can use the drone, it's acceptable, then it's actually getting into operation. And I also want to touch on the importance of the human element, because in Hamburg we don't see the drones as substitution of the human element. We see them. We want to relieve the routine activities of our workers, and we want therefore creating more space for value-added tasks for our workers and employees, and of course we want to cushion the shortage of lack of skilled workers. At least in Germany, it's a big issue today, and will even be in the future. And this is basically the purpose of using drones in the port. We actually have drones in operation as of today. We have a little robotic dog. He is called Spot, and he finds himself many times in our biggest famous bridge, the so-called Kölbrand Bridge, and he really detects cracks and wet spots, makes pictures and videos all the time, and collects all the data from the bridge. So we were also able to form a digital twin of the bridge, which is very important because the bridge is actually scheduled to be rebuilt. And now through the digital twin, we are able to foresee the lifetime of the old bridge and also see the critical factors that the new bridge must have. So this is where Spot is really helpful. And I think in the MOU it's scheduled that Spot will visit Riga, I heard. So let's see about that. We also have a water drone similar to LVR Flotte that used by the hydrography department. It's used basically for areas where a big vessel cannot enter. It's not allowed to do fully autonomous, so it has to be steered from board of a vessel, always inside of a crew member, which is unfortunate, but it's the regulations. And we're also using flying drones for inspection purposes and especially in parts that are far away or are really narrow that a human worker cannot access. And one very unique topic in the Port of Hamburg is that we developed a drone port, so a drone port in our port, this really helps to bring together all the drones that are used for the or by all authorities, because also, of course, the firefighting department, they use drone, the police department use drone, military is using drones, and together with the HPA, they can all be steered from this control room on our drone port. And I think this is really a step to make it proper, to make it bigger, and also states the importance of drones in the future in the port.
Very interesting. Yes?
If I may, I can quickly answer on the question how we get to the MOU. Then historically looking back, we had a visit from Hamburg port in 2024 in April. So it was actually the first visit when we met. On May 2024, we already had a visit from Latvia to Hamburg to understand what's going on in the port of Hamburg. In July in Riga, we made the demonstration of the multi-hop. So it means what I mentioned, that we are deploying these 5G base stations and making like multi-hopping from ship to ship. And in October, we got the first place in digitalization from International Association of Ports and Harbors. So it's like maritime Oscars, what we are really proud of. So it approved actually that such kind of digitalization solutions are needed. And that's why after that we discussed with the Kaspers, we need to get on the next step, on the next level. On practical level, what it means, what kind of use cases will be there on the connectivity. That's why we suggested to sign this MOU, and already in June we got it, and we are approaching that. Hopefully that in April 2026, these use cases will be demonstrated in Hamburg as well.
It was pretty efficient then. And talking about drones, let's talk about. We talk mainly about harbor drones, but we have the chance of having Santiago from the European Maritime Safety Agency based in Lisbon, which is an agency of the European Union, European Commission. You do use drones as well.
Yes, we do. Actually, well, EMSA, maybe for those who doesn't know it, EMSA is an agency of the European Union, so we are a technical agency that we are taking care of safety, security, pollution response and prevention in the European Union. And as such, I like to see our clients, we talk about our clients, about the European Commission and the member state authorities. So in this respect, as the previous speaker mentioned, we always think about the technology not as, because technology as such is useless. No, it has to be for a purpose, it has to be built for something, for something that is useful for the citizens, to provide a service. And in this case, what we have in EMSA is a series of aerial drones spread around Europe. So we have them, well, we have in the Baltic Sea, we have them in the Atlantic, in the Mediterranean, in the Black Sea. for different purposes. No? One of them, for example, is surveillance. No? So a member state wants to have series of surveillance aspects. No? I think in the Baltic we all can think about what can be interesting for the Baltic states. But for example, the combination of aerial drones with satellite imagery gives a very interesting use case, no? Because, for example, with our satellites, we have a series of satellites which are, I mean, it's a service called CleanSeaNet that you can detect pollution on water, but actually there are possibilities that these detections are false. No? Some of them, they give a false pollution. So with the drones, it's a very efficient way to really verify if there is a pollution case actually. No? So this is one of the use cases which is very much used by our states. Last year we had more than 1,200 days of our drones flying. In addition, we have three smaller drones with our sister agency, the European Fisheries Control Agency, which is controlling the fisheries in Europe. So we have drones on board their ships, and we are also supporting this fisheries control there as well. Finally, in the ports as well, no, to control the emissions from the ships, we have what we call the sniffing drones. No? So they can go on board they can go above, no, the ships and actually verify that the emissions of that ships comply with the regulations. So that is also support, no, that we are doing to this. In addition, I mean, we are also starting a service with underwater drones. So we have started a couple of years ago with ROVs, remote operating vehicles, which are not drones as such, but they have been very much used by our member states in different areas, no? For safety, security, environmental issues. No? For example, we have more than 18 missions already for accident investigations. So when a ship is sinking, you want to know what happened, no, to that ship so that you can learn lessons for the future to avoid these accidents to happen again. So these ROVs are being used for that. And now in the future, we expect to have drones as well. We are using that as well, for example, to make, we recently this year, we made an operation with the port of Antwerpen to really track a cable, no, a submarine cable that was supposed to be under the sea bottom, but actually was not. No? So we made with a magnetometer, we made a survey, and we found where the cable actually was, because they wanted to have a new anchorage. And as you know, these underwater cables, they are a source of accidents as well, no? In case the anchor grabs it, and then you can have, especially for small ships, there are accidents happening with that. So I think, all in all, I think there are a lot of cases, no, where this technology, these drones can be used, and we as a public institution, we are also supporting, no, the authorities on that.
Very interesting, thank you. So now I want to ask the four of you, actually, about future and developments. What do you expect from and the challenges also? We touched upon a little bit on challenges of regulation, but what are the future developments in connectivity? What is to be expected? What's the next step? And what are the next challenges when it comes to we say regulation, but also maybe geostrategy. Artus, do you want to start with that?
Actually, yes, I would like to mention two ways, or two challenges, what we have on our mind. The first one is, of course, you know that Latvia is located where we are, and we have the worst neighbor in the world. So, and they're all the time jamming and spoofing the signals, and it's a huge issue actually in this region.
Can you just explain what is jamming and spoofing? Maybe?
So actually, the jamming, it means that if you would like to provide the remote operations with the drones, and someone jams the signal, so it means actually the drone gets completely wrong GPS coordinates, it's spoofing, or jamming that actually the signal is not there, etc., so on. And so it raises up the challenges that maybe drones actually can't fly in the future, etc., so on. But what we are deep diving at the moment, we are trying to understand which technologies could be as an optional or additional to provide the coordinates like GPS as well. For example, one of them is we have a discussion with the universities regarding the electromagnetic field. Can we use it actually for the coordinates, etc.? It's one, I think, what is really important in upcoming years. And the second one is regarding the underwater drones. Of course, 5G, 6G doesn't work under the water. It's just the physics and that's it. And we should figure out if you would like to provide some real-time data surveillance to the shore, then what kind of technologies we can use in the future for connectivity under the water. Because, of course, in the European Commission for the next years, the priority is how we can defend these cables under the water and what kind of technology should be developed for it.
But the technology does exist, do you think? Is it close to exist?
Not yet, I think, because at the moment mostly are used acoustic sensors and acoustic connectivity. But I really believe that in upcoming years maybe we'll find out some completely other ways how we can provide it.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge. So, Kaspers, do you want to shortly?
Yes, shortly I can add, of course, if we are looking to the future, so our wishes are, and we would like to expect that, for example, within hydrography, that would be that real-time survey would happen and real-time data processing could happen. Also, we would be able remotely diagnostic our vessels and manage our fleets. These type of products we would be willing to see in our daily life. But there is that old saying, the best way to predict future is to create it. And what we are doing now, we are deeply involve ourselves into the creation process together with our partners. And yeah, what we need imagination, we need patience, and we need energy to do that, and we are ready to proceed further. One thing that Riga Freeport, also together with our partners, we are now working on creation so-called space and regulation. This is a space where we could test our newest technologies, like we did yesterday in a demonstration day, and also to work together with legislators to create legislation to be able to operate these type of innovations in the real life. So I think that combining all those things together, we can be successful, and that's my wish for the future, and that's actually our challenges.
Yeah, of course it is. Antonia, do you have?
Yeah, I think I can pick up on that. I think our first vision would be the ultimo connectivity. I called it like that, between all assets. Of course, for myself, it would be the ships, but also for the Port Authority, all the infrastructure. So basically, to give an example, maybe simply to say, so the ship tells us beforehand that it will break, or the engine needs to be renewed, and this we can do via drones and sensors, and also AI comes into account there, and this will really also takes off a lot of pressure of our human workers and of our employees, because we have somebody else, we have AI that tells us what will happen with an asset that cannot speak to us. So this would be one vision, and the other one was the total automation of assets, especially in the port. However, we see it not in the near future, at least not in the port of Hamburg, because there's just so much traffic and so much unpredictable traffic. So I see it more in the seagoing vessels that the automation will probably be seen in the near future, while in port areas it's probably a little bit far behind, because the risk is just so high in the port area. Yeah, and maybe the challenges. I mean, we picked up on the topic of regulations, I think, a lot today, but also the training of the AI is also something that we discovered as very challenging, because in order to train the AI to detect or to make an inspection report of a lock or one bridge or a building, it just takes months and months and months of human work. So there again, it can only be done by a great partners, a good collaboration between companies.
Very, very interesting. So Santiago, we're gonna
Yeah,
finish
thank
with
you.
about the future, and also maybe we can, in the time we have left, about the regulations.
Yeah, no, indeed. Just to pick up a bit on the challenges, I think the drones present a lot of opportunities. We are already using them, as we can see, in many cases in ports, but also they present some threats. So something we see as EMSA when we go to make inspections to the ports, the ISPS inspections, what we see is the concern of some ports about their critical infrastructure. For example, the gas stations, energy, I think, this kind of critical infrastructure for countries. And one of the things that pops up always in these inspections is the concern about potential attacks, massive attacks with small drones. So in this respect, we as EMSA, with the cooperation of some ports, we are developing a risk assessment methodology, building some potential attack scenarios from drones to ports. So we are already in the pilot test phase with some ports, and I hope as soon as possible we'll put it available to all the ports that are interested into that. Another interesting challenge that was mentioned by Arto, I believe, is this connectivity, because the monitoring of critical and underwater critical infrastructure will be also essential. And actually, in the meantime, until this technology is ready, we have to look for patches, we have to look for solutions. Until then, there are some surface drones that are being now built, 24 meters, so relatively big, for what is technology nowadays, that can carry on board other drones, underwater drones that can have, they can be dropped in certain places, and then, of course, nowadays the only way to transfer the information would be coming to the surface and transfer information. But this is one of the patches. We are thinking about proofs of concept, to see if they are really interesting or not. In terms of the regulations for the autonomous ships, which is what the IMO is covering now, it is something that is not easy to do, because whereas in the drone side, relatively small drones, they're already working, and they are basically national waters. When we talk about big ships, the business model is not still there. In EMSA, we don't build ships, we don't operate ships, and actually, we have to see if it's risky to regulate something that doesn't exist yet, because we can hamper the innovation development. So in a way, what the IMO is doing, and I think it is the right approach, is to go to a function-based. So basically, it's not how to achieve a specific safety level, but what is the level of safety you have to achieve. So in a way, now you would have to do a risk assessment per ship, which is a lot of work, and it has a risk as well that different flags can accept different safety levels, so we can have an even playing field in the safety part. There can be a competition of safety, which would be detrimental for all of us. So in EMSA, what we did is to develop a risk assessment methodology to try to harmonize this potential gap that can exist. It's called AirBat. It's a software tool that is available also to authorities and to the designers of autonomous ships. So we have started familiarization sessions this year, open to companies as well. So this is, for me, the main issue, that actually the business model for the big ships is not still there. The big ship owners have not moved there yet. Maybe we will have different ship owners in the future. We don't know, because the shipping we have always been accused of being too conservative. So.
Yeah, we will see. But I guess the regulation is mainly done by IMO now.
It is. So in principle, the non-mandatory code will come into force next year, 2026, and the mandatory code is expected. Well, it's difficult to predict. Maybe 2032. In the meantime, there will be what is called experience building phase, where everybody should contribute with their experience, to shape better these regulations. But at the moment, it's very, very high level. It's at function level, which is, in my view, the way it should be now.
We will watch that.
Yeah.
So the screens say time is up. So,
But we do have a question from the audience. If we may, I might give it to you. People want to hear more about the interferences for the drones and communications. You already mentioned our eastern neighbor being very active in this. How is it done? What can be done? And maybe you can give more insights to that. Of course, to the limits, you can talk about it.
Regarding the interferences, then there are two parts. One is what I started to discuss regarding the GPS jamming. So it's one thing, and regarding the interferences on the connectivity, it's mainly regarding the maritime connectivity when we are building up the ships, the connectivity on the ships. So regarding the GPS, what we can do, as I mentioned before, we are searching for alternative solutions, how we can provide these coordinates for the drones. So it's not a question about only the positioning, but actually with maybe some technologies with the lasers, what I mentioned, with the electromagnetic field, how we can use it actually to use as an electromagnetic field just to map the positioning and so on. This is one part. This is how far I can speak about it. But the second part regarding the interferences between the ships, in our concept, we truly see that we should join together. We are not competing with the satellites or some other platforms, etc. If we are joining together information from the ACE system, which actually can bring the information regarding where the ship is, what kind of connectivity they have, how we can create this multi-hopping, etc., it's crucial part for the multi-hop as a concept. And the second thing, what I mentioned, we are not competing with the satellites, but we are looking towards on competition together with the terrestrial and non-terrestrial. So it's one thing how to avoid these interferences as well.
3 minutes, let's take another question. They're coming in fast, shall we? No, let's take the next question. I think it's a related question. We're talking about jamming signals in the air. A question here, have you ever seen interferences from underwater? Maybe other colleagues can mention something.
Not in my experience, maybe colleagues have been there.
Not in our experience as well. So, but one thing actually regarding cybersecurity, if I can add, that's a very important issue. And also one of our projects is to create this private 5G network. Within the whole information is safe, since we are operating in a critical infrastructure, collecting data and processing it. Definitely, that's also, there is a solution for that. And also I think that in the nearest future we will see some results on this.
And about GPS jamming and AIS spoofing, I think it's important to mention that actually the member states and the Commission have started to work on that, and there is a group specific working on that, and we hope it will give some results.
We have one more question regarding the Port of Hamburg. What are the next technologies that you're looking at to implement maybe something futuristic?
Something futuristic. Well, I think, yeah, as Kaspar's already said, nobody knows what the future will look like. So we are also trying to shape it. Of course, we want to work more on the topic of drones and the robotic drones, and also we call it the big data, the connectivity, as I just mentioned. So this is more on the practical, operational point of view, and yeah, we also want to go more into the autonomous operation of ports, not only on the water, but of course within the terminals and within the operation of all the infrastructure.
All right, that's all the questions that we have. Carolyn, how about you?
I'm okay. I think it was very, very interesting. Of course, I will probably go back to all of you for more questions, but just for me as a journalist. So thank you very much. It was very interesting. Hope everyone has appreciated that. Thank you so much.
We did appreciate it. With a round of applause to Caroline and our excellent experts here on the stage. Please do catch them during the coffee break. Ask questions if you want, and you can meet and greet them all day long. You can also use the business platform. And we will come back to you at 12 o'clock when we will continue with a somewhat related topic of satellite connectivity. And while you are out there, please do enjoy the Expo Zone. See you in 9 minutes. Thank you.
So this is Hamburg.
Yes, exactly. It's the economic centre of Northern Europe, but Hamburg is so much more than that.
Tell me everything. What draws people and companies to Hamburg from all over the world?
Well, there's the busy port, of course, a vibrant city life, and ample green spaces, so that creates a unique atmosphere and provides an incredible quality of life. The Speicherstadt warehouse district in the historic heart of the port is now the home of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and other innovative technologies.
That sounds amazing. And which world-famous companies call Hamburg home?
Well, Hamburg is one of the top business locations worldwide, so national and international players, along with world market leaders, are based here. And there is an ongoing flow of companies and personnel with their families moving to Hamburg.
So there seems to be a lot going on. But do most businesses revolve around traditional economy, or are there also startups here?
Well, startups and established companies work closely together in Hamburg, and many different sectors such as trade, life sciences, logistics, mobility, and media continue to develop sustainably. Plus, there are new emerging sectors in the field of clean and renewable energies, hydrogen, for example.
Hydrogen. Tell me, how does that work?
Well, Hamburg is building the green hydrogen economy of the future with innovative projects, especially in the area of mobility, such as the world's largest hydrogen electrolysis plant, or the H2 Hamburg project for climate-neutral and green steel production. Oh, and the Zero-E aircraft concept from Airbus.
It really sounds like some impressive trends are being set. Tell me, what exactly is happening in the field of mobility?
Well, Hamburg is committed to promoting sustainable mobility solutions. So this includes automated transport and local passenger traffic, or improving infrastructure for electric mobility and car sharing, as well as expanding the city's Velo route network. All of this adds to enhancing the quality of life locally.
I see. But what about the surrounding areas? Isn't there also a rather large metropolitan region around Hamburg?
Oh yes, that's right. And with a little over 5 million residents and numerous hidden champions based there, it's closely intertwined with the city of Hamburg.
Wow, that's quite a bit. And are most innovations generated by universities then?
Oh, some definitely are. Hamburg has more than 110,000 national and international students, but there are also many private and public research institutions. So these in turn attract a large number of international experts.
And are there any plans to expand science and research further?
Oh yes, for sure. Hamburg takes pride in supporting innovative development projects. In the Bahrenfeld district, for example, Science City is taking shape. By 2040, this will be an entire quarter for science research and life. Inner city projects, such as Hammer Brooklyn and the new Grasbrook Quarter, will also have international appeal.
Wow, that's impressive. But what makes Hamburg
In 3 minutes, we will start the session using the sky, spectrum, sovereignty, and satellite integration in Europe on Innovation and Technology stage. Please take your seats. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Which offers unparalleled opportunities for relaxation and leisure.
Right. I'm sure not everyone can head straight to the coast after work. So what does Hamburg have to offer locally?
Oh, you have countless choices here in Hamburg, regardless of whether you're young or old, German or expatriate, or whether you're single or have family. Hamburg has something to offer for every walk of life.
That sounds like great diversity to me. Can you tell me a couple of highlights?
Of course. Head down to St. Pauli and explore the Reeperbahn, for example, one of the most exciting entertainment districts in the world. Or take a stroll to the striking Elbphilharmonie, which offers top-class music performances against the beautiful backdrop of the port.
So that's Hamburg.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second part here at Techatory Innovation and Technology Stage. Happy that you're here with us. Just before we start, of course, I want to remind you that we have our Tilde live AI translation this year. That's a new thing. You can scan it right here. I checked it out in the first session. I think it was mostly right, but then we had those very sexy, rich accents here, and then some jokes started to pop in. So be cautious, it's AI, but it's working quite well, and it will serve us well in this next talk titled Using the Sky, Spectrum, Sovereignty and Satellite Integration in Europe, which I think is a logical continuation of the talks that we had in previous Techatory events here. And 1 year actually for tech is a long time to develop, and there are new things to talk about like direct-to-device satellite technology, European sovereignty, and other important topics that our dear moderator will tackle in the next 45 minutes. So with your applause, let's welcome our moderator, the Senior Policy Manager at Access Partnership, the leading experts in innovation, Mr. Gökhan Tok. Welcome, Gökhan. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Artis. So we have a very good lineup of speakers from different parts of the connectivity value chain. I'm going to start by introducing them, but before that, we have two big innovations in the satellite communications recently. One of them is direct-to-device. I think it's like one of the most popular topics in connectivity landscape right now. And the second is the satellite broadband. And we have the right people to speak about both of these. We are going to touch on the resilience angle, the integration with the terrestrial networks angle, and the European sovereignty angle as well. To start with, we have Uwe Bauder from Rohde & Schwarz. He's the Director of Public Affairs. Welcome, Uwe. We have Clemens Jones from Amazon Project Kuiper, Public Policy Manager. Welcome, Clemens. We have Juan Ramon Lopez Caravantes. He's the Head of Secure Communications Program Management in EU Agency for the Space Program. We have Richard Moore, Principal of Spectrum Policy from Ofcom. And finally, we have Jaume Sampere, CEO of Sateliot. So the way that I would like to move this forward is having a 5-minute introductory remarks from all our speakers. And in the meantime, I will ask you to think of the most difficult questions that you can ask them. Then I have my questions already. I'm going to start a conversation by asking my questions, but if there are any questions from the audience, I would like to prioritize them as well. So having said this, I'd like to give the floor first to Uwe, and I'd like to get his insights about direct-to-device and the rest of the integration between the satellite communications or non-terrestrial communications, let's say, with the terrestrial communications. Uwe.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the introduction. Maybe let me simply start a little bit to put Rohde & Schwarz, the company I'm from, a little bit into the light. So we are not a satellite operator, we are not an operator of terrestrial networks, but so to say, everything that works with radio waves is our DNA. So from that, we believe we can, let's say, have a more or less neutral view on many of the things that are being discussed. When it comes to satellite connectivity and specifically to direct-to-device, we have to see it in a blend of connectivity. And I would put my statement into this direction. I would not say it's per se something good, something bad, but we need to get redundancy in connectivity, and satellite connectivity, either broadband or direct-to-device, is one of the ways to enhance connectivity. And there are a couple of applications which can only be fulfilled by this type of connectivity. So many from us coming to Latvia may have enjoyed that the local air carrier is the first airline that has integrated a certain satellite connectivity. And the experience, I usually don't try to connect to airline networks in the plane, because this is the only time you can rest a little bit, but I was trying it out, and the user experience, I really have to say, it was fantastic. So all the applications that you have on the smartphone, which sometimes hardly work if you are in these plane connections, were working without any problem. So I think we are coming into a next step of connectivity, good or bad, because you're losing your quality time on the plane. But at this point of time, I think it's putting us to a next level on the one hand, but in general, I would say satellite connectivity adds another way in the overall mix for connectivity.
Thank you very much, Uwe. So we are mentioning direct-to-device and satellite broadband as two different technologies. Before going to Clemens and get his introductory remarks, I just want to mention that when we speak about direct-to-device, it is your smartphones connecting directly to the satellite, which is a very impressive technology. But in terms of the quality of service, in terms of the downlink, uplink capacity and speed, there are some limitations, mostly from the spectrum management perspective. But when we go to the satellite broadband, with the LEO constellations, there is a tremendous amount of change there. And having said this, I'm going to give the floor to Clemens, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gökhan. And as you introduced already, I mean, I would set the scene actually by underscoring that this is now a critical moment in the revolution of connectivity, I would say, because it's just enlarging, and we are witnessing a massive transformation with global communication systems, including satellite systems, coming into the broader mix of connectivity. And it's not longer optional, it's already a reality, as you mentioned on your flight here. And this transformation brings both opportunities and also responsibilities. Opportunities, we can finally bridge the digital divide, hopefully. Responsibilities, we have to make sure that our space operations will remain sustainable and secure. And but overall, I would say we now have multiple operators in multiple orbits. This extends our possibilities regarding resilient communication infrastructures. And in order to achieve that, I think we have to make sure that we balance crucial objectives, one being a regulatory framework that promotes innovation, and second, ensuring an efficient use of these orbital resources. Now, maybe a quick intro into what Amazon Kuiper is planning to do. So we are a low Earth orbit satellite constellation consisting of approximately 3,200 in the first phase satellites providing broadband access. So the second package that you just mentioned. And non-geostationary satellite systems actually represent a revolutionary approach to connectivity. Basically, 3 points to mention: increased performance with low latency, true global coverage, and in addition, improved affordability compared to traditional satellite systems. And this is true for Kuiper. This is a new generation and consists of basically 3 parts, one being the satellites, 2 being the ground stations. We will have globally spread out several hundreds of those, and the customer terminals that then will be used to connect to the satellites. And combining those things will allow us to provide a communication service for all sides of different customers, and actually providing speeds that can be compared to traditional terrestrial infrastructures. So just this September, we had a live demo of our enterprise-enabled device, and that actually delivered more than a gigabit per second, which is unprecedented. So at least to our knowledge, no phased array antenna has ever delivered that speed from low Earth orbit. So with that, comes a lot of new opportunities and use cases for different scenarios. And we are right now in the process of launching. We are just finished our 5th commercial launch last week, which brings us to 153 satellites in orbit at the moment. But in total, we have secured 80 launches. And as a European citizen, I'm very happy that we also secured 18 launches with the European rocket Ariane 6. And I'm very much looking forward to the first one on the Ariane 6. With that, maybe I'll leave it with that. I'm happy for the ongoing discussion. And it's exciting time to be in telco and connectivity, I would say.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clemens. And 1 gigabit, that's very impressive, really. Having said that, and thank you for mentioning the launches with the European launch providers as well. Now I'd like to go to Juan Ramon, because we touched on 2 different innovative technologies. And now maybe it's time to look how European Union in general will take advantage of these new challenges and benefits.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm pleased to be here today. Let me start by saying that the European Union Space Program already identified the development of strategic capacities for the member states, and the European Union Space Program Agency is already developing and launching very soon some of the initial capabilities. So this is based on a breakthrough innovation, what we call a GovSatcom Hub, which is going to offer secure satellite communications to the member states, thanks to a pool of capacities based in an initial stage with the governmental member states' capacities. We are launching this before the end of the year. So member states would be able to get access to different raw capacity end-to-end services, including terminals and so on, for running their critical missions, whether they could be, critical infrastructure protection, surveillance, or when disasters happen for disaster relief applications. So this is going to be a very strong value proposition composed of 5 governmental resource providers existing in Europe with their existing capacities, including new generation satellites. We start with GEO satellites. They are mainly military satellites with the latest technologies, protection waveforms, as well as technologies on board to protect from interference and this kind of value propositions. And the added value here is that this GovSatcom Hub that is co-created by EUSPA in collaboration with industry is pulling all these capacities and sharing them between the member states in a question of a few clicks. So they will get access to this marketplace, to this one-stop shop for the member states to be able to run their missions. Complementing this, let me give you a little bit of roadmap of these capabilities and how we are growing a long time. Before the end of the year, we are launching what we call this GovSatcom Hub initial services. But after that, we are building as well the full operational capabilities. So we'll be growing the catalog of providers, including commercial providers, a long time in the coming year. And at the summit, if you want, getting close to the end of the decade, we will incorporate in this portfolio, obviously, the IRIS² capability, a multi-layer constellation composed of MEO satellites and LEO satellites, around 300 satellites that would also be able to offer very low latency services to all member states of the Union for the critical missions worldwide. So I think we are building very strong capabilities to increase the resilience and the security of the Union thanks to these relevant programs. And we're working with all the European Union member states to ensure that missions can be run smoothly worldwide.
Thank you very much, Juan Ramon. So now we are going to go back to a little bit more spectrum management and direct-to-device angle. And I'd like to give the floor to Richard from Ofcom.
Thank you. Richard Moore from Ofcom, the UK telecoms regulator. So I thought I'd use these few minutes just to explain why we're interested in direct-to-device and what we're doing to enable it in the UK. So as a regulator, obviously our primary mission is to improve connectivity for businesses and people in the UK, and direct-to-device offers that opportunity. And in my group within Ofcom, in spectrum management, we're always looking for ways to extract more value from the spectrum and make more efficient use of it. And again, direct-to-device, particularly the flavor of direct-to-device which uses existing mobile spectrum, offers that opportunity. The UK actually has pretty good 4G coverage, so we're edging towards 95% geographic coverage. But there are parts of the UK where you still can't get a reliable mobile signal, particularly in deep rural areas. But in addition to extending the coverage of existing networks, we think it's important to have a resilient backup to the terrestrial networks, particularly as we see more climate-related outages on the networks. And on top of that, particularly for C&I, so if you think about electricity networks and other critical national infrastructure, having that alternative to terrestrial networks in times of disaster could be particularly important. I think beyond that sort of improved connectivity, there's just a huge amount of innovation and investment going into this sector at the moment. So we want to be at the forefront of that. So enabling those sort of services in the UK is important to us. We don't think it's a panacea. We don't think direct-to-device is going to provide massive connectivity in terms of capacity. It will probably be basic messaging and data services to start with, potentially voice later on. So it's not going to replace our mobile networks, but it does provide that resilience and backup. Briefly, what we've been doing, so we've been looking at this subject for the last couple of years. We ran a sort of call for input last year to assess the demand for offering these services and the demand from consumers and other groups. We looked at both direct-to-device and existing mobile spectrum, in the traditional mobile satellite spectrum, and also we looked at high-altitude platforms as well as an alternative to satellite-based direct-to-device. Earlier this year, we ran a consultation, zooming in, honing in on the direct-to-device and mobile bands. We made some proposals as to how we would authorize those services in the UK, primarily around how we would require a partnership between a mobile operator and a satellite operator to provide that service and coordinate the spectrum use in the existing mobile bands, but also technical conditions to make sure there isn't any interference. So when you use these satellite transmissions, that existing spectrum users, both in the UK and overseas, are not impacted by those services. And so that was important to establish those rules to make sure existing spectrum users are protected. We closed that consultation. We put out a statement last month nailing down some of those technical conditions. We're just finalising some additional consultation points, and we hope to have our framework for direct-to-device and mobile bands in place by December of this year. And therefore, it's really up to the mobile operators partnering with satellite operators to introduce the services from next year. So we're very excited about that. We in the UK, we're moving ahead of the WRC, the ITU process. There will be an agenda item in 2027 at the WRC where a lot of these things will be harmonised internationally, and we're committed to reviewing the way we do things post-WRC to make sure we're aligned with in the international agreements as to how these services work. And finally, just as we might touch on it later, we're starting work now looking at the 2 gigahertz mobile satellite spectrum and how that might be used post-May 2027 when spectrum in that band becomes available after the expiration of licenses currently held by EchoStar and Inmarsat. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. So I'd like to give the floor for the introductory remarks finally to CEO of Sateliot, Jaume.
Thanks. Sateliot is a company born 2018 in Barcelona. we have the European 5G satellite constellation that will deliver wideband services globally. Why? 90% of the world does not have coverage of the mobile operators, and satellite solutions today are too expensive for the vast majority of the use cases. What we see is that, apart from that, Europe needs sovereignty on the satellite communications, and there is a huge need of 5G connectivity outside the reach of the mobile. Which is the solution? The solution is to have satellites that have the capability of connecting directly from the space 5G devices, IoT, and new radio in a global way. Which is our traction? We already launched 6 satellites in the past. This September, last September, we connect for first time in history 5G IoT chipset, NB-IoT chipset from Nordic, directly from space. This is an historic milestone that has happened here in Europe. We have already signed with more than 400 companies binding orders in order to deploy thousands or millions of devices worldwide. We have a strategic backing from Indra, Cellnex, the Spanish government, of course. We have some projects with the European Space Agency, more than 10 patents, tens of contributions to the 3GPP standard. We were the #1 contributor to the release 17 of the standard from space, and a lot of hours. We have a roadmap. We already launched these small CubeSat satellites. Now we are preparing the generation 2 satellites, 150 kilo satellites, which 5G IoT and 5G new radio capabilities. The idea is to launch a global, real-time, low-latency constellation before 2030 to deliver defense use cases, ISR in real time, autonomous systems, secure tactical communications, smart logistics, predictive maintenance, and cyber security and resilience use cases, disaster response, environment monitoring, critical infrastructure, because we believe that Europe needs a sovereign standard-based space layer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaume. So, satellite communications was traditionally very expensive, used dedicated devices like a bulky satellite phones or very big dish antennas. Now we are moving to a new ecosystem. There are new market entrants. There are new methods of using the spectrum more efficiently. And there are new questions about starting from the spectrum management angle all the way to the socioeconomic decisions that countries, or in Europe's case, regions, will have to make. So we have 2 satellite operators, one technology company, one regulator, one EU agency here. I want to check first if there is any question in the room. If not, I'm going to start by asking Clemens about Project Kuiper. So Europe is fairly well connected in residential areas, and I'm guessing in rural areas it would be better than the rest of the world. I don't have the numbers with me right now. How a satellite broadband operator like Project Kuiper will be integrated into the rest of the European connectivity landscape? And will there be any partnerships with the rest of the European industry coming on the way?
So yeah, the numbers differ actually quite massively, and me coming from Germany, we're not the front runner when it comes to FTTH, for instance. So there are even in Europe larger white spots, or at least underserved areas. So there is the need for an improved connectivity situation. When it comes to your question regarding how does that fit into the European connectivity package, we are a strong advocate in actually rethinking this approach and actually integrating all existing technologies into in order to achieve our connectivity goals in Europe. Research shows that there would also be a lot of potential subsidy savings attached to that if we would say, okay, for the last 1%, 2%, 3% coverage, that is usually from a rollout perspective the most expensive part of the rollout. If in these areas we would rely on, for instance, LEO-based solutions, we could save massive subsidies, and we could achieve these connectivity targets faster. So we would say there is, regarding the digital decade goals and everything connected to that, a lot of potential in actually integrating satellite connectivity into that mix. Although it is clear that although I mentioned 1 gigabit, satellite connectivity is not a replacement for terrestrial fiber connectivity. It is a different form of technology, but it is a complement. And this complement can be seen as a complement in achieving political goals, but it can also be seen in a complement for an end customer who maybe just wants to access really fast internet and does not want to wait for a potential future fiber connectivity.
Thank you. Thanks for highlighting this complementary angle. I think this is sometimes misunderstood, even in our industry, that satellite operators will come and take lunch from the rest of the industry. I want to go to our other satellite operator, Jaume, with the same question. So with Sateliot, how you are gonna integrate yourselves into the European connectivity landscape, and what type of partnerships or industry collaborations you are planning?
To integrate with the existing telecommunications industry, the first is to talk the same language. This means the satellite constellation that we are deploying works with exactly the same devices that today the telecom operators use. No new antenna, no new radio chain, no different frequencies, just a firmware update. The release 17 is the minimum for IoT, okay? 5G new radios exactly the same. And second, it's the interface with the mobile operators. We are a GSMA partner. Then our satellite constellation is connected to a 5G core. This means that we do fully standard roaming agreement with them. Apart from that, of course, it's important to integrate with across the industry with chipset manufacturers, where we are working with companies to have those certified with the industries in order to find the best use cases to use the full power of our solution. Mm-hmm. This altogether is what it makes that our infrastructure is fully integrated with the existing ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And when we think about integration between the terrestrial networks and non-terrestrial networks, I mean, this is one of the most discussed topics. I want to ask Uwe his opinion. When we discuss this integration between different networks, do you think regulators' roles and responsibilities are changing, and how they can continue to enforce the efficient use of spectrum, no interference, etc.?
I think Ofcom mentioned this is at the moment being harmonized on a worldwide basis in ITU. So we will have, I think, a long discussion in 2 years at the World Radio Conference in 27. Actually, the discussions are ongoing, so the preparatory study groups for this event are meeting right now in Geneva, and I think they have a lot of fun discussing the impact of the spectrum harmonization right now. of course, you have the classical spectrum for mobile satellite service. I think that's one piece. And then you have the piece which is the so-called IMT spectrum. That's the ITU terminology for all the generations that we have in our mobile phones. So where we now get direct-to-device, and the clever thing of direct-to-device is that you operate on the frequencies that are already implemented in your smartphones. That is doing the trick, right? Because overnight you get a super large customer base because everybody has these devices already. So in most of the models that we see, for example, where we have regulation, I think Ofcom is quite advanced in this, but also in the US, we had the supplementary coverage from space. There's always the combination of a terrestrial network operator with a satellite operator or a satellite connectivity provider. So that is something where you basically have the same regulation. Also, I mean, we have to talk about lawful interception, for example. So that needs to be guaranteed if you offer a communication service. And these kind of things. And this comes automatically when you do this combination with the terrestrial operator, with the satellite operator, because you basically go into the core of this terrestrial network operator. In the future, we may have, of course, more interesting discussions if we would have satellite operator which would be standalone, and then we really need to think about how to do the regulation and do the data need to come into basically on Earth on a teleport which is in Europe. These kind of things may need to be considered. From a spectrum management point of view, I think that is pretty classical, who gets the allocation. Of course, for satellite, the very specific thing is that more or less it makes only sense to have a European harmonization. I mean, still, I think the spot sizes for direct-to-cell are around 30 kilometers, maybe a little bit larger, 50, 30 kilometers. So it necessarily means that you always have cross-border harmonization need for that. But that maybe is another question, which of course you need maybe equipment that my company is doing to guarantee that. So we are quite optimistic about that you can achieve that in the future. But again, also you need to see what you really can achieve with direct-to-device. It's not a broadband service. It's the service that we mentioned, that you have an emergency call or you have a texting or something like this. That needs to be clear. And I think even those need to be proven on which scale this will work. Is it 10 mobiles in one beam? Is it 100 or 1,000? That is still something which need to be proven and tested.
Thank you. So harmonization is always important, of course, but in the context of Europe, for satellite connectivity, yes, it is one of the most important things. So having said that, actually in Europe, there is a harmonized frequency band, which we call generally 2 gigahertz, 2 gigahertz MSS band. And I believe in 2027, there will be a reallocation by the European Commission for the European Union countries. And I believe that Ofcom, Richard, you already mentioned the consultation, that you are carrying out the consultation. So currently, this band is allocated to 2 satellite operators. But now we see that new entrants are also interested in this band and the others. So, Richard, my question to you will not be directly about 2 gigahertz, but about this. For satellite, we have a limited number of available frequency bands, and there is more demand than the supply. How regulators can respond to this challenge about the demand side?
Yes, it's a good question. So, as you say, in the 2 gigahertz band, it's basically 2 times 30 megahertz of spectrum, currently shared between those 2 operators, Viasat, Inmarsat, and EchoStar. we ran a call for input again to understand what the demand, what sort of applications, what sort of benefits could be delivered. We're sort of doing that in parallel with the EU process. We had, I think, over 21 responses. As you say, a mixture of the incumbent users of that spectrum and new users, and a mixture between direct-to-device type services, quite a lot of IoT type applications, so a mixture of narrowband and, I wouldn't say broadband, but sort of 3GPP based services. And clearly there is a risk that there is, or a risk, that there is more demand than there is spectrum available, and so there needs to be some sort of allocation process. The nature of MSS spectrum, unlike sort of fixed satellite service where sharing is quite common co-channel, in MSS traditionally you have chopped the spectrum up and allocated bands to each operator. Obviously the more you put in, the less each has, so the economics of their business reduces, and potentially have GAR bands, so the efficiency of the spectrum use reduces, so you have to consider the optimal number for competition and innovation against the use of the spectrum. In the IoT space, some of the traditional technology, or some of the technologies like LoRaWAN allow people to share co-channel, so you get more of a sort of listen before talk, or at least random access channels. So it will be interesting to see how things play out, whether the spectrum is allocated to sort of 3GPP standards, or there will be a mixed economy in there. I think in Australia, for example, they have allocated some of that spectrum for a more sort of almost, I think they call it a spectrum park, where there's a bit more innovation, smaller players can come in and share spectrum. But clearly, the process over the next year or so is going to identify that demand and work out the best allocation mechanism. It's the perennial problem for a regulator to balance the supply side of the spectrum with the demand to optimize the outcomes for end users, and do that on a pan-European basis. Obviously, it adds a new dimension of complexity to it as well.
Thank you. So now I'd like to turn to Juan Ramon. So you mentioned what you have been doing on the secure communications side, and you mentioned IRIS². So I understand that there is a separate list of requirements for the secure communications, of course, but at the same time there is a need for global cooperation or regional cooperation in Europe outside with the non-EU countries. So how you are planning to balance the secure communications needs with the need for global cooperation?
Thank you for this very important question. So let me start with the European Union Space Program regulation. There is clearly recognized the need of secure communications for the European Union member states as, I would say, a pillar, an essential pillar, while at the same time looking for the autonomy of the Union, in particular regarding key technologies like those that would be used for IRIS², and preserving as well an open economy. So how this balance can be achieved, in particular when security is at stake here for some of the critical applications. The way we do this is, of course, in cooperation with all the European Union member states, by defining the eligibility criteria according to the different criticality of their missions. It's important to understand when there's a crisis situation, member states need to get access to secure communications, assured communications, and they need to understand they should be there when they need it. So this is one critical requirement we consider. This is in particular very relevant for this start phase that I mentioned before, by addressing through the GovSatcom Hub initial services, these initial capacities from the member states, from the existing 5 providers. And a long time, I refer to the possibility to also launch the commercial capacities that could join part of the portfolio. This is, of course, in relation to security and eligibility criteria that would be defined according to the different needs and applications from member states. So this is an important area of cooperation with additional providers to offer these capabilities worldwide. And in the case of IRIS Square, we are already working with leading global satellite operators as part of the SpaceRISE consortium. So they are already delivering this kind of services today worldwide. And we will have plenty of partnership as part of this consortium. So most of the European industry players would be part of this endeavor. We have a very strong contribution from SMEs expected as well across Europe. And I mean, plenty of member states and their industry would be able to join in this development of IRIS Square. This is one of the areas of cooperation. We should not forget as well that IRIS Square would offer commercial services also addressed to the digital divide. So this, because it's a public-private partnership, so it's a very strong cooperation. It's the first time that in Europe, in the space sector, we are launching this PPP, cooperation with the industry. And the operator would be able to offer these commercial services as well worldwide. Now let me focus also on the possibility to benefit if you are like a third country, I mean as an external partner of the European Union, it's still possible to join as a third party these kind of initiatives. So the regulation already foresees these potential cooperations, so through bilateral agreements with the unions, and non-EU member states could get access to this rich portfolio of capacities, including IRIS Square. This is a possibility that is envisaged. So here we have different kind of cooperations possible to enrich the portfolio for the benefit of everyone.
Thank you, because the coverage will be global eventually in the IRIS Square.
Sorry?
The coverage will be global.
Yes, it's global, the coverage. So it's we are dealing with two frequency bands, MIR-K, K, and KU, basically, and with global coverage, MEO orbit and LEO orbit, and low LEO as well. So it's going to be a multi-layer, multi-orbital constellation with around 300 satellites.
Thank you. I want to prioritize if there is any question in the room, because you woke up this morning, get prepared, and came here. If not,
we do have a sent-in question. Maybe
yes,
people are shy and they're typing in their questions. The number one question with the most votes here is, sending up satellites is nice, but have you thought about the waste when the satellites become obsolete or unusable? What are your plans for solving that?
So I think I'm going to give the floor first to Kuiper. Is one of the
it's probably it's a very important question, because as I mentioned in the beginning, like maintaining an ecosystem in space that is safe to use, that's sustainable to use, requires thinking about this from the beginning, and that's what we did when we designed that constellation. So I want to pick out two or three things regarding the satellite design itself. We operate in very low orbits, so 590, 610 and 630 kilometers, and all of our satellites are actually maneuverable, have enough propellant to maneuver, not just to avoid some kind of collisions, but actually to deorbit. And the lifespan of those satellites is factored into that. So we can make sure and guarantee that all of our satellites that we shoot up will actually deorbit without leaving any remains and any debris in the orbits that we use. And this is not something that we only do because we think it's important, but also the whole thing about space safety is also in all operators' self-interest, because although launches and operating space systems is getting, well, cheaper, let's put it in easy terms, it is still a massive investment. And having like systems in orbit that might basically just collide and vaporize is nothing that any operator would like to see. So space safety and sustainable space use of space is number one priority for Kuiper and has been from the design phase on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sending satellites is definitely not easy. Is there anyone else who would like to react to this question? If not, maybe we can get one more question and get a very quick response. Is there any other question?
Yes, we can. Actually, a new question just popped in. How to ensure that 2 gigahertz MSS allocation done in 2027 will benefit and introduce service to whole Europe, including Nordic and the Arctic areas?
Yes, I think it's also about the coverage areas. So, Jaume, is this something that you might react in the next 30 seconds? As the satellite operator.
I will do my best. Okay. Yes, of course. When you launch our satellites, they are polar orbits. This means, okay, that we have global coverage everywhere in the world, including the Arctic. Then it will depend the service on the frequencies, okay. But we have already allocated frequencies in more than 30 countries, and we are working with 100. Altogether, including Europe, of course, where we are pushing, that this S-band that today it's assigned to U.S. companies, it becomes European again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. If this question belongs to a European citizen, actually, they can also address their wishes with the European Commission, which will be the decision maker on this band in the European Union. But for the rest of the world, I mean, I think everyone is watching what's going to happen to this valuable band with excitement. So having said this, do we have another 5 minutes? Okay, wonderful. So I'd like to, yes, Clemens, is there anything?
Yeah, just one thing, because you before talked about integrating systems into existing terrestrial networks, and this is one thing that I wanted to point out. Besides all of the discussions around direct-to-device, we have started discussing with mobile network operators about backhaul access solutions. So basically integrating satellite connectivity into the cell towers that might be hard to connect via fiber in order to improve the capabilities of the terrestrial mobile networks. And that's just one example where this integration and cooperation aspect also comes into play and has direct effects.
Yes, I understand. So I want to ask to the private sector. If you, there is one regulator here, but I know that there are other regulators in the audience. If you had one call, one wish to the regulators, I mean, about the challenges that you face, when you are trying to innovate, when you are trying to operate, what would be that one wish, one call? Maybe, Jaume, I can start with you.
Globally?
Globally or in Europe?
In Europe. In Europe, to harmonize the spectrum and market access.
Market access. Do you think there are challenges in market access in Europe?
The S-band is the first one, okay, that has been harmonized in the whole Europe, but there are all bands coming that we expect, okay, that this follows the same trend.
Okay, understood. Uwe?
Yeah, if I could have a wish, then for regulator, then of course every regulation stands and falls if you can enforce it. And so I think regulation needs to be written in a form that you can really enforce it, or you must have the right tools to do this enforcement. So that would be my wish for a regulator.
Okay. Clemens?
Yeah, as a global operator, I would say more on the, not on the regulatory, but more on the legislative side. Like the target should be in something that is like global per se as space, to have uniform rules, and regulation should be based on, ideally, on international accepted standards and not deviate massively, because space assets are there for a longer time and are designed with a long time ahead, and having regional differences in the regulatory parts is quite challenging. So uniform rules would be great.
Thank you. Juan Ramon, Richard, if you have any wishes from the national regulators, I mean, please jump in. Otherwise, I'm not going to address you with this question. So I think we reached to the end of our panel. We touched on a lot of different things, starting from the spectrum harmonization, which is mostly a technical question, but then it goes to the economic angle and even the political angle. And we also went all the way to the coverage, etc., the socioeconomic benefits, and then to the space sustainability, which will be dealt, I believe, in Europe with the EU Space Act as well, which we haven't touched on this one. Having said that, I'm going to thank all of you, and I'm going to pass the floor to Artis.
Gökhan, excellent job, excellent panel. A round of applause to our experts. Job well done. You answered all the questions that came in, and right now we will send you on a break. We will be back here at 2 o'clock, but during this time, please do attend the Expo Zone. Do use the platform to book B2B meetings, and of course, just like satellites, we need juice to continue running, and in thanks to our partners, lunch is served. Bon appetit!
Today, as a technology innovation leader, we're driving the next evolution where networks meet cloud. Alive with intelligence, adaptable and autonomous. Networks that sense, think, and act. This is how we're enabling service providers, enterprises, and the world to do what couldn't be done before. We're opening up new opportunities for monetization and automation, unlocking new forms of collaboration and delivering trusted performance through trusted networks to realize the full potential of digital. Because it's only when people, machines, and devices work together in sync that we can create a sustainable, productive, accessible future. This is Nokia. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
The Nordics, a place to belong and to thrive. We're different, but also alike. Above all, we are united on a common journey to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. We do this by helping to generate new business in the public and private sectors, while safeguarding our innovative power and the region's competitiveness. Raise your hand. Be heard. Trust is the foundation of what we do each day. We encourage people to capitalize on our state-of-the-art innovation, research, and science for a sustainable future. We aspire to make the circular economy a reality for the future of the Nordics. It's all about how we get from A to B, the energy we produce, what we eat, and how we live. Robust and sustainable growth, equality, and welfare enable us to secure jobs and financial dynamism, giving us the scope to act when a crisis arises. We strive to lead the way toward the ever more human-centric and responsible use of data and technology, while enhancing our competitiveness. We share stories and culture. In the Nordics, soft power is our superpower. Our Nordic leadership is based on openness, integrity, and the ability to combine economic growth with stable democracies. Together, we stand stronger for a better tomorrow.
What if help could arrive before danger unfolds? When every second matters, technology becomes our strongest ally. Introducing 5G for Lives, a project focused on smart, automated drones using 5G network, an AI video analysis to deliver critical, real-time intelligence, helping keep people safe in the waterside areas of Tīšezers and Vecāti Beach. This technology opens up new possibilities. Monitoring swimmers, detecting anyone leaving safe zones and instantly alerting lifeguards. Identifying objects and motorized vehicles, such as boats, jet skis and paddleboards, entering designated swimming areas where they could endanger people. Counting people on land and in water to give rescue services a clear picture of the situation and the resources needed. So, how does it work? Using LMT's 5G network, drones patrol the beach regularly or on demand. The drone operator can adjust the mission or take manual control through the same secure connection. At the LMT data center, AI analyzes the video in real time, spotting potential risks. When danger is detected, the Riga Municipal Police are alerted instantly, ready to respond without delay. Smart, fast, reliable. 5G for Lives, ensuring safety when it's needed the most. Learn more at innovations.lmt.lv.
At Zetes, we aim to become your long-term partner, providing future-proof identity and border control solutions for your citizens and visitors. We create a local company, hire local staff, and transfer expertise to ensure you get the most from your project. Our Build, Operate, Transfer model is more than just a public-private partnership. It means you don't have to worry about a thing. We implement the whole solution at our own cost and only get paid once we start to operate. Depending on the project, our revenue could be a fee per border crossing, per transaction, per document issued, or even capacity-based model. A key differentiator of our Build and Operate is that you, as the government, will really not pay anything up front. Zetes carries the entire initial investment and shares in the success of the project. From day one, we hire and train local resources, effectively transferring knowledge to ensure long-term success. Zetes is your trusted one-stop partner for identity and border control solutions. We tailor our services to your country's specific requirements in order to provide you with the optimum turnkey solution. Zetes, your long-term partner in identity and border control solutions.
As we move to a more digitally connected world, our future undeniably depends on a non-visible but extremely valuable and limited natural resource: radio frequency spectrum, lifeblood of wireless networks. It has to be shared between different services, technologies, users, and countries. Balancing the spectrum demands of various applications is our task and calling. In other words, we provide electromagnetic compatibility, the ability of existing and future wireless gadgets and systems to function acceptably in their electromagnetic environment. We are often called radio spectrum architects because we stand behind the scenes of this complicated spectrum management process. Spectrum planning isn't simply about forecasting in an intuitive manner. It is a procedure by which each decision is judged for its ability to meet the objectives. It requires us to be informed and able to respond to changing industry trends. When planning the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. Today, radio frequency environment is more crowded than ever. Radio signals are everywhere, and it needs to be observed. Spectrum monitoring gives us the information needed to optimize spectrum for maximum utilization and facilitates the identification of illegal or interference signals. When monitoring the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. With the rapid growth of wireless devices, coexistence without interference of all these gadgets has become a topic of concern. We carry out the relevant activities promoting installation and use of compliant radio equipment and restricting the use of non-compliant radio equipment. By doing it, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. The better the order in the radio frequency spectrum, the less interference we can expect. However, if they appear for some reason, who you gonna call? Interference busters. These are our guys. It's not hard to guess that by solving interference problems, we also provide electromagnetic compatibility. We're striving for continuous improvement in everything we do. That leads us to innovations. No matter, big, small, tangible, or intangible, each invention takes part in a chain reaction that brings our customers closer to new technological opportunities and enables Latvia to become one of the most innovative countries on Earth. Sustainable innovations help us not only to grow our core business, but also develop commercial services that have value and industry demand. Wide range of customer-specific radio signal measurements, consulting and training on spectrum management issues, radio monitoring software Skudra, that is unique self-made solution created for spectrum supervision. Yes, and game changer event, 5G Techritory. That is our invention too that we are proud of, because it gives us and our customers the opportunity to gain insights and inspiration from world-leading experts and innovators. You will ask how we deal with this. Thanks to our staff, that is our biggest resource and our power. Engineers by profession and innovators by calling.
Pleased to meet you. We are the Riga Freeport. Yes, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. Yes, the world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We provide all of the services that a port can offer. We believe that it is better to slightly underpromise and a little bit overdeliver rather than the other way around. This is how reputations are built. Serving the client isn't enough. Positively surprising him is. We may not be the biggest port, but we are one of the best ones to adapt your needs as an investor, client, or business partner. This attitude is built into our DNA. You must keep up expectations. You can only afford happy clients. You simply must satisfy the highest environmental standards. You have to be on time. Your staff is trained to a level of excellence. Perhaps this is because of our Nordic mentality. Accuracy, precision, responsibility, and a genuine talent for planning. Our customers are valuable, and we will always find tailored solutions. Now, let's have a listen to what some of our clients say.
When it comes to doing business in Riga compared to the other port authorities we deal with, I mean, they are 5-star compared to 2-star, 3-star in other countries.
So I'm really happy to be back in Riga.
I'm actually not only happy, I'm proud. I'm proud of Riga.
Yes, our location really is a game changer. Everyone knows the shorter the land transport, the lower the costs and greater the profits. We're always happy to save you a couple 100 kilometers. Did we mention Riga? Yes, we did. Riga is a true melting pot for the widest range of cultures and ideas. Almost everything in Riga booms with life, drive, style, and joy. The fastest internet in Europe? Sure. The home of globally known startups? Absolutely. But we must not forget one of Riga's best features. The city is well linked to the world's major aviation hubs, which makes traveling to Riga fast and comfortable. Here at the Riga Freeport, we will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. We will break the ice and clear the way during the winter, and we will definitely help you to break the ice in business. We are pleased to meet you, Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
You have spotted a business opportunity and need a fast way of launching it, and you don't yet have a huge experienced engineering team. IoT Shortcut got you covered. IoT Shortcut works like a template. You can easily apply it to your IoT solution and adjust and modify it according to your needs. IoT Shortcut includes all these essential building blocks of every cellular IoT product that can be easily addressed in your great product enclosure, and your favorite sensors can be easily attached. Engineers love it. IoT Shortcut offers you the whole package: hardware, seamless connectivity, a powerful data platform, and mobile app. Building a truly low-power IoT device requires tedious engineering. This low-power mindset applied to every resistor and every code line you write. This is how IoT Shortcut is built. Use IoT Shortcut today to unlock full potential of your business. Get in touch with us now to speed up your time to market.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to address you on this occasion. Although I regret that I cannot be with you in Riga, I am pleased to join you virtually for this important gathering. Over the years, Riga has become a leading meeting place in Europe for discussions on digitalization and connectivity. Rooted in the Baltic and Nordic traditions of innovation, it offers governments, industry, and experts the opportunity to come together to shape a more inclusive and sustainable digital future. At the United Nations, we are pursuing the same objective. Last year, member states set out a common vision for an open, secure, and human-centered digital future through the Global Digital Compact, part of the Pact for the Future. This year, our focus has shifted from broad principles to implementation. As part of this follow-through, 2 new global platforms are being created for cooperation on artificial intelligence. The first is an independent international scientific panel on AI, designed to connect the best available science with decision-making. The second is a global dialogue on AI governance, bringing governments and stakeholders together to identify practical, interoperable approaches. These mechanisms were shaped through broad consultations and agreed by consensus. They are intended to ensure that cooperation remains inclusive, evidence-based, and anchored in the public interest. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also working to close AI capability gaps. The Secretary General has issued a report on innovative voluntary financing options for AI capacity building. It identifies the needs, maps existing support, and proposes ways to strengthen skills, institutions, and responsible deployment, particularly in developing countries. We need partners to take these options forward. Allow me to extend 3 invitations to you today. First, contribute your rich regional experience to the new mechanisms. The Global Dialogue on AI Governance will benefit from Baltic and Nordic expertise. Sharing those lessons more widely can make global cooperation more effective. Second, support the operationalization of AI capacity building. Partners in this region can help with the approaches proposed by the Secretary General, ensuring that innovation translates into capability everywhere. Third, work with us to strengthen global trust in multilateral cooperation. Excellencies, colleagues, the digital era will not be judged by technological breakthroughs alone, but by whether we expand opportunity, safeguard human rights, and build trust. This region has shown that it knows how to connect ambition with cooperation and with trust. The United Nations, through the Global Digital Compact, the Scientific Panel on AI, the Global Dialogue on AI Governance, and the Office for Digital and Emerging Technologies, stands ready to work with you to turn shared principles into shared progress. I wish you productive discussions, and I look forward to learning from your conclusions. Thank you.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport, big in business, big in quality.
So this is Hamburg.
Yes, exactly. It's the economic centre of Northern Europe, but Hamburg is so much more than that.
Tell me everything. What draws people and companies to Hamburg from all over the world?
Well, there's the busy port, of course, a vibrant city life, and ample green spaces, so that creates a unique atmosphere and provides an incredible quality of life. The Speicherstadt warehouse district in the historic heart of the port is now the home of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and other innovative technologies.
That sounds amazing. And which world-famous companies call Hamburg home?
Well, Hamburg is one of the top business locations worldwide, so national and international players, along with world market leaders, are based here. And there is an ongoing flow of companies and personnel with their families moving to Hamburg.
So there seems to be a lot going on. But do most businesses revolve around traditional economy, or are there also startups here?
Well, startups and established companies work closely together in Hamburg, and many different sectors such as trade, life sciences, logistics, mobility, and media continue to develop sustainably. Plus, there are new emerging sectors in the field of clean and renewable energies, hydrogen, for example.
Hydrogen. Tell me, how does that work?
Well, Hamburg is building the green hydrogen economy of the future with innovative projects, especially in the area of mobility, such as the world's largest hydrogen electrolysis plant, or the H2 Hamburg project for climate-neutral and green steel production. Oh, and the Zero-E aircraft concept from Airbus.
It really sounds like some impressive trends are being set. Tell me, what exactly is happening in the field of mobility?
Well, Hamburg is committed to promoting sustainable mobility solutions. So this includes automated transport and local passenger traffic, or improving infrastructure for electric mobility and car sharing, as well as expanding the city's Velo route network. All of this adds to enhancing the quality of life locally.
I see. But what about the surrounding areas? Isn't there also a rather large metropolitan region around Hamburg?
Oh yes, that's right. And with a little over 5 million residents and numerous hidden champions based there, it's closely intertwined with the city of Hamburg.
Wow, that's quite a bit. And are most innovations generated by universities then?
Oh, some definitely are. Hamburg has more than 110,000 national and international students, but there are also many private and public research institutions. So these in turn attract a large number of international experts.
And are there any plans to expand science and research further?
Oh yes, for sure. Hamburg takes pride in supporting innovative development projects. In the Bahrenfeld district, for example, Science City is taking shape. By 2040, this will be an entire quarter for science research and life. Inner city projects, such as Hammer Brooklyn and the new Grasbrook quarter, will also have international appeal.
Wow, that's impressive. But what makes Hamburg a magnet for the next generation of skilled workers?
As well as offering excellent economic conditions and a high quality of life, Hamburg is actually one of the greenest cities in Europe. And it's also very close to the North and Baltic Seas, which offers unparalleled opportunities for relaxation and leisure.
Right. I'm sure not everyone can head straight to the coast after work. So what does Hamburg have to offer locally?
Oh, you have countless choices here in Hamburg, regardless of whether you're young or old, German or expatriate, or whether you're single or have family. Hamburg has something to offer for every walk of life.
That sounds like great diversity to me. Can you tell me a couple of highlights?
Of course. Head down to St. Pauli and explore the Reeperbahn, for example, one of the most exciting entertainment districts in the world. Or take a stroll to the striking Elbphilharmonie, which offers top-class music performances against the beautiful backdrop of the port.
So that's Hamburg.
The Baltic Container Terminal is one of the main logistic hubs in the Baltics. More than 260,000 containers are handled here every year. Every action here must be coordinated precisely. Until now, mutual communication and the operation of internal systems were ensured by a Wi-Fi network. However, this solution has its shortcomings. Firstly, tens of Wi-Fi access points are required for this territory. A network cable has to be connected to each, and electricity must be provided. Secondly, communication in a port terminal often takes place in motion, and using existing Wi-Fi technology, communications are often lost. Thirdly, when lots of Wi-Fi signals overlap, network interference arises. These shortcomings disrupt the smooth flow of work. What's the answer? Quite simply, LMT is the first in the Baltics to introduce a private 5G network on such an industrial territory. Only recently, this seemed impossible. Now, it is economically viable and very simple to do. Firstly, LMT conducts research of the existing infrastructure and radio planning. The good news is that the 5G private network can be built on the foundation of the existing network infrastructure. Therefore, previously about 20 Wi-Fi access points were required here to ensure good network coverage. For a private 5G network, we only require 1 or 2 5G antennas, thanks to greater transmission power. The new private network technology can augment and replace existing network technologies. Thus, it can correct the shortcomings evident in existing network technologies like Wi-Fi and others. 5G ensures a stable connection while in motion. We are already taking our umpteenth turn around this territory and have never once lost our connection. 5G offers the opportunity to replace old analog walkie-talkies with modern communications. Now we can not only talk, but also send photos and videos to our work colleagues. How are you now, Yanni? Does everything work? Yes, Carly. Everything is great. Thank you. The private network operates on its own separate licensed radio frequency. Thus, we get less network interferences and can ensure a better, high-quality network connection without interruptions. However, possibly the most significant 5G network advantage is security. As long as a special 5G private network SIM card has not been inserted, it will not be possible to connect to the network. If you want to own your own private mobile network in your factory, warehouse, or elsewhere, call LMT or visit systemas.lmt.lv and apply for a consultation.
Microtik is a network equipment manufacturer, but not just any equipment. With almost 30 years of experience, we offer some of the best price-to-performance ratios in the industry, all without compromising on features or quality. As a European company based in Latvia, we strive to do our manufacturing as close to home as possible. That is why most of our products get assembled in Europe, where we can keep a close eye on the finished product. But the hardware, no matter how well crafted, would be nothing without excellent software, coded 100% by our own people in Latvia while sticking to exceptional cybersecurity standards. RouterOS is our advanced operating system that offers enterprise-level features without any gatekeeping, and it enables cost-saving setups that are simply not possible with other manufacturers. If you want a high-end router with 25G or 100G or even faster interfaces, we have it. If you want a budget 1 gigabit switch that could fit in a pocket, we have that too. For the price of a dinner, one of these can be yours. But nothing says MikroTik more than our desire to create products that offer something more, something that breaks boundaries and delivers value in ways others don't dare. We have an entire range of products that are a hybrid between a switch and a router. The CRS series devices cost like a switch, but can act as a router to an extent if you need it. Not so long ago, we introduced a router that has 20 slots for NVMe SSDs. Cellular, 5G, and IoT connectivity are also areas where we create interesting, unique solutions. If you would like to work with our devices, simply look for a distributor online. There are hundreds across the globe. There might be one near you. Alternatively, if you would like to become a distributor yourself or use our products at an industrial scale, feel free to contact sales@mikrotik.com.
Hey there! You have a large consumer base and need additional white label solution for upsell? Let me tell you about a game changer in home safety. Air Smoke. It's a lifesaver IoT solution made and certified in the European Union. Imagine increased fire security and elevated quality of life, all thanks to its advanced capabilities. Your customers will love our smoke detector that does more than alert about fire. It monitors indoor air quality, temperature, humidity, and sends notifications straight to user's phone using cellular IoT network. It doesn't require any Wi-Fi or Bluetooth connection. It's always on, completely wireless, and ensures home safety and comfort effortlessly. As our partner, you will receive white-labeled out-of-the-box IoT solution that will help you to generate long-term recurring revenue stream and broaden your business portfolio with close to zero time and money investment. Let's make this world safer. Get in touch to find out more.
The untamed Baltic Sea, endless forests of pine, a winding coastline of fine white sand, and vast peatlands dating back 5,000 years. This is where our restless spirit lies. We have been ignited. We are on a path to create a more sustainable world, one that will benefit us today and provide for generations to come. History shows that when it comes to Latvia, there is no mission too great to accomplish. We're striving to become an international centre for sustainable innovation by creating opportunities in technology, science, renewable energy, and other sectors that recognise the critical need for action on a global scale. Mission Latvia. Restless in nature, united in mission. Join us for action.
Today, as a technology innovation leader, we're driving the next evolution where networks meet cloud. Alive with intelligence, adaptable and autonomous. Networks that sense, think, and act. This is how we're enabling service providers, enterprises, and the world to do what couldn't be done before. We're opening up new opportunities for monetization and automation, unlocking new forms of collaboration and delivering trusted performance through trusted networks to realize the full potential of digital. Because it's only when people, machines, and devices work together in sync that we can create a sustainable, productive, accessible future. This is Nokia. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
The Nordics, a place to belong and to thrive. We're different, but also alike. Above all, we are united on a common journey to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. We do this by helping to generate new business in the public and private sectors, while safeguarding our innovative power and the region's competitiveness. Raise your hand. Be heard. Trust is the foundation of what we do each day. We encourage people to capitalize on our state-of-the-art innovation, research, and science for a sustainable future. We aspire to make the circular economy a reality for the future of the Nordics. It's all about how we get from A to B, the energy we produce, what we eat, and how we live. Robust and sustainable growth, equality, and welfare enable us to secure jobs and financial dynamism, giving us the scope to act when a crisis arises. We strive to lead the way toward the ever more human-centric and responsible use of data and technology, while enhancing our competitiveness. We share stories and culture. In the Nordics, soft power is our superpower. Our Nordic leadership is based on openness, integrity, and the ability to combine economic growth with stable democracies. Together, we stand stronger for a better tomorrow.
What if help could arrive before danger unfolds? When every second matters, technology becomes our strongest ally. Introducing 5G for Lives, a project focused on smart, automated drones using 5G network, and AI video analysis to deliver critical, real-time intelligence, helping keep people safe in the waterside areas of Tiešezers and Vecāti Beach. This technology opens up new possibilities. Monitoring swimmers, detecting anyone leaving safe zones, and instantly alerting lifeguards. Identifying objects and motorized vehicles, such as boats, jet skis, and paddleboards, entering designated swimming areas where they could endanger people. Counting people on land and in water to give rescue services a clear picture of the situation and the resources needed. So, how does it work? Using LMT's 5G network, drones patrol the beach regularly or on demand. The drone operator can adjust the mission or take manual control through the same secure connection. At the LMT data center, AI analyzes the video in real time, spotting potential risks. When danger is detected, the Riga Municipal Police are alerted instantly, ready to respond without delay. Smart, fast, reliable. 5G for lives, ensuring safety when it's needed the most. Learn more at innovations.lmt.lv.
At ZTEs, we aim to become your long-term partner, providing future-proof identity and border control solutions for your citizens and visitors. We create a local company, hire local staff, and transfer expertise to ensure you get the most from your project. Our Build, Operate, Transfer model is more than just a public-private partnership. It means you don't have to worry about a thing. We implement the whole solution at our own cost and only get paid once we start to operate. Depending on the project, our revenue could be a fee per border crossing, per transaction, per document issued, or even capacity-based model. A key differentiator of our Build and Operate is that you, as the government, will really not pay anything up front. ZTEs carries the entire initial investment and shares in the success of the project. From day one, we hire and train local resources, effectively transferring knowledge to ensure long-term success. ZTEs is your trusted one-stop partner for identity and border control solutions. We tailor our services to your country's specific requirements in order to provide you with the optimum turnkey solution. ZTEs, your long-term partner in identity and border control solutions.
As we move to a more digitally connected world, our future undeniably depends on a non-visible but extremely valuable and limited natural resource: radio frequency spectrum, lifeblood of wireless networks. It has to be shared between different services, technologies, users, and countries. Balancing the spectrum demands of various applications is our task and calling. In other words, we provide electromagnetic compatibility, the ability of existing and future wireless gadgets and systems to function acceptably in their electromagnetic environment. We are often called radio spectrum architects because we stand behind the scenes of this complicated spectrum management process. Spectrum planning isn't simply about forecasting in an intuitive manner. It is a procedure by which each decision is judged for its ability to meet the objectives. It requires us to be informed and able to respond to changing industry trends. When planning the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. Today, radio frequency environment is more crowded than ever. Radio signals are everywhere, and it needs to be observed. Spectrum monitoring gives us the information needed to optimize spectrum for maximum utilization and facilitates the identification of illegal or interference signals. When monitoring the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. With the rapid growth of wireless devices, coexistence without interference of all these gadgets has become a topic of concern. We carry out the relevant activities promoting installation and use of compliant radio equipment and restricting the use of non-compliant radio equipment. By doing it, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. The better the order in the radio frequency spectrum, the less interference we can expect. However, if they appear for some reason, who you gonna call? Interference busters. These are our guys. It's not hard to guess that by solving interference problems, we also provide electromagnetic compatibility. We're striving for continuous improvement in everything we do. That leads us to innovations. No matter big, small, tangible, or intangible, each invention takes part in a chain reaction that brings our customers closer to new technological opportunities and enables Latvia to become one of the most innovative countries on Earth. Sustainable innovations help us not only to grow our core business, but also develop commercial services that have value and industry demand. Wide range of customer-specific radio signal measurements, consulting and training on a spectrum management issues, radio monitoring software Skudra, that is unique self-made solution created for spectrum supervision. Yes, and game changer event, 5G Techritory. That is our invention too that we are proud of, because it gives us and our customers the opportunity to gain insights and inspiration from world-leading experts and innovators. You will ask how we deal with this. Thanks to our staff, that is our biggest resource and our power. Engineers by profession and innovators by calling.
Pleased to meet you. We are the Riga Freeport. Yes, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. Yes, the world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We provide all of the services that a port can offer. We believe that it is better to slightly under-promise and a little bit over-deliver rather than the other way around. This is how reputations are built. Serving the client isn't enough. Positively surprising him is. We may not be the biggest port, but we are one of the best ones to adapt your needs as an investor, client, or business partner. This attitude is built into our DNA. You must keep up expectations. You can only afford happy clients. You simply must satisfy the highest environmental standards. You have to be on time. Your staff is trained to a level of excellence. Perhaps this is because of our Nordic mentality. Accuracy, precision, responsibility, and a genuine talent for planning. Our customers are valuable, and we will always find tailored solutions. Now, let's have a listen to what some of our clients say.
When it comes to doing business in Riga compared to the other port authorities we deal with, I mean, they are 5-star compared to 2-star, 3-star in other countries.
So I'm really happy to be back in Riga.
I'm actually not only happy, I'm proud. I'm proud of Riga.
Yes, our location really is a game changer. Everyone knows the shorter the land transport, the lower the costs and greater the profits. We're always happy to save you a couple 100 kilometers. Did we mention Riga? Yes, we did. Riga is a true melting pot for the widest range of cultures and ideas. Almost everything in Riga booms with life, drive, style, and joy. The fastest internet in Europe? Sure. The home of globally known startups? Absolutely. But we must not forget one of Riga's best features. The city is well linked to the world's major aviation hubs, which makes traveling to Riga fast and comfortable. Here at the Riga Freeport, we will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. We will break the ice and clear the way during the winter, and we will definitely help you to break the ice in business. We are pleased to meet you, Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
You have spotted a business opportunity and need a fast way of launching it, and you don't yet have a huge experienced engineering team. IoT Shortcut got you covered. IoT Shortcut works like a template. You can easily apply it to your IoT solution and adjust and modify it according to your needs. IoT Shortcut includes all these essential building blocks of every cellular IoT product that can be easily dressed in your great product enclosure, and your favorite sensors can be easily attached. Engineers love it. IoT Shortcut offers you the whole package: hardware, seamless connectivity, a powerful data platform, and mobile app. Building a truly low-power IoT device requires tedious engineering. This low-power mindset applied to every resistor and every code line you write. This is how IoT Shortcut is built. Use IoT Shortcut today to unlock full potential of your business. Get in touch with us now to speed up your time to market.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
So this is Hamburg.
Yes, exactly. It's the economic centre of Northern Europe, but Hamburg is so much more than that.
Tell me everything. What draws people and companies to Hamburg from all over the world?
Well, there's the busy port, of course, a vibrant city life, and ample green spaces, so that creates a unique atmosphere and provides an incredible quality of life. The Speicherstadt warehouse district in the historic heart of the port is now the home of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and other innovative technologies.
That sounds amazing. And which world-famous companies call Hamburg home?
Well, Hamburg is one of the top business locations worldwide, so national and international players, along with world market leaders, are based here. And there is an ongoing flow of companies and personnel with their families moving to Hamburg.
So there seems to be a lot going on. But do most businesses revolve around traditional economy, or are there also startups here?
Well, startups and established companies work closely together in Hamburg, and many different sectors such as trade, life sciences, logistics, mobility, and media continue to develop sustainably. Plus, there are new emerging sectors in the field of clean and renewable energies, hydrogen, for example.
Hydrogen. Tell me, how does that work?
Well, Hamburg is building the green hydrogen economy of the future with innovative projects, especially in the area of mobility, such as the world's largest hydrogen electrolysis plant, or the H2 Hamburg project for climate-neutral and green steel production. Oh, and the Zero-E aircraft concept from Airbus.
It really sounds like some impressive trends are being set. Tell me, what exactly is happening in the field of mobility?
Well, Hamburg is committed to promoting sustainable mobility solutions. So this includes automated transport and local passenger traffic, or improving infrastructure for electric mobility and car sharing, as well as expanding the city's Velo route network. All of this adds to enhancing the quality of life locally.
I see. But what about the surrounding areas? Isn't there also a rather large metropolitan region around Hamburg?
Oh yes, that's right. And with a little over 5 million residents and numerous hidden champions based there, it's closely intertwined with the city of Hamburg.
Wow, that's quite a bit. And are most innovations generated by universities then?
Oh, some definitely are. Hamburg has more than 110,000 national and international students, but there are also many private and public research institutions. So these in turn attract a large number of international experts.
And are there any plans to expand science and research further?
Oh yes, for sure. Hamburg takes pride in supporting innovative development projects. In the Bahrenfeld district, for example, Science City is taking shape. By 2040, this will be an entire quarter for science research and life. Inner city projects, such as Hammer Brooklyn and the new Grasbrook quarter, will also have international appeal.
Wow, that's impressive. But what makes Hamburg a magnet for the next generation of skilled workers?
As well as offering excellent economic conditions and a high quality of life, Hamburg is actually one of the greenest cities in Europe. And it's also very close to the North and Baltic Seas, which offers unparalleled opportunities for relaxation and leisure.
Right. I'm sure not everyone can head straight to the coast after work. So what does Hamburg have to offer locally?
Oh, you have countless choices here in Hamburg, regardless of whether you're young or old, German or expatriate, or whether you're single or have family. Hamburg has something to offer for every walk of life.
That sounds like great diversity to me. Can you tell me a couple of highlights?
Of course. Head down to St. Pauli and explore the Reeperbahn, for example, one of the most exciting entertainment districts in the world. Or take a stroll to the striking Elbphilharmonie, which offers top-class music performances against the beautiful backdrop of the port.
So that's Hamburg.
The Baltic Container Terminal is one of the main logistic hubs in the Baltics. More than 260,000 containers are handled here every year. Every action here must be coordinated precisely. Until now, mutual communication and the operation of internal systems were ensured by a Wi-Fi network. However, this solution has its shortcomings. Firstly, tens of Wi-Fi access points are required for this territory. A network cable has to be connected to each, and electricity must be provided. Secondly, communication in a port terminal often takes place in motion, and using existing Wi-Fi technology, communications are often lost. Thirdly, when lots of Wi-Fi signals overlap, network interference arises. These shortcomings disrupt the smooth flow of work. What's the answer? Quite simply, LMT is the first in the Baltics to introduce a private 5G network on such an industrial territory. Only recently, this seemed impossible. Now, it is economic.
In 3 minutes, we will start the session Countdown to Q-Day, Building Europe's Quantum Resilient Infrastructure on Innovation and Technology stage. Please take your seats. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second part of the program here on the Innovation and Technology stage here at Techratory. The first part is over. We are more relaxed, more fun, more energetic for you in the second session. My name is Artis Ozoliņš. I'll be glad to host today and tomorrow, and hello to all of the online viewers. Happy to see you are here. We do have a way to interact even if you are online. First of all, I invite you to use the Slido code for this stage. That's the code that you will see during the discussions already, and please do send in your questions during the talk so we have your question at hand once our moderator asks for the questions. Of course, we do have a microphone here in the audience. Maybe someone is brave enough to ask a question in person. We also encourage that as well. And this year, our small innovation, thanks to our local language technology giant Tilde, is the live AI translations. I want to stress AI, so there can be some jokes in between. We'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed, technology doesn't disappoint us. And this next talk, it's going to be a fun one. I think it's actually worthy of a Hollywood blockbuster. In a world where encrypted secrets hang by the quantum thread, scientists, engineers race against time to secure the future of communication. As quantum computers edge closer to reality, nations prepare for the day when every code can be broken and every signal must evolve. From Europe's quantum frontlines to the core of global infrastructure, the countdown has begun. The countdown to Q-Day. Starring the moderator, Director of Disruptor Analysis, Dean Bubley.
Thank you.
The scientist, lead quantum key distribution engineer at LVRTC, Leo Trukšans.
Thank you.
The visionary Chief Technology Officer of Central Europe at Nokia Corporation, Nils Kleman. And the trailblazer, the CEO of Think Quantum, Simone Cappelletto. Welcome. Dean, take it away.
Thank you, Aldis. And I trust that the villain of this movie is not sitting amongst us as well. So I am Dean Bubley. I am an industry analyst and what I sometimes refer to as a telco futurist. I look at what's going on in the telecoms technology sphere and then try to link that to other future trends, whether that's AI, quantum, could be robotics, and a dozen other possible themes as well. Quantum's interesting for me because it's probably the first example of what I will call post-digital technology. I know everyone likes to talk about digital, but frankly, digital's old. We've had it for 180 years since Morse. So let's think about what's next, what's coming soon. And I think that one of the most interesting phenomena is around quantum technologies. And I think one thing to establish straight up front is that is a whole world and a whole discipline. There are multiple different branches of quantum. And some of it we'll cover today, but there's a whole section on quantum computing which is very, very interesting, but we're probably only going to treat that as a sort of source of risk rather than an emphasis for the panel. Instead, we're going to be talking about quantum encrypted communications, key distribution, and also how to make sure our future networks are quantum resilient and that we don't have to run these risks whenever Q-Day occurs. And I was at another event last week where someone suggested that might be 2031, but we can probably have a debate about that. So what I would like to do first of all is to go to our panelists and ask each of them what their company does, what their role is, and also where they fit into this sort of quite complicated landscape of quantum overall. So I'm going to start first off with Leo and work my way down the line.
Okay, so I represent Latvian State Radio and Television Center. Our company really started as a broadcast provider, infrastructure for broadcasts. Approximately 100 years ago, started with building radio infrastructure, really building towers and so on. Today, our organization is one of the leading network data center and cybersecurity service providers. And we are the main partner in the Latvian National QCI project. I'm going to tell more about it in a later session today, 3 afternoon. But currently, I would say, so this was the first real infrastructure QCI project in Latvia. And we actually covered quite extensive sort of activities. We not only built the network itself using QKD links, we merged different manufacturers in a single continuous QKD network. We tested extreme ranges, close to maximum possibility of devices, use cases, and so on. So after this project, which ends, by the way, already this December, we think we've gained significant understanding of technology and competence to go further.
And to sort of go a little bit deeper. So what type of things have you actually been doing between where, what are the purposes and objectives?
Well, at the moment, our users are only, let's say, test users. We are really trying to understand what the users can get, what they can rely on, and of course the implications of using this technology. But we are not providers like the gentleman on my left, but we are users of the technology. And we use only QKD at the moment, although we keep an eye on next quantum technologies like entanglement and similar, but currently we just use QKD for classical purpose, for securely synchronizing symmetric keys between two nodes, then implement those into classical encryptors, and so build a quantum-resistant encrypted link.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll come back to that in a little bit more. Next, Niels.
Yeah, let me perhaps start first with the industry before I talk about Nokia. I think, first of all, we are, I think, blessed, all as we are here as an industry, where to live in these times with these technology, steps, what we are experiencing. So it took us 75 years to connect 100 million people with a phone. And now it takes us as an industry 2 months to connect 100 million OpenAI customers. So, and now comes AI really in full swing. I fully believe, not like this morning was discussed if it's a bubble. I think it's not a bubble. And other things come into the game now, like drones, like robotics, etc., and now even quantum computing. So when talking about quantum computing, such a technology, I think we need to first understand what is it, but also I think most importantly we need to think about what is the value of such a technology. So, and I see quantum computing in various aspects here. And I think we need to also discuss this, really be very clear what are we talking about. So one thing is of course the computing itself, which gives lots of new aspects and possibilities compared for instance to AI gigafactories. So they're not replacing, they're complementing each other certainly. Then, of course, we have the whole key distribution capability. And then even, which I find pretty cool, is things like now using quantum computing for positioning. But perhaps we can talk later about this one. What is Nokia doing? We are not doing phones anymore. I think I don't need to stress this one. So we are now an infrastructure provider. And not only for mobile access, we are doing more or less the whole suite. So mobile access, it's the fixed access, it's IP networks, optical networks, data center networks, with all, of course, what is aligned with this one to the management system, etc. On quantum itself, we are doing, of course, because infrastructure is our main business, encrypting, for instance, the lower layers already on the optical side, where we have solutions with encryptors on the lowest layer. We have key distribution systems already. And we're also working, for instance, together with Honeywell and Colt, for instance, on this QKD via satellite. This is also something where we are collaborating with. We are not doing quantum computers, so this is what we leave to others.
But the rest of it is, and particularly the point there about satellite is interesting, because at the moment, quantum key distribution, it involves optical components, whether that is along a fiber or between Earth and space. Are there particular nuances that you're focused on and not others? I mean, so is it terrestrial mostly, or the
we, of course, we are following the technology advancements. So as of course, as soon as PQC is available, and then also on the QCI, so the quantum internet, as soon as this will be, of course, something we're going to jump on. As well as, of course, supporting, as said, at least on the ground, the Honeywell Corporation, for instance.
Thank you. And lastly, Simone.
Yeah, Simone Cappelletto, I'm the CEO of Think Quantum, that is one European provider of solution for quantum communication, so quantum key distribution, quantum random number generation, and both for terrestrial and space domains. And but from the beginning, let me say, we were very active in the European Quantum Industry Consortium. That is an association that is grouping together already more than 200 companies, 200 industries, that belongs to the ecosystem of Europe active in the quantum technologies. Also, let me say, one of the most important targets we set to ourselves is really to grow together in order to be competing in this field, not only in terms of scientific advancement, we know that we are quite advanced in terms of scientific research in this field, but also in terms of industry competition. And this comes also the discussion about sovereignty and so on and so on. I will try to contribute to the discussion today. I see a kind of Aussie stack here. Now we have the layer of quantum, the layer of networking, and then the application and the user. So we try to cover all the aspects of the stack.
Thank you. And that's very well observed. And actually, I want to follow up on that. And first off, specifically on quantum key distribution, who do you see collectively as a panel? If you look out a few years' time, where will it be? Who will be deploying QKD? In what sort of places and for what sort of users? Is it going to be broadcasters? Is it governments? Is it banks? Is it every enterprise? Is it inside the data center? Where, if we come back in a few years' time, we can say, there's QKD here and here, and there are, is it tens, hundreds, thousands, or millions of nodes? Anyone want to?
Yeah, maybe. I remember last year in these events, there was a very nice discussion in the co-creation workshop. No? And one of the outcomes I remember was stop talking about quantum as a special item. No? Quantum is just an additional technology to be integrated in cybersecurity, in cyber networks and so on. So I would say that for the benefit of the results, we should try to stop considering that quantum is a completely different task compared to the other stuff. So there will be system integrator working on this, infrastructure operator, networking operator. Everybody has to define where is the piece they want to compete. In this early phase, I would say, as in the early phase also or mobile communication and so on, there's a more integration in order to easy the path to the end customer. So sometimes the solution provider, as we are, we come directly to the end user in order to understand what they need and to easy the path to a solution. But I would say in the midterm and short midterm, I see that everybody will be back in doing what they are good in doing this. So the system integrator will integrate all technology. I think classical, PQC and QKD, and networking will be active in providing networking solution, including the accessibility for quantum layer. And the user will be, let me say, completely blind on what technology is using to provide a service. That's my viewpoint, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Neil, so
I think it will come in phases, which is logic, because I mean you have of course most demanding customers like the military, banks, financial institutes. They of course will pull first, but when it comes then to all the networks, I mean you have to imagine you have thousands, millions of point-to-point connections which you need to secure, where you need to exchange keys and all that. So this, of course, needs a strategy, which layer you start, are you doubling this or not, how you encrypt these things, and then to exchange the keys. I think this is a journey, and this is a massive project for all the network providers, and this will take time.
But it's mostly place to place. It's not necessarily going to be two systems in the same data center or in the same location. It's like we have two main cities and we have a node in each, and we need to have a link at each end. Or I mean, to give context, a few weeks ago I was at an optical conference. And I was really amazed by a presentation from actually NVIDIA saying that in some of the big data centers that are being built, there can be 1.8 million optical transceivers in one data center. Now, I'm imagining that they're not all going to be QKD enabled, but the one between this data center and that data center might be. Is that fair?
As said, this is where they're going to start somewhere. Do you start inside the data center? Certainly not, but there might be some days where this also will come, absolutely.
Well, the good thing about QKD is that it is not exactly a layer 1 encryptor, or in any sense encryptor itself. Some even argue that calling it quantum cryptography is not fair. But what it can be used by a lot of consumers. So what you can have is one QKD link between two data centers, synchronizing keys securely, and then those keys are being consumed by a lot of consumers in each data center and forming their individual encrypted connections among themselves. It could be thousands of connections simultaneously using just one QKD link as a trusted source of keys.
Okay, that's really interesting.
If I may add, not to be too much technical, but let me say, even in the quantum networking, you have abstraction layer. So you have the physical layer that is point-to-point, that like optical communication finally is a physical. No? And then you have key management system, software design networking. All of these, let me say, facilitate the abstraction. So at the end user, a data center management company can be blind on this. You can have like a software-defined network orchestrating the network, and the KMS. Key management system really making the hop between different nodes and so on. So at the end, you have a population of nodes, and you have individual belonging to the network that are communicating. As you were saying before, let me say, the space is a part of this because you have the idea is to have metropolitan area network where you have a quantum communication network. Then you have also maybe peripheral nodes where you have only PQC connections, but somehow in line with some attention for the QDA. And then these metropolitan area network are connected via a satellite infrastructure. And this to reduce the number of nodes from one user to another user if they are far away one to each other. So the satellites become a kind of nodes where you pass through to go to another metropolitan area network. That's the viewpoint.
Right. And what does it look like from a physical point of view? Does it just look, if you have QKD enabled endpoint, does it just look like another black box in a rack, or does it need a particular, like a clean room or a particular environment or particular power supplies? What does it look like physically?
Well, if I may, a QKD end node is usually one or two devices, but one end system. But it is should be located in what ETSI 014 standard calls a single security domain. So inside the data center or some isolated environment where outside, attacks should be not possible. So in that single security domain, there would be consumers of those keys. And those would be all the other classical servers and network equipment and so on. But the QKD end node is really just one or two boxes, few units high.
So I mean, that's very different to, say, quantum computing, where you end up talking to people about liquid helium and sort of specialist infrastructure. So in theory, there's no sort of physical limitation on that market scaling. Yeah, it's not like it needs special facilities beyond the security, the physical security aspects. Okay, I want to move on a little bit and talk about sovereignty. There's a lot of discussion at this show and at others about European sovereignty, national sovereignty. What are the dimensions relating that to quantum resilience? Is this something where you'll get a European standard, a global standard? Is it going to be national because it's used for sort of cybersecurity and national defense as well as international, NATO level? What's the right abstraction layer for that, for sovereignty discussion?
I think, if I may, I think this is not particular to quantum technology. I think when we talk about digital sovereignty, which is, by the way, at the moment in all discussions, which country, whatever, this is the big topic at the moment. So, but when we try to define what do we mean actually with digital sovereignty? I mean, on one side, of course, it's clear it's the cryptography to make the secure, the data private, etc. But on the other side, many people forget it's also this other big topic of autonomy. When we talk, for instance, about Europe, because we all know we rely a lot from other continents, So autonomy means also that we need to really lift up our own ecosystem. We need to become independent, autonomous, really from a supplier landscape, etc. And this, as you can imagine, this is independent from quantum itself. Also applicable to base stations, to AI and everything.
And so, in terms of your supply chain for the work you described, if you got do you have that independence today, or?
It has nothing to do now with Nokia or our company itself. It's really about, I would say, the regulatory aspects here. As I said, we have more or less 3 layers. We have the technology, security, and sovereignty. We have then the regulatory things, and then, of course, the supply chain. We, in Europe, for instance, when we talk now about Europe, this is what we all need to always keep in mind. And autonomy plays a big role here.
Maybe also on this, I think, I'm here promoting not quantum solution, but let me say, talking that quantum is just part of the world we belong. No? So also the Semiconductor Act by the European Commission is really being able to find the technology we need in Europe. No? And this you have all components, you have photonic integration, the factories, the fabs, and so on. So quantum is a relevant part of this awareness that comes after 2020. Let me say that we were a little bit too weak. And let me say, luckily, something started, and luckily in time, because now the sovereignty sounds different. Every 6 months, we have to adjust ourselves. What is European and comparison with the rest of the world, let me say.
And it also includes skills. So the workforce, do we have the skills in Europe? Do we have the infrastructure in Europe? Where are the data we are using for that one? Are they located in Europe or elsewhere? Where are they operated, for instance, also? So who has access to the systems? I mean, this is a whole landscape of regulatory topics you need to look at when we talk about digital sovereignty.
Yes, exactly. Building a QKD network is really not a trivial thing. A lot of considerations, including security policy, starting from physical to access of users. One thing that stands in the way of better adoption of QKD is still a lack of proper security certification. Multiple users still wait for that. And those are the premium users that really want QKD and nothing more.
So we actually almost like going to have sort of licenses. It's like, do you have your quantum license? You can have a system installed or something like that. Is there going to be certification, licensing, a governance framework about who can use this and for what?
Well, probably not for users. Let's remember that QKD is purely a defense instrument, defense technology rather. But for the providers, it's very important that they prove that their devices are really secure according to a number of standards. And that's the thing that is still evolving and should finally come to some conclusion.
No, so that's something that you are waiting for and that your customers are sort of waiting for as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the word certification was falling. I mean, of course, also like we are doing today with 5G, with the core networks, with the BSI in Germany, for instance, or ANSI in France, UK has the same sort of agencies. They're all starting to certify. I mean, there's also a reason why we need to think seriously about, do we need to do this now in every country individually, which of course increases the cost like hell. Or are we doing this on a European level just to more efficiently do these sort of things? But I mean, looking also to the numbers, I was just reading recently, 10% of the private investment in quantum was last year going into Europe. So 50% was going to the US.
Yeah.
And I assume the remaining 40% certainly into Asia. But this speaks as such, I think. So we need to really build, therefore, for the point of sovereignty, we need to build an ecosystem. We need to really be attractive. And as I said in this example, certification, really try not to overload this. And here we're back to bureaucracy and all this administration, etc. really seriously think in the direction of making things simpler, so more to attract also money, because at the end everything is money, right, and investment.
I want to come back to something we touched on very briefly in the kickoff around sensing and positioning and timing. As well as the encryption side of quantum, there's a bunch of other things you can do. Niels, you mentioned that, but I think that the other panelists, Leo or Simone, if you've got a view as well, what's happening with, say, timing and sensing?
I know that Leo wanted to. No. Okay. No, basically, quantum is also now a potential tool to distribute timing and frequency, and that's something that has completely different use cases from the cryptography, the confidentiality, authentication, but is still getting more and more attention, let me say. And even because of, say, weaknesses of other tools we were discussing, like GPS and so on, no need to talk in this area of Europe about the problem that GPS may have. And so alternative ways that are providing more security, more resilience, let me say, from interferences are more than welcome from the industry.
Just to give people a bit of a background here, is a lot of systems use GPS or similar satellite systems for very, very accurate timing. You need to have, say, timestamps for financial transactions, or you might need timing to synchronize transmissions in a radio network on a public mobile network. And essentially GPS is becoming, as we know in this area in particular, less reliable. So alternative ways of distributing timing signals are very interesting.
Yeah, as I said at the beginning, I think this positioning is a fantastic use case of quantum. I see a lot of value in this one. There was just, was it a year ago or half a year ago, that the US regulator FCC has launched a paper asking, are there alternatives for the classic GPS? More hinting towards terrestrial positioning systems, which also is possible, of course. We also 5G Advanced and 6G is working towards get more accurate with the terrestrial systems. But I think the amazing thing with this quantum-based positioning is that you don't need GPS. It's more or less an autonomous, more or less box what you can have, and they are doing tests already, which you can put into whatever vehicle, in a submarine, military use cases, of course, are very attractive for this, but also for airplanes in general, etc. So there was made a test. They were flying 700 kilometers, and the accuracy was 4 meters, without any GPS in between. I mean, therefore, I think this, of course, that we need to get this into the right form factor to put this into whatever, so we are not dependent at all. We know also the issues we have with GPS when we are in a dense urban area with skyscrapers, etc. So tons of use cases we can imagine with this sort of use case. So I think this sounds very interesting.
Indoors. I mean, just indoor positioning where you don't have a GPS repeater or something like that.
Especially nowadays, and we heard this several times also, not only here but also in the other panels, that this jamming, of course, is a big topic. It's also expensive. I mean, a GPS is every 5G base station usually uses a GPS, if not having the network clocking. Because especially when you go into the higher 5G frequencies, 3.5, etc., it's TDD modulation. So with this, we need, of course, a much more accurate clock here for this. So a lot of savings, benefits, and more resilient, of course, also with this, I see.
Yeah, we really see demand for precise timing system in Latvia. As you mentioned, GPS jamming has become almost everyday problem. Really affects communications.
So zooming back out a bit, I mean, it was interesting, Simone, we had a conversation last night that the sort of post-quantum cryptography people and the quantum key distribution people don't always talk to each other all the time. Yeah, I didn't realize it's sort of quantum politics. That's a new phrase. I think I'm the first person to use that term. What does that mean in terms of the future, either in terms of, for policymakers, where they should invest, and also, from a business point of view, are there going to be hybrids of lots of different quantum technologies blended together?
Let me say that if you step back and we look to the movie, the last years, we moved from more scientific maturity and then to industry. At the beginning, I would say that there was also an identity issue, because there was also post-quantum is mainly traditional cryptography, mathematician, this kind of community. On the other side, QKD is from physics, so another community. So there was also a difficulty in communication, different words and so on. So the more these two technologies are mature, to me, the easier is the communication, and more is, let me say, is agreed by everybody that the solution comes from the integration of all these technologies. This is the direction of the European community, the European Commission as well. So there are pros and cons of each technology in terms of, let me say, complexity, in terms of the value that they can propose. Now, on one side, you have QKD that is future-proof because it's based on physics. On the other side, you have a solution that is anyway based on computational complexity, but let me say pros and cons, cost, distances that can be covered. So I would say that there's no need for a conflict between of them, and everybody now agrees that there will be an integration of two technology. And also the fact that the community start becoming more diverse, so you have not this discussion between math and physics, but you have a more system integrator that are used to integrate something that is different.
Thank you. Team physics here.
Nobody's perfect.
Yes, coming back to your one of the first questions, what will happen in 2 years? I think hybrid solutions is what exactly is going to happen, because QKD has its own, limitations, let's put it like that. Some people are even not suggesting to use QKD, but still, it's the only currently available, commercially available technology with perfect forward secrecy. What you synchronize with QKD today will be forever lost, as opposed to capture classical network streams today and decrypt them later. So QKD will come, but it will be slowly coming. PQC is theoretically a wonderful solution. Just update in all our devices and we are all quantum safe. But still this uncertainty, will there ever be a genius mathematician who solves the lattice problem, for instance? We don't know that. QKD currently is the only radical solution.
So potentially it's AI proof. Because I mean, the question here is, which of these is AI going to accelerate first? But
I would even, beside hybrid within the quantum domain itself, I would even widen the question. Do we see hybrid solutions where quantum is also embedded? I mean, we were a long time talking about, we came from circuit switched networking. Then came IP, then we had these cloud native networks, right? Now we talk we are in the age of AI native networks, and will there be a quantum native networking? So I'm a believer in this one, because you see already now that quantum will play a role also in the context of AI. So our AI gigafactories we are building or trying to build now in Europe, there will be a corner where there will be a quantum computer which will be connected to also, first of all, the classic gigafactory, but also then to other quantum computers. So I see also that there's a big opportunity to apply quantum computers for optimizing the resource management of an air interface of radio, for instance. So using quantum, for very particular, we have these options then, as soon as it's mature, of course.
I absolutely agree, and we're sort of getting to the point where we're going to shift over to Q&A. So if you haven't already logged onto the Slido, hopefully there's a QR code, but it looks like from Aldis coming over. And I was going to say before that, as well as that hybrid, I've just recently started looking at next-gen analog signal processing and neuromorphic and a few other developments, so I think we're going to be okay for conference panels for a few years, yeah. Aldis.
All right, maybe a question in the audience. Please do raise your hand. Is there someone with a question? If not, we have 5 questions. Let's tackle them quickly. First one, the most popular one. What are some of the threat models and attacks that quantum key distribution protects against? I think you touched upon it, but maybe some more examples.
Absolutely. So if you open on the street, you spill some light, there you can get classical communication. If you have a computational power with quantum computing, you can really recover the classical key that has been used to encrypt the communication, and then you get the complete information that is flowing from one user to the other. And basically this can happen today, so no matter when the day will be, but I can already store your data in my server, and maybe in 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, no matter when, I will be able to recover the last communication of the last 10 years. That's
That's
the nightmare to be used to consider, is it really enough to consider this topic or not?
It's like, what secrets did you have 5 years ago that you wouldn't like to be revealed today? Yeah.
Industrial property or whatever.
Yes, just to add a few sentences, QKD uses quantum non-cloning theorem. That's fundamental physical phenomena. And onto that builds certain protocols that make sure that eavesdropper is guaranteed to be detected. And if it is not detected, and there's certain measurements you can do that to do it, then the keys never ever, no one saw along the path, only at the end nodes. And so that's how these keys are trusted at the ends. That's what QKD solves.
Related question, how much does it cost to prepare yourselves for the quantum attacks? I think a lot of people are crunching numbers in the audience. What would it be, is there actually an estimation for this?
How much does it cost today every ransomware attack? Can you imagine something that is stealing all the information you have in the network? So, as in all the instruments that you have in cybersecurity, the point is how much is the risk I'm covering and how much I'm paying today. Let me say, this is a political answer. But the real answer is that today we have a couple of devices that are in the range of 150 to 200,000 euros, but scaling a lot. So really comparable with all the costs that you have to build up a data center, for example. I don't know if I'm speaking on, maybe the user has a different viewpoint, but we are not speaking about the cost of a quantum computer. No?
Right, okay. I mean, given we've been talking recently about the AI industry having $1 trillion capex, that's not huge. So it's, okay.
In the same order of magnitude of a router or a network.
Yeah, if you want to do, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's like, how many zeros would you like? Obviously, Nokia would like to have as many zeros as possible, but at the same time.
For sure, it's an investment, but as you say correctly, I mean, where you have to balance what is the risk versus investment, what's worse for you to invest here. But it's, of course, a very wide question. It depends on scope, etc.
And there are a lot of answers as well, because everybody has to answer the question. No? How much is my personal risk?
Of course.
How much are my data exposed?
Yes.
Dean, one more question, or do you want to wrap it up?
Go for it. We got it.
Can quantum technology be used as a positioning technology underwater?
Yes. Yes. It's a very clear use case, submarines being underwater for weeks without needing any GPS.
Was that quantum magnetometry? What kind of physics was used?
Were using these spinning qubits, and then they were doing some tests already.
Okay, because one of the Latvian institutes is actually one of the leaders in the world in they have made already a prototype for quantum magnetometry device that uses exactly quantum effects to so precisely measure Earth magnetic field that it can be used for a precise location, geolocation.
So they're long time stable. Their accuracy in the nanometer area. So that's why this is such a fantastic use case.
And I think on the note of quantum magnetic positioning, I think that's probably a good time to say we've covered quite a lot of ground already, and I'd like you to thank our panelists for a really stimulating session on quantum resilience.
And thank you to Dean Bubley for the excellent moderation, ladies and gentlemen. They deserve your applause. We will be back here at 3 o'clock when we'll be looking at a topic we haven't tackled, and that's AI and its future use cases. And by the way, while you're out there, check out the Expo Zone. We invite you to visit each and every booth right there, but we will see you back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
The untamed Baltic Sea, endless forests of pine, a winding coastline of fine white sand, and vast peatlands dating back 5,000 years. This is where our restless spirit lies. We have been ignited. We are on a path to create a more sustainable world, one that will benefit us today and provide for generations to come. History shows that when it comes to Latvia, there is no mission too great to accomplish. We're striving to become an international centre for sustainable innovation by creating opportunities in technology, science, renewable energy, and other sectors that recognise the critical need for action on a global scale. Mission Latvia. Restless in nature, united in mission. Join us for action.
Today, as a technology innovation leader, we're driving the next evolution where networks meet cloud. Alive with intelligence, adaptable and autonomous. Networks that sense, think, and act. This is how we're enabling service providers, enterprises, and the world to do what couldn't be done before. We're opening up new opportunities for monetization and automation, unlocking new forms of collaboration, and delivering trusted performance through trusted networks to realize the full potential of digital. Because it's only when people, machines, and devices work together in sync that we can create a sustainable, productive, accessible future. This is Nokia. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
The Nordics, a place to belong and to thrive. We're different, but also alike. Above all, we are united on a common journey to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. We do this by helping to generate new business in the public and private sectors, while safeguarding our innovative power and the region's competitiveness. Raise your hand. Be heard. Trust is the foundation of what we do each day. We encourage people to capitalize on our state-of-the-art innovation, research, and science for a sustainable future. We aspire to make the circular economy a reality for the future of the Nordics. It's all about how we get from A to B, the energy we produce, what we eat, and how we live. Robust and sustainable growth, equality, and welfare enable us to secure jobs and financial dynamism. giving us the scope to act when a crisis arises. We strive to lead the way toward the ever more human-centric and responsible use of data and technology, while enhancing our competitiveness. We share stories and culture. In the Nordics, soft power is our superpower. Our Nordic leadership is based on openness, integrity, and the ability to combine economic growth with stable democracies. Together, we stand stronger for a better tomorrow.
What if help could arrive before danger unfolds? When every second matters, technology becomes our strongest ally. Introducing 5G for Lives, a project focused on smart, automated drones using 5G network, an AI video analysis to deliver critical, real-time intelligence, helping keep people safe in the waterside areas of Tīšezers and Vecāti Beach. This technology opens up new possibilities. Monitoring swimmers, detecting anyone leaving safe zones and instantly alerting lifeguards. Identifying objects and motorized vehicles, such as boats, jet skis and paddleboards, entering designated swimming areas where they could endanger people. Counting people on land and in water to give rescue services a clear picture of the situation and the resources needed. So, how does it work? Using LMT's 5G network, drones patrol the beach regularly or on demand. The drone operator can adjust the mission or take manual control through the same secure connection. At the LMT data center, AI analyzes the video in real time, spotting potential risks. When danger is detected, the Riga Municipal Police are alerted instantly, ready to respond without delay. Smart, fast, reliable. 5G for Lives, ensuring safety when it's needed the most. Learn more at innovations.lmt.lv.
At Zetes, we aim to become your long-term partner, providing future-proof identity and border control solutions for your citizens and visitors. We create a local company, hire local staff, and transfer expertise to ensure you get the most from your project. Our build, operate, transfer model is more than just a public-private partnership. It means you don't have to worry about a thing. We implement the whole solution at our own cost and only get paid once we start to operate. Depending on the project, our revenue could be a fee per border crossing, per transaction, per document issued, or even capacity-based model. A key differentiator of our built and operate is that you, as the government, will really not pay anything up front. CTES carries the entire initial investment and shares in the success of the project. From day one, we hire and train local resources, effectively transferring knowledge to ensure long-term success. CTES is your trusted one-stop partner for identity and border control solutions. We tailor our services to your country's specific requirements in order to provide you with the optimum turnkey solution. CTES, your long-term partner in identity and border control solutions.
As we move to a more digitally connected world, our future undeniably depends on a non-visible but extremely valuable and limited natural resource: radio frequency spectrum, lifeblood of wireless networks. It has to be shared between different services, technologies, users, and countries. Balancing the spectrum demands of various applications is our task and calling. In other words, we provide electromagnetic compatibility, the ability of existing and future wireless gadgets and systems to function acceptably in their electromagnetic environment. We are often called radio spectrum architects because we stand behind the scenes of this complicated spectrum management process. Spectrum planning isn't simply about forecasting in an intuitive manner. It is a procedure by which each decision is judged for its ability to meet the objectives. It requires us to be informed and able to respond to changing industry trends. When planning the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. Today, radio frequency environment is more crowded than ever. Radio signals are everywhere, and it needs to be observed. Spectrum monitoring gives us the information needed to optimize spectrum for maximum utilization and facilitates the identification of illegal or interference signals. When monitoring the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. With the rapid growth of wireless devices, coexistence without interference of all these gadgets has become a topic of concern. We carry out the relevant activities promoting installation and use of compliant radio equipment and restricting the use of non-compliant radio equipment. By doing it, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. The better the order in the radio frequency spectrum, the less interference we can expect. However, if they appear for some reason, who you gonna call? Interference busters. These are our guys. It's not hard to guess that by solving interference problems, we also provide electromagnetic compatibility. We're striving for continuous improvement in everything we do. That leads us to innovations. No matter big, small, tangible, or intangible, each invention takes part in a chain reaction that brings our customers closer to new technological opportunities and enables Latvia to become one of the most innovative countries on Earth. Sustainable innovations help us not only to grow our core business, but also develop commercial services that have value and industry demand. Wide range of customer-specific radio signal measurements, consulting and training on spectrum management issues, radio monitoring software Skudra, that is unique self-made solution created for spectrum supervision. Yes, and game changer event, 5G Techritory. That is our invention too that we are proud of, because it gives us and our customers the opportunity to gain insights and inspiration from world-leading experts and innovators. You will ask how we deal with this. Thanks to our staff, that is our biggest resource and our power. Engineers by profession and innovators by calling.
Pleased to meet you. We are the Riga Freeport. Yes, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. Yes, the world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We provide all of the services that a port can offer. We believe that it is better to slightly under-promise and a little bit over-deliver rather than the other way around. This is how reputations are built. Serving the client isn't enough. Positively surprising him is. We may not be the biggest port, but we are one of the best ones to adapt your needs as an investor, client, or business partner. This attitude is built into our DNA. You must keep up expectations. You can only afford happy clients. You simply must satisfy the highest environmental standards. You have to be on time. Your staff is trained to a level of excellence. Perhaps this is because of our Nordic mentality. Accuracy, precision, responsibility, and a genuine talent for planning. Our customers are valuable, and we will always find tailored solutions. Now, let's have a listen to what some of our clients say.
When it comes to doing business in Riga compared to the other port authorities we deal with, I mean, they are 5-star compared to...
In 3 minutes, we will start the session. Let's talk about the future of AI use cases. Powered by the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia on Innovation and Technology stage. Please take your seats. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th chapter on our story here on the Innovation and Technology stage at Techratory. Just a few housekeeping things. First of all, I would like to reintroduce you to the Slido platform, a very popular interaction way here today. Maybe in this panel we will experience the first live microphone, but we'll see. We prefer Slido because it's quick, it's easy, and we can get to the questions whenever our moderator will want to do that. And secondly, in this conference we have a new thing, which is the AI translation platform provided to us by Tilde, and I can guarantee that during this panel it will be running double the efficiency because a representative from Tilde is right here. And that means we're talking about real-world use cases for AI in this next talk, and this talk is powered and brought to you by the Latvian Investment and Development Agency of Latvia, for which we are very thankful. Thanks to them and all the partners, we are here today. And the use cases are more and more, they're coming up. Businesses are looking where can they get their return of investment. Governments are looking into what can they do. Some are even trying to put AI into their decision-making processes. I think it's hit and miss, but it's an interesting topic that our panelists can discuss during the next 45 minutes, and they will be led by the Business Development Director of BNet and International Hub for Research and Innovation, Mr. Marios Nicolaou. Welcome. A round of applause. He is joined by the CTO and co-founder of Truslio, the training and consulting firm, Professor Nineta Polemi. Welcome. Next up, he's the founder and CEO of XR Masters, a pioneering company in XR technology, Ali Hantal. Welcome. He's a senior digital specialist at the World Bank Group, the largest and best-known development bank in the world. Tiago Peixoto, welcome. Welcome, Tiago. And I already mentioned, chairman of the board at Tilde, the Latvia's language technology company, Artūrs Vasiljevskis. Welcome. All right, take it away.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. My name is Marios Nicolaou. I come from Greece. I'm business development director for BNet, which we have a role in Greece for integrating systems like 5G and digitalization of the vertical sectors. I'd like to welcome all our distinguished panelists today. Thanks for coming. Some of you came from far away, like the United States. So we need, in this kind of topic, we obviously need a little bit of a view of what's happening across the pond. But thankfully, we have some of the important players in AI from Europe. And we hear a lot about AI these days. And we created this panel specifically that we distinguish a little bit from the chatter and all the aspirations. And we will try to make it a little bit more real. So welcome to all of you. We'll make this simple. I'll go around 3 times. The first one will be just if you could tell us a little bit about yourself, your company, what is your focus and why you're here. The second round will be a little bit about what we see now, because we are all waiting a lot for the future from AI. And the last one, of course, will be how do you think the future is going to look like. So, Nineta, let's start with you.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation and introduction. Professor Nineta Polemi, I'm a professor of cybersecurity in the University of Piraeus in Greece, and also the CTO and co-founder of a Dutch company, a startup called Truslio. I'm most interested in the human factors and human element and how we can address the AI Act requirement on human oversight and also on certification of AI systems. So these are 2 of my main concerns these days.
Thank you very much. Over to Ali.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this great right now environment that we're in. I'm second time in this beautiful city of Riga. Last year I was here at Secretary as well. My name is Ali Hantal. I am the founder and CEO of XR Masters, co-president of OpenAI Cloud Association, and very active member of both Metaverse Standards Forum and Open Geospatial Consortium. Those 3 organizations are working very hard in developing standards so that the world will be more like internet, open instead of being mobile application stores that are not open, so they're under two big companies. So we believe interoperability is very important. And at XR Masters, we specialize in spatial computing, XR and AI integration, developing platforms such as MyGeoverse. It's a spatial content and AI management platform enabling multi-user, geospatially anchored and persistent experiences. And what we focus on is connecting the physical and the virtual worlds through AI-driven augmented reality, geospatial intelligence, and spatial data interoperability.
Thank you very much. Tiago?
Right. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's great to be here with you all. So my name is Tiago. I'm the World Bank's focal point for AI on Europe and the Western Balkans. For those who are unfamiliar with the World Bank, first thing, it's not a commercial bank, obviously. So we work with governments on issues related to economic and social development, right? And as such, we do lending, we lend money, we give grants as well, but we also give advisory services. And so the World Bank is always looking at things that are likely to have an impact on development. And of course, given the potential effects of AI, now it is top of mind, and it's something that we're paying lots of attention as an institution. We every year do a publication on what is considered the main publication of the World Bank and what's considered a main topic. And the next years will be precisely on AI. And why I'm here is because I'm one of the authors of that report working on that.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. Artur, over to you.
So, yeah, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. I'm quite pleased to be here and addressing such an important topic and participate in this discussion. And just briefing about the TILD itself, I believe it's very important to share what is encoded in our DNA and how do we see our mission, if you would like. We believe, and this belief is already for more than 30 years, that each language deserves the same respect to be represented in the digital, and how we are already saying, in this AI environment, in terms of the accessibility, in terms of the quality, and that's what we are doing already for 30 years. And we started like a local players, focusing on the Baltic market, equipping and securing digital access for the Latvian Baltic languages. And now already for, I would say, more than 50 years, we see and we position ourselves like a pan-Baltic and actually beyond a company which supports languages in the AI age.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We're very delighted to have AI activity in Europe itself. Let's move to make it real. Let's think about, obviously, this AI is moving very quickly. I just remind everybody, when did you hear about ChatGPT the first time? It was not a couple of years ago, and then all of a sudden it's everywhere, and it's spreading into our lives. Let's raise a little bit of what is impressing you now and what is worrying you now. Nineta, let's start with you.
Well, actually, it is very impressive that Europe came up with the AI Act, the directive that will make us, the GDPR, Europe famous. It will stop and will put barriers into not trustworthy AI systems that actually abuse democratic values and human values. So this is an opportunity that we need to realize and also consider how we will implement AI Act. For example, how do you conduct trustworthiness risk assessment on all dimensions of trustworthiness as defined by AI Act, meaning cybersecurity, privacy, fairness, accountability, explainability, and so on. So assessing technically the trustworthiness properties of AI system is a big technological challenge that we are working on, the research community that actually has a tradition in working on risk assessment and risk management. So this is, for me, it's an opportunity to put some rules, let's say, into this AI era. And what worries me is that one of the biggest elements in the AI Act is the requirement and obligation for having human oversight in every decision-making and explainability for every automated decision-making that the AI system may provide. And the question here is, are we ready to really conduct human oversight at every step? And this is a challenge that we really need to raise awareness, to raise not only technical awareness, but see humans as an operators in this, and AI participants in a more holistic way. It's not only technical skills that are needed, but actually we need to invest on all human traits that actually provide these capabilities to conduct human oversight. So this is...
Thank you very much. Very, very important. I think we all agree. Ali, I see a lot of what your company is doing, and also you're a member of the Metaverse Standards Forum, important roles. Geospatial AI. How do you see it? What's going on?
Yeah, actually, we're at very exciting times. It's incredible to see the convergence of AI, XR, spatial computing, telecom, 5G, 6G, big data, everything converging together. And we will actually now no more talking about AI as back-end tool. It's going to be the front line interface for all of our digital experiences, digital interactions. And what we see today that is missing is the AI systems are disconnected from their environments. So they're not geospatially aware. They're not contextually aware. They can know where they're using some GPS, but they would never right now, even Meta glass that I have, that, you know, the display AI, those are not geospatially really aware, centimeter accuracy. So think about having a glass or a mobile application here and just asking it where the restrooms are, and it's just directing you by audio, not by showing you anything and telling you, hey, make a left right now, go forward, and it's like 10 meters away from you, type of thing. So I believe the next leap forward will be where AI avatars, AI systems are geospatially, like within centimeters accuracy, know where they are, instead of just understanding data, text, image, or video. They will really know where exactly they are.
So a system that knows who you are and where you are will be a much more useful system.
Exactly.
Rather than just a
your
generic,
interests, what you like, what you liked in the previous tour that you were at, like you were at Riga, now you're going to another country, and you just like, it'll know about you and will suggest and recommend experiences for you, personalized.
I fully agree with you. Tiago, you recently wrote an interesting paper that also takes these concepts and I think puts it a little bit in the concept of a government. Can you tell us a little bit what you discuss in this paper?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we wrote a paper on the, it's called the Agentic State. You can find the paper on agenticstate.org.
I love it.
Yeah. So we look at the potential of agents, right, in terms of like transforming governments, right? We know that agents are not necessarily fully 100% there, right? But it's looking at the process, particularly because government also has like very, how I would say, like very predictable procedures. That's what defines government in many cases, is predictability. So that makes, so to speak, agents deployment somehow easier. So, but what we're talking, let me give you an example. I'm from Brazil. In Brazil, we have a guy that he's called the despachante. Essentially, it's a fixer, okay? Because to pay your taxes is difficult, to renew the license of your documents. So it's somebody who navigates the bureaucracy for you, right?
Yeah.
But it's only, of course, like middle class and upper classes that can pay for that, right? Now, nowadays, if you look, one of the things that government websites have in common, most of them, because I don't want to offend all of them, is that they work. They just don't work for the citizen. Okay? When the citizen gets to try to use it, you make user testing, fails miserably. Then you go to the government and they say, oh no, but they clicked wrong, you just need to click here, right? So it works for the government, but it doesn't work for the citizen. So imagine that you have an agent, for example, that can be deployed and that can navigate the complexity of government online for you. Again, making your services, so it becomes your personal fixer, right? And it can remind you of things and so on and so forth. It may look like sci-fi, but it's not. And the private sector, for example, is already doing that, and many times capturing services. For example, in the UK, for you to make an appointment for your driver's license, people are already creating bots that go and they go and do appointments for everybody, and then they resell your appointment with the government, right?
Wow.
So, so if the state doesn't come, and that's one of the points that we're going to say, right? You even have a risk of capture, maybe by, let's say, some actors of the private sector that are not motivated by the social good. So the state has to move in terms of that. But for the state to do that, it's less of a technological, and this is the argument that we make, it is less than a technological change, but it's a process of institutional change, starting by procurement. If governments continue doing procurement of technology in the same way that they do nowadays, 10 years from now, they're going to be in the Stone Age still, and the private sector will have moved on, and then it's growing gap between what citizens experience in the private sector versus public, just increasing distrust in government.
Wonderful, wonderful. I like what you're saying, and hopefully it's going to, at some point soon, governments will understand that it's not about implementing AI in government, it's about implementing AI in society. I think that's a little bit of an issue. I don't think they're there yet, but who is there probably will accelerate the adoption very much. Artur, what is exciting you from what you're seeing and what you're doing? What is interesting right now?
Mm-hmm. So how I see,
yes.
How I see the current situation, and let me put it in from this larger perspective. So currently there are happening competition, or actually I would put and use a different form, actually a fight between US and China in the field of AI. So which country, which region will dominate? So more advanced will dominate in terms of the economy, in terms of the competition, in terms of the export and import. So AI have this impact in every industry, like 100 years ago, the impact was by the electricity. And what worries me is the big question, where is Europe placed? So where we do see our advantage, where we do see our competitive advantage, and I believe there are paths which is different from the US and Chinese, where the main focus is building larger, smarter AI models. But in Europe, I believe the path is by building more focused and use our advantage. And our advantage is multilinguality. So we are not using only English language. So in Europe, there are more than officially 24 languages. Actually, there are more than 80 languages which are used on the daily basis. And we, Europeans, know how to use this language, how to implement this language in the AI. Mm-hmm. And actually, I'm super proud that European Commission catched like 3 years ago when ChatGPT appeared as an example how AI can be used, how AI can be really powerfully used in the industry, and European Commission pointed out that this should be a first priority I believe you are familiar with the Mario Draghi report, which highlighted that if we are willing to shift from the consumer society in terms of using AI by enabling society which kind of delivers, creates AI solutions, we have to invest. We have to invest in AI. We have to use our research and development capacity, where at the Europe we have high-level competence in terms of development AI solutions. And yeah, I'm proud to say that in Europe, just 2 weeks ago, we have our own AI, which does understand European languages in the same way how we Europeans understand, which share the same values in terms of the data privacy, in terms of the security. And yeah, company Tilde, myself, sorry for this short advertisement, but I believe this is super important to share that in Europe we have this open source Tilde open model, which is available for the further development in public sector, in public administration, and be used for the industry itself to develop similar solutions or even more advanced solutions like are developed in the US and Chinese market.
Mm-hmm. So we need the investment. That's why we put you next to the World Bank.
I know.
I'm joking. Okay, very good. I fully agree with you on the language aspect. My father was a linguist, actually. And just by looking at his books, I early understood that language is very closely connected to heritage and culture. And that's why in Europe we've created this unbelievable spectrum of history, of archaeology, of philosophy. And that's why I think that we're very successful in attracting tourists from all over the world that want to experience this in new ways. Just a quick note that in Greece, we are looking a lot at how Greece is a country that every corner, every island has a myth, has a history, has a goddess or whatever. So we are very much interested in applying the geospatiality where Ali is discussing with the multilinguistic aspect that you're discussing, and very nice money, hopefully, that's going to come from other places. Let's think a little bit in the future. Let's see what you think is coming, and then let's try and push it even a little bit further to how far we can be, both with respect to use cases, activities, opportunities, and concerns as well. Nineta, can I pass this to you?
Well, my dream is to have humans and all of us, people, to be part of this whole AI trustworthy ecosystem, that actually AI technologies will serve people's need and not the other way around. And this is the reason I'm very happy we are in Europe, because I think these regulations like AI Act or Cybersecurity Act for certification on AI systems is most important to actually help the new developments to be human-centric. And I think this is actually the advantage, the marketing advantage of European AI developments, this human-centric approach to AI. And of course, another hope for the future is that all AI systems to be cybersecurity certified. Meaning, and the question is which components, probably all components. I'm involved in the CEN, CENELEC, and ETSI standardization bodies for future certification of AI systems, and it's a big concern of why do we need to certify? But certification, of course, certification will provide this trustworthiness to these new systems that actually with the ultimate goal to respect people. So certified AI systems and human in the loop at every single life cycle and every stage in the AI life cycles is my dream.
Is it doable?
global.
For Europe, let's say.
For Europe, I think that the legal frameworks that are being developed and constantly the European Commission is trying to make all the stakeholders to implement, I think it will be feasible in Europe. As GDPR is applied and is being respected internationally. So all products that come to Europe, they need to be GDPR compliant. So eventually, hopefully, all AI systems will be AI compliant.
Okay.
And that will provide a human shelter around us.
Okay, thank you very much. Ali, what's the future holding for us?
Yeah, the exciting side is, I want to talk after exciting time a little bit of my concerns as well, but the exciting part is like I really, in the 3 to 5 years, I envision a world where these AI agents are geospatially aware, they know about you, and really is the greatest support, greatest help to you in your life, especially when you're at a new place. You said heritage. Think about going to Greece and seeing all these beautiful sites, and AI is giving you, the way you like it, all the information. It's a sentient being right next to you, knowing about you, knowing about your interests, and tell you about recommendations in your life. So, and you don't really need to look at a screen anymore. I think we're going to go from a screen-based AI to geospatially aware AI, where it talks to you, it shows you three-dimensional images, images and 2D also, 2D dimensional as well. However, all of this greatness comes with a big risk. And there are 2 risks that I'm not going to talk about the first one long, but the first one is, I think, an existential risk. Because AI is more powerful than us, and we need to really pose it at one point, because it just goes on, and it can pass our own creativity, learning from us. And all these plugins and agent-to-agent networks and all that, they're just learning faster, a lot faster than we can even imagine. I'm a member of Pose AI, and I don't want to talk more about that. I know it's not at this point, but it's a concern that we really need to know. All the world needs to know. Eliezer Yudkowsky, he has a book called If Anyone Builds It, We Will All Die. Please have a look at that book. Yudkowsky is really a great guy who has been in AI for more than 30 years. That book is an amazing book. Coming to the second, which is more solution, there are a lot of solutions on that one, is like, we need interoperability so that the world is not going to be censored. Right? If it's not interoperable, the world and what we see, our children will take from AI, will all be coming from different sources, unlike yours. And I'm so happy to meet someone like you and in Europe. Again, we do business in Europe, in Norway, and in Turkey and Greece. But what we would like to see more is respectful to data privacy, respect to data privacy. It's everything. And if data privacy is not in an LLM, built in LLM, that's very dangerous. And think about you knowing everything about you can help you, but also can come in the form of emotional, real-time emotional detection and bringing in front of you those ads that you like, even before you know you like. Because they can look into your pupils, eye detection, and they can tell you whether, before you realize that you like what you're seeing, the system can tell you like it or not. So, those require interoperability. That's why I joined OpenAI Cloud, Metaverse Standards Forum, like you did, and that's how we met. And I'm so glad there's someone like Peanut, like Marios, and all his team that are respectful, are really careful and caring about interoperability. Because interoperability means we don't have to be locked into one system. Like if I place here, with our MyJours platform, I can place here by audio anything I want. Like I can say place a dragon, and that can stay here through our system. But if you come with another device or another platform, you should be able to see that. It shouldn't be like, oh, you don't have my Android app, so you're on iPhone, you cannot see this, right? It shouldn't be that way. And I know you already talked about it. You already talked about it. I would love to have discussions when there's a World Bank person sitting next to us to talk about some great opportunities where we can provide that solution, which is really respectful to data privacy, interoperable, and geospatially aware and intelligent.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, since you have better view in the devices than one of us, what's going to be the interface? Is it going to be glasses? Is it going to be speakers? Is it going to be the screen of your car? What is it going to be?
Both of them, but I'm all of them. But first, you know, the Meta Ray-Ban AI glasses last year came out about $299. I have it with me if anybody would like to try that. It's just an audio interface. You can talk to it. It has a camera. It can do record things for you. But the most importantly, because it has a camera, once there's an app store, which there's not yet, you can actually localize that device. It would know exactly where it is and its orientation. That's going to be like soon with Android XR coming out. You know, they announced Android XR. That means soon all the Asian companies will be coming up with these glasses. You will have Samsung coming up with it, which is already coming up. Xreal is coming up. So Android XR is good in that sense. So you'll have $50 glasses, only audio. Then we'll have this display AI glass. I just tried it last week on Best Buy. I ordered it, their back order. It has an amazing neural wristband. And unlike before, it was all looking at your hands, movements, detecting through vision. Now, even if it's in your pocket, when you do this, it detects your movements in your, neurally. And so this will be a click, this will be back, this is open, this is closed. So you can do like this, and it really recognizes. You remember Mark Zuckerberg did it like last month with a horrible few Murphy's Law. His AI demos went down. To be honest, that was the best product that I've ever seen so far. Tell me if I'm speaking too much. I know you know that I don't like talking too much. But so with the display here, you have a neural wristband. I have a video. If anybody interested, I can show it to you as well. You go and you just say, here, it's not three-dimensional, it's just a panel here. You just ask a question, it shows you here. So I believe audio will be the most inexpensive one, so that is very important to have an audio AI that knows where it is. Then there's going to be a display. But right now we're working on a seamless handoff solution where you're walking with an AI glass and you want to see a three-dimensional hologram or a concert. The AI glass will be able to see, if you're using my GeoVerse, will be able to tell you, hey, something is next to you. Just take your phone out, snappable experience, look at it, see that three-dimensional, because audio glass will not be able to show it to you. You will experience it for a few minutes, an hour, whatever, and then you'll just put it back. So that will be the near future, but the future will be the Orion glass type of Meta. That it will be showing, it's $15,000 they say. It has a wristband as well, but it does have sensors so that you will just have this glass and then you'll go out and see things outside right there with AI.
Yeah, just to make a note that in some of the demos you mentioned, there were the glasses stopped working because they didn't care about the network.
Exactly.
So it's like, that's why when we keep emphasizing the 5G and the network, you don't want just one glass to work.
Yeah, that was the explanation.
Yeah,
their CTO came out, but the Meta, and said, we didn't expect so many people were going to try during the beta test and everybody did, so they failed.
Exactly. So the network is in the background, but you know when you need it, when it stops working. You know, Tiago, what do you think of the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think the future. Just two things I mentioned here related to regulation, right? I think one regulation, for example, very basic, right? I mean, Europe did a great job, for instance, with phone number portability, right? We should have context portability. Okay. Particularly because with the AI firms now, with open source software and everything, they realize that the lock-in on the product is not the best viable option. The best lock-in to do is by your context, right? So for example, I use much more OpenAI than Anthropic because it has better context for me. But I should be able to bring my context when I go, right? Okay. So I think this is one of the policies that we're considering to put forward, right? Now, another one in the future, right? I think another policy debate that we're going to have is that, as you were saying, as the virtual and physical merge, right? Who has authority over that space, right? Because the public space has been publicly, historically, a role of the state to regulate, right? Nowadays, if I put like an advertising on the street, I need to pay to the city administration. If I get an advertising on the street that it's virtual, and that is that, who should the government be taxing Meta for that? Right? Should the local governments be receiving something? I think this would be a big issue on everything, right? Yeah.
How about property rights? What if you're putting it in front of a Coca-Cola shop?
Precisely.
As Pepsi.
Yep, as
right?
Pepsi or Fanta.
Who's going to regulate that?
Yeah, and who in cases of litigation of these spaces.
And who would litigate this?
So the arbitration of this fusion of physical and virtual is going to be a huge policy issue that nobody's talking about.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, what worries me as well is about us having too high expectations towards AI. And let me say what I'm saying. For example, a common thing that people like to say is like, oh yeah, AI is great, but we need human in the loop. Human in the loop became a bit of like a mantra. But when you look at the research on deployment of AI, just human, and human and AI, the worst result is when you have human and AI. It is meta review of like 300 cases. I don't remember. Happy to share the paper with some with whoever is interested. So, for example, so there are some things because we want sometimes AI to perform perfectly, right? But sometimes the human is worse than AI, right? I mean, it's not, there's, in some cases, for instance, black citizens, they prefer to have their case being adjudicated by AI than by a human because they know the human is racist, right? So which human in the loop, and when you want human in the loop, what I'm saying is, what concerns me is that we might go with kind of like some certain, kind of like a belief-oriented type of policy making that might not yield the best returns in terms of what AI can and cannot give to us.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting.
This conversation can go for hours.
Yeah. I mean, just a very quick note. I mean, I play chess, and sometimes I play against humans. I have a chance of winning. If you play against a machine, you have no chance of winning, which begs the question, who is better sometimes to just make the right move, either in strategic or business sense. Arthurs, what is the future?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just to reflect on your example about the chess.
Yeah,
it's very important to understand this AI is very powerful technology, extremely powerful technology. Mm-hmm. Like 3 years ago, if we didn't know something, what we did, we Google. I believe now nobody Googles. They are asking ChatGPT, or Gemini or Copilot or whatever. And actually, there is a huge risk in terms if this technology is built with the wrong purpose, or this technology is infected with fake news, fake history, fake view on the politics or whatever.
All of it is happening, by the way, right?
Actually, that's happening as we speak. We can observe that there is some impact on the elections, some impact actually on the way how we are thinking. And if we kind of project the future, I believe we have to have our own European technology on which we can rely, which is reliable, trustworthy, and which we can use in Europe in our secure environment. So this is super important. And just project how do I see the future. First of all, we have to understand where we're currently standing. So what kind of pillars do we have in our disposal? We already mentioned that AI Act, so this legal framework which defines how we are using, where we are using AI, this is like a foundation for the future. Next element is investment. And in Europe, we do have those massive movements like AI factories, gigafactories, which put the emphasis on the infrastructure, which is a crucial element for developing AI systems. And last but not least, of course, the competence. And we do have all those elements in Europe.
Is it happening? Are you seeing investment that is easy for you to access? Do we have a chance against the huge money of the Americans?
Okay, there are always kind of need for more investment.
Yeah.
But what I would like to point out that European Commission pointed out that this is super important, and there are available funds and frameworks for which startups, already mature companies, can address and receive funds. The same AI factory, gigafactory program. There is a dedicated focus on the infrastructure, and in the same way there is dedicated focus on investment. So you can receive a support. And by that, I believe in next 3-5 years, there will be more and more like AI champions in Europe, which develop quite advanced platformic technologies and also practical applications. So that the technology itself will be more accessible, not only for big, mature, advanced, competent companies, but also for the startups. And this will speed up this development. And AI will be more accessible in devices, in a digital environment, like this application, which we can have a chance to use right now. So this online transcript with translation, so it was made available just by technology which was developed in Europe.
Okay. Thank you. We have a little bit more time, so maybe let's see the more positive, the more opportunity aspects of this. Do you see AI in Nineta creating some new jobs and new opportunities for the young people of Europe? I like talking about Europe because, go ahead.
Well, there is this fear that AI will replace humans, and I don't believe that. I think things will just change. It's like this is a new way, so people will uplift the necessary skills and capabilities just to make the shift to have their traditional jobs to AI-driven jobs. So I don't. It will create kind of new jobs, if you ask me. We just need to kind of accelerate our education and upskilling and capability building. So we need to accelerate this process in order for our young people, of course, to catch up and be able to have the needed jobs for the future. And I would like to say something from the previous comment, if I may.
Absolutely.
That we make a wrong assumption that we have this endless, infinite number data, and we don't. So we always think that, oh, AI will make miracles. It will if we had endless data. We don't. We see in Europe, we have the European the data spaces that actually we don't have access. So all this data that we think we have, we don't. Of course, you have all these smart devices that produce data, but we don't collect them. There's no way you can collect all data from all smart devices that surround us. So let us not have so many high hopes for AI. So, of course, you know, data is the fuel for AI systems. We don't have so much fuel.
Okay.
So,
fair point. Fair point. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds. Let's divide it between you three. What do you see opportunity? Like for new jobs, something new that is coming and we need to pay attention to it. Ali?
I'm not very positive that it's going to be creating more jobs than it's going to take, but that's why I'm on the other side. But let me tell you, the positive side is I believe to work with AI, to make it really come to use, right? For instance, geospatial is like, you need to still have some human to correct, like you were saying, to correct things and to put in the coding. Like even you're bringing too many plugins, code together, another person, like Ryan, a lead developer, someone needs to plug them in together to make it work. that's for a short-term period.
Thanks. Tiago?
I know, very quickly. So we're doing a review. We have over 2,500 use cases in a repository.
Right.
And what we see is that most of these use cases, they're just by trying to automate, which fails many times, already existing processes, right? And I think where the opportunity is precisely on new services, be them public or private, that do not exist. Let me explain. We had the internet, we had the GPS, we had the phone. How long did it take until you would have Uber? That was a new service that didn't exist.
That nobody
right?
thought about, yeah.
So I do think most of the benefits and opportunities are things that we still haven't thought of, but
I agree.
They lie in the future.
Fully agree. Arturs, closing?
Yeah. I'm optimist. And from this perspective, just example from the history. Who would believe 10 years ago, I would say like Instagram and TikTok will be like a billion industry.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Nobody.
They will say I'm crazy. But from the really practical aspect, so Tilde is also one of the business stream is translation. And actually, AI is kind of killing the translation itself, because the quality of translation is, to some extent, in some area, okay, I will use this word, more advanced than the human. But nevertheless, so AI creates the opportunity for the humans, because AI needs the data, quality of data. And there is growing like a new universe for the humans to annotate, to create the data.
Thank you very much. I think we're done.
We have
some questions.
And
from,
we have a lot of questions. Congratulations.
Let's do it.
You have the most questions of any panel here on the stage.
It happens to me
I know
usually.
you wanted something more practical. So a question about working with sensitive government data and documents. Will AI ever be accurate or safe enough for governments to use it? Government documents...
Maybe Nineta should start us a little bit. Is it relevant to you, Nineta?
Okay, well, we really need to work on measures and mitigation actions and controls of how to produce data that actually the integrity of the data is guaranteed. Do you have such automated mitigation actions? The answer is no. At this point, we don't have these real-time mechanisms to really clean poison data or to the mitigation actions necessary to provide this cybersecurity dimension called integrity of data. So at this point, we cannot do that.
Next question, you have more?
Yes, we have a practical, more cybersecurity-related question about public agents. And the question is, how do you protect from prompt injection and other attacks with governments using more public-facing agents?
Tiago, but that sounds like yours.
Yes. Look, cybersecurity in the same way, let me just say one government that I work with, they used to have like 200,000 attacks a month. Right? From last year to now, that number increased to 2 million. And when we talk to other governments, we find it's something similar, right? Because if it's automating. So increasing the state capacity using AI to fight AI with AI is essential. And very quickly on the issue of like, well, governments, they need to be agent-friendly, right? To be working and for you to make the most out of it so the private sector can come, right? But then combining kind of like opportunity with risk is going to be, it's the eternal balancing act of technology in the public sector.
If I may add.
Please.
Another big problem here is that do we know how to, how do the agents authenticate? Do we have identity management systems for agents? No. Do we have identity management systems that you distribute privileges and access control rights to agents? No. That means right now we have agents that can do whatever they like. They do not authenticate. You cannot trace them. You cannot log.
Only focused for engagement?
Exactly. So it's a very big problem. So, of course...
On the agentic state, we talk precisely about that. People talk a lot about IDs for people. If you want to have agents, you need to have a digital public infrastructure for agents, which includes authentication, signature, and
access
everything
control,
for agents.
Yeah.
One more, last one.
Well, there's a question that we've seen examples like agents, chatbots, XR, VR. What is the next hot thing in AI? Something that we are not seeing yet. Maybe some futuristic outlooks to wrap it up.
Ali and Artur, you take this one. Like you have some view that Ali.
I think I already told it. So if you didn't answer that question, I think it's geospatial AI, basically.
Yeah, I would say the combination of specialized AI towards a specific industry, specific segment, specific task implementation, combination with these generic models, and on top AI agents, which can orchestrate AI models and have those dedicated integrations. So combination of the technologies which are currently advancing.
Wonderful.
And of course, integration in our daily infrastructure, phones, TVs, so glasses.
Thank you very much.
I want to answer one question. The first one, right?
Yes.
The first question, I think the LLM should be created by the government, for the government, not by others, so that you can actually talk about privacy and security and all that. So,
Defined by the government.
That's all the time we have right now.
Defined by
Maybe
the government.
just last comment. And actually here, last comment. Actually, here we have our European opportunity. So we can build technology which could be placed on the public administration infrastructure. And on this kind of technology we can rely, and through this technology we can have this trustworthy.
That's great to have some companies in
Neta, maybe last comment.
I think that, and I'm quoting the other session on the ports, and I thought that would be a great challenge to see, for example, underwater drones that actually can work without, they cannot use 5G or 6G or anything. How do you develop underwater drones, either for safety reasons, also for environmental protection, also for green environment and so on? So underwater drones, I think, is one of the applications that still need a lot of work. And since, I know acoustic sensors are very old-fashioned, and that's what they use right now. But
wonderful. We'd like to thank each one of you. Very insightful, and as you see, not enough time to talk about all the exciting aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator, Marios, also for moderating this exciting topics. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And don't go anywhere, because in less than 10 minutes on this stage, we will see the future of startups. They will present their ideas, pitch them to you. So see you here in less than 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
So this is Hamburg.
Yes, exactly. It's the economic centre of Northern Europe, but Hamburg is so much more than that.
Tell me everything. What draws people and companies to Hamburg from all over the world?
Well, there's the busy port, of course, a vibrant city life, and ample green spaces, so that creates a unique atmosphere and provides an incredible quality of life. The Speicherstadt warehouse district in the historic heart of the port is now the home of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and other innovative technologies.
That sounds amazing. And which world-famous companies call Hamburg home?
Well, Hamburg is one of the top business locations worldwide, so national and international players, along with world market leaders, are based here. And there is an ongoing flow of companies and personnel with their families moving to Hamburg.
So there seems to be a lot going on. But do most businesses revolve around traditional economy, or are there also startups here?
Well, startups and established companies work closely together in Hamburg, and many different sectors such as trade, life sciences, logistics, mobility, and media continue to develop sustainably. Plus, there are new emerging sectors in the field of clean and renewable energies, hydrogen, for example.
Hydrogen. Tell me, how does that work?
Well, Hamburg is building the green hydrogen economy of the future with innovative projects, especially in the area of mobility, such as the world's largest hydrogen electrolysis plant, or the H2 Hamburg project for climate-neutral and green steel production. Oh, and the Zero-E aircraft concept from Airbus.
It really sounds like some impressive trends are being set. Tell me, what exactly is happening in the field of mobility?
Well, Hamburg is committed to promoting sustainable mobility.
In 3 minutes, we will start the session Confluence Program Startup Pitches on Innovation and Technology stage. Please take your seats. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Innovation and Technology stage at Techtree. It is time for the Confluence program Startup Pitches. Today, 10 bold Latvian deep tech startups will step into the spotlight. They battled through ideas, prototypes, and sleepless nights to be right here in front of you. But before we begin with the pitches, let's welcome on the stage for our welcoming words the head of NGL Ventures in Latvia and the Confluence program representing Helve, Aris Brencis.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to see all of you here. I just wanted to sort of welcome you to the session and tell a little bit about what Confluence is. So Confluence is a pre-accelerator for deep tech startups, which is funded by the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia. And the goal of the whole program is to connect early-stage deep tech startups with partners for collaboration. It could be in form of consultations and together working on developing the product, or it also might be proof of concept pilots. So today, you will see 10 startups that have been working with their partners for a few weeks now. The partners include LMT, Softechnica, Latunergo, NP Energies, and many others. And this is a midway of the program, so this is a good place to check in on how it is going. So also a great opportunity for you to see some of the business ideas in science that are born here in Latvia. And I believe you with the fact that some of these founders have pitched a lot of times, others might be doing it for the first time on a stage, so we'll appreciate if you can give them some support in form of applause. So thank you, and I hope you enjoy the show.
Thank you, Aris. Thank you very much. And we will be very strict on time today because time is absolutely limited. First of all, they will present in 3 minutes presentations, and afterwards we will tend to our panel of experts who will have only 1 minute to press in that minute as much feedback and questions as they can. Let's meet them. First of all, entrepreneur and business angel Valdemars Brediķis. A round of applause. And she's the chairperson of the board at the Commercialization Reactor, Ilona Gulchaka. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? More energy, are you ready? Excellent. So let's start with the first presenter. He's representing ISAT. They're using nanosatellites and AI to enhance Earth observation. Let's welcome on the stage, Harvis Stuč. All right, Harvis, here's your mic, here's your clicker, and your 3 minutes begin now.
Thank you so much, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So, hello everybody. My name is Harvis Stuč. I am the co-founder and CIO at ISAT. So, today, Earth observation is just too slow. Farmers have to manually check if their crops are okay, and border guards don't have data they need to see what's happening on broader fields and military zones, which leads to very, very difficult decision making. So how do we solve this issue? We solve it by creating a CubeSat constellation that doesn't just take images, it also thinks. Each and every single CubeSat will be powered with our onboard AI computer that will analyze the pictures and send only the insightful images back to Earth, saving time and delivering information in only minutes. Also, we will give hyperspectral data and give data about what is important. So, the use cases. Our primary use case is the defense market. For delivering data and information about what is happening on the battlefield, telling people and the military where are the enemies and where they are going. We approximate the market size to be around 300 million euros. The second market we've been working with is agriculture, where we can deliver farmers information about their crops using hyperspectral data to tell them where there are problems and how to fix them. We expect a market size of 100 million in this field. And other fields as well, especially forestry and damage control, where we expect a market of 80 million euros. So our business model is mainly subscriptions, where we provide our customers with an API or platform access to the desired area, and system sales, which was mainly governments and large companies where they can buy our own satellite system. So what is our competitive edge? We have a smaller visit time, so we give data as much as possible. We have hyperspectral data, which many companies don't have, that we have. And we also are tailored specifically to what the customer needs. So the customer can tell us what they want, and we give them what they need. And we're also based in Europe, so you know, we're not dependent on the US. Our team is very small, but very, very specific. Arturs leads the aerospace field, Toms leads the marketing and business side. I lead the AI and data, and Toms leads the electronics. Our timeline, so we plan to create the prototype and first AIs now, then we plan to do our first IoT mission in 2026, then the space test, and then the full constellation. Thank you so much.
As fast as a satellite. Thank you, Harvis. Let's turn to our natural intelligence experts. Ilona.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question will be, you don't have figures here in the presentation. You're saying you're slower, you're faster, but for how much slower, for how much faster?
So when it comes to that, currently in Latvia, you can expect a satellite image every 2 to 3 days. Some more remote areas, you can expect it one image every 1 or 2 weeks. And places like Ukraine that are currently in the war zone, you can expect them every 24 hours. So when it comes to data, you have to specifically be on the spot and have the images all the time.
All right, 20 seconds.
That's an edge. Do you have competitors?
We do have competitors like Planet Labs and Copernicus, but they mainly offer their systems, and the data is either slow or they mainly focus on the precision of the data. They don't actually give the specific data you need, they just give all the images they take.
Call him Mr. Precision right on time. Thank you very much to the first presenter. All right. I'll take these tools. Thank you very much, sir. We're turning to the next presentation. They develop custom voice chat and WhatsApp AI agents, Sharpen AI, represented by Ralfs Aboliņš. Here's your microphone. Here's your clicker, and your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Hi, everybody. My name is Ralfs. I'm one of the co-founders of Sharpen AI, an AI consulting and development agency. So thanks to AI, what companies have the ability to do now is as they scale and expand, they no longer need to increase their headcount. They can simply delegate these tasks to smart and intelligent AI agents and automations. However, a study conducted by MIT shows that unfortunately 95% of these projects fail to bring measurable ROI. This is because they're rushed, poorly integrated into the companies, and simply placed where they do not need to be. This is where our solution comes into play, a 4-step approach, starting with an AI audit process. So we push back the development phase, so we leave room to actually dive deep and diagnose the workflows and operations of a company. This enables us to spot the highest ROI use cases of AI, conduct an introductory roadmap, and then work in the company as the technical team executing on this roadmap. These are some of our current clients and partners we work with, and what better way to showcase what we do than simply showing you some of our case studies. This is an online education company out in New Zealand, and their main bottleneck was that as they're taking on more students, they needed a bigger call center, because per student, they had a lot of administrative phone calls. So we built them a hyper-realistic AI call center, which took care of all of these calls, dropping the cost of administrations a lot lower and increasing the efficiency and speed of these phone calls were being taken. Another use case would be a lending company out of the Baltic states who primarily operate in Africa. Africa currently is a very growing market for lending, and so was their lead list. But as we know, with a big lead list, there's also a smaller lost lead list. Since WhatsApp is the primary contact method in Africa, we built them an AI WhatsApp agent that reactivated these lost leads, engaged them in a conversation, and got them back as submitted applications. In the very first month, we achieved an 8.7% lost lead recovery rate, which for this industry is very good. Thankfully, the market for AI enablement projects is growing and only going to get bigger in the future. Our current business model is that we charge 1,000 to 3,000 per AI audit, and then the development and upkeeping fee, well, it really depends on the project size. This is because we currently primarily work with SMEs in the English-speaking region. primarily in the United States because they're more on the front foot when it comes to AI enablement. An interesting fact is that since all of us co-founders are pretty young, we're active on social media, building our personal brands, so half of our clientele currently comes from organic content, where the cost of acquisition is very, very low. Currently, competitors doing it similarly to us through AI audits are only 2 in the markets we operate in, so it gives us a pretty big competitive advantage, disregarding indirect competitors such as AI softwares. Our roadmap for next year is pretty internally achievement-oriented. However, some more interesting ones would be that we would love to close a big enterprise partnership for next year, as well as reach a 1 million annual revenue.
Thank you. Who needs agents when we have Ralph's? A round of applause. You can breathe.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Let's turn to our experts. Who's up first? Valdemars, Ilona, take the mic. Let's start.
Thanks. Pretty convincing sales pitch for your service.
Thank you.
But how does it convert in your business figures and perspectives?
So this year, we've really been starting to go at it since the start of January, and this year we have done 100,000 in revenue.
Nice. And what is your further go-to-market expansion strategy?
As for expansion, we definitely sort of client acquisition, you mean? Acquiring more clients?
Yeah, client acquisition, market acquisition.
Yeah, it's primarily scaling through paid acquisition channels. Currently, they're working very well through the platforms Meta and Instagram.
Excellent. Well, 5 seconds, quick feedback.
Are you prioritizing any industries over others?
Quick answer. Are you prioritizing industries? 3, 2.
Finance.
Finance. Thank you very much, Ralphs. Thank you. Thank you for that speedy and energetic round, and that's what the next presenters are all about. Spinergy. They develop a modular device that can generate green energy on the move. Let's welcome on the stage Pavel Selivanov. Here's your mic, here's your clicker, and let's go.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. I would like to tell you about charging your EV whenever you drive it. So, EV sounds innovative and simple. Somebody produced it. You just need to buy it, to charge, to use, driving, and then charging again. But in real life, it's some problems with 2 sides. So, some pains, limited range, some problems with batteries, lack of public charging stations, a lot of money needs for R&D investments, and infrastructure challenges. It's too important. So, but by the way, EV market growing now, and it will be grow in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and so on, growing. And we need some interesting and innovative technologies to support the growth. And I would like to present, this is my development, first compact wind turbine generator for EV. It's designed special for transport, for different kind of transport. And my innovation has a patent. So I think it's really great to have a patent for new innovation. So benefits. My device generates electricity in motion when you're moving. It can provide more range, I think 50% extra range. So you have some freedom from chargers because you can produce electricity in motion, and it also reduced CO2 emissions. And this model device, it's really important because I can adapt it for different types of EV. So this device, it's fully ready to production. And core of my innovation is a capture blades for capture kinetic energy from incoming airflow. And it's important direct torque transmission and high effective permanent magnet generators to produce green electricity. So this modular system, and it's easy to adapt for different kind of transport. So I can adapt it for private urban mobility, for city cars, for public transport, for cargo and trucks. And it's easy to adapt for medium and large size of electric drones, and easy to adapt to EV tools. And in future, it's possible to adapt it for trains and electric airplanes. I think it's really important for airplanes, as they can't use the huge batteries. So I focused on B2B, selling executive license, contracts, manufacturers, after-sales services.
Thank you.
Subscriptions, I'm sorry, and
Thank you. That's all the time we have. Let's leave the slide you want to show. Will this fly? Let's turn to our experts. Ilona.
Thank you very much. An interesting innovation. You've started elaborating about the customers, and actually that's my question. Who is your customer? Who will be paying for that?
We focused on B2B, yeah, and for now it's important to work only with manufacturers. It's easy, and it gives us more possibilities just not to sell by end users. Work with manufacturers and to sell directly to manufacturers, or to give opportunity for car manufacturers or airplane manufacturers to produce my device by license to cooperate with my company.
Can you please clarify what does it mean when you say we collaborate B2B with manufacturers? What does it actually mean, your collaboration?
10 seconds.
We haven't got any collaboration for now. I'm talking about to have a collaboration in the near future, to have a pilot projects, start from pilot projects, and then make something greater.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Pavel. Sorry, I have to be very strict on time, but a job well done. Hope to see you in the future as well. Let's welcome on the stage Printimed, who developed gloves made of spider silk that act as a protective mask. Representing them is Sandra Treide. And the 3 minutes start now.
Hello, my name is Sandra Treide, and my passion is to building bridges between science, medicine, and business. And Printimed is the best way to do it. Sorry, what's happened?
Don't worry, we'll restart the timer. Technical things occur.
Okay.
All right, let's restart. Let's go.
Here you see biomaterials. And if you see, at this moment we have not biomaterials who is trustly and safe for implants, for bioprinting, and tissue regeneration. That is why we came up with our solution, artificial spider silk, next generation biomaterial, which is safe for human body, have super elasticity, and very, very strong. The main uniqueness of our technology is to creating this unique material in water-based process without chemicals, and also specific modification technology allow us to modify this material for different cell types and medical uses. This technology received most scientific achievement in Latvian science last year. Our business model is very simple. We produce raw material, we produce products, and then we licensing products to other companies. We will plan to produce, to receive our financial step by step, producing different materials. Market of spider silk is new, but it grows very fast, and Printimed is ready to be a leader in medical grade segment. Our Advantages are using material in medical field and also sustainable properties. We can change mechanical properties and cell attachment properties without producing a new protein. At this moment, our company developed artificial spider silk production technology, artificial spider silk membranes for organ-on-chip technology, and heart valve. And during this program, we developed gloves for regeneration and protecting the skin. Next steps are to go in vitro and in vivo tests and go to registration of material.
Thank you. The next step for us is the experts, but a round of applause for the presentation. You forced through it. Job well done. Ilona, let's start.
Thank you. Very interesting. You are a medtech startup. I understand that you have very lengthy regulatory path, but with those gloves, you can actually start selling as a cosmetic product, right?
Yes, this is cosmetic product, but it is absolutely logically, because also for cosmetic we need registration, but we need the same, how to say, experiments, researches, what we need for cosmetics. In the next step, we can use it in medicine also.
20 seconds.
In terms of the journey, what would be the lowest hanging fruit for you to start sales?
Quick answer.
Sorry?
With what product can you start sales already?
We plan to start at 2028.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Whew. A round of applause. You deserve it. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to the fifth presentation. They develop an automated drone and data analysis solution. Atlas, Ray, and Viktors Bikovs. A round of applause to Viktors.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Let's do it.
So 60% from the European water, internal water, is polluted. 100+ billion euros spent to clean up the mess. Imagine, 92 million oil come from the propulsion system. How we address this problem? First, we take the easiness. So it means the on-demand access environment by just clicking of the button. It's the platform where we can work and address such problems as environment monitoring. Example, 70% from if the customer will use our solution, we can increase speed up the process of the detection of the problem and clean the mess. One more important for the example, 5 million it took for the ports to clean up the mess if we're taking in account the moderate contamination, and 1 hour, let's say, inspection is just 5K. One more is the example of Ukraine post-conflict analysis, where we can detect the UXMO and the mines and support the mining process for 70%. And imagine we get from €1 spent, we give in returns 36 times. It's easy to use our solution. It can work from the data, what we get from the drones, satellites, and the historical data. We import our, let's say, platform where we can analyze the data. It can be on the cloud, can be also working offline for the defense. And after that, we do the intelligent delivery. Opportunity for us is for the 3.5 billion is the total market, and currently for early adopters, we are targeting on 10 millions of the market. And currently in 2025, we finalized the POC with our customers, and now we are on the finalizing also the DaaS platform, which we will run in 2026. It will assure us for 250K of the revenue, and in 2027, after SaaS platform will launch, we will already fix 350K for this solution. So the competition is there, of course, but only we can provide a cost intelligent platform, which such great platform reports values, and of course the reaction time is significantly different. Team has more than 10 years experience operating in this field. Let's say we finalized quite interesting project regarding the multispectral analysis and the data collection from the drones. And currently you're looking for the pre-seed investment, 180K, which will support us and speed up the process for the prototyping, launching of the new solution in different markets, and acquisition of the new clients. Thank you very much, Atlas Ray, protecting what's matter.
Excellent, right on time, a round of applause. Well, you can take my money, but what will the experts give you? Let's turn to you, 1 minute starts now. Let's go.
Thank you. Taking care of Earth is always a good thing. And so what is your sales process to customers? How do you sell your service?
So normally it's, we call it cold calls. So it means we will meet customer directly. Normally it's B2G or B2B. So it means we will go and attract our customers using the conference, different ways of the, let's say, showcase our solution and simplicity of this solution, of course.
And what is the value they get out of your service? Is it economical? Is it time or accuracy?
Yeah, it's normally time is always money. It's like there. So it's taking like previously use case. So it's mean if we late on the detection, it's like illness. If faster you detect, for example, the cancer, more easier will be the cure. More like say cheap also will be the cure. And this is the similar. So faster we detect. Easy to collect.
Thank you.
Less money you spend.
Excellent. Thank you, Viktor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. All right. Those are amazing ideas. And the next one is as well a sensor and a platform for monitoring the effectiveness of bark beetle traps. Let's welcome on the stage Spruceful and Jānis Binders.
As we have heard today, the humanity might succeed in a race for quantum computing and AI, but it's losing the war against invasive species, the most dangerous of which is spruce bark beetle. It has already destroyed forests in this waste area. Every time I present, I have to color a few extra countries because the existing measures fail to stop or at least slow down the outbreak. Why so? Because the beetle trap service is currently conducted in a manual way, and our ambition is to digitalize this process by introducing telemetry and developing the first smart, data-driven, and cost-saving solution. Our prototype in analog electronics consists of two hardware components, the sensoric part and data transmission part, as well as software in terms of firmware and aggregate data analytics in the cloud. Our serviceable, obtainable market doubles every 7 years. Forestech has only started a digitalization process, so there is a high potential and a wide range of stakeholders to whom our product could be interesting. We outperform our competitors in terms of data transmission, which might be up to 4 times better, and in terms of modularity and compatibility with a wider range of existing traps. The team all has technical background, and as I previously mentioned, we are currently improving the existing prototype by switching from analog electronics to digital electronics, and we are very grateful to Confluence, who were the first program to believe in us. Currently, we're active in parallel in 4 pre-incubators and pre-accelerators. After addressing a market for spruce bark beetle, which is the most burning environmental catastrophe for the humanity, we also plan on diversifying to other pests which requires almost zero effort from our side, and also globalizing and providing our solutions to the countries you saw on the map, which is basically the entire Northern Hemisphere plus Australia. This is our ask to finalize the minimal lovable prototype.
And thank you.
Let's save forests in a smart way.
Perfect. Thank you very much. A round of applause. All right, Yanis, let's turn to Ilona.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. I know very little about this problem. Can you explain, let's say, how much we are losing if we are doing still manually this work?
That's very difficult to quantify, but just to get a grasp, currently it's a hard-coded paper schedule, which is the same for everyone. So foresters drive once every 2 weeks, open a trap, and of course, if there is, and check whether it has to be serviced. If there is an outbreak, they should do it every 2 days. If there is no outbreak, they should do it once in 3 months.
All right, 20 seconds, be fast.
How do you measure success of your product, and how it will be possible with your help to color back the countries?
Quick answer?
Yeah, so either we lose forests or we don't.
Quick answer, perfect, right on time. A round of applause to Yanis. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Spruce full. All right, 7th presentation, simulation software for design of magnetic components. Traflow, represented by Juris Vencels. A round of applause to Juris. All right, and 3 minutes are yours.
Hi. Traflow is building simulation software for power electronics engineers who are designing components that are powering our electric world. But this time I'm going to talk about microelectronics and semiconductors. If we look on modern brain, the board with a chip that powers AI revolution from NVIDIA, that this board will mostly contain power electronics than the chip itself. Because the last conversion from 12 volts to 1 volt the chip consumes takes most of the space and burns the most of electricity. 12% is just wasted in heat by converting this from 12 volts to 1 volt. And the industry, the big companies, Intel and NVIDIA, are heading to so-called power supply on chip. So the idea is very simple. What if, instead of having discrete components all around the chip, what if we place them within the package of the chip itself? Power supply on a chip. And it requires special type of magnetic components like transformers, inductors, that we are helping to simulate. And the problem is that in order to make even the smallest, even the simplest prototype for this component, you would need first to create a tooling and then create a prototype. And that would cost a lot of money because you would need to create the so-called photoresistive stencils and use the technologies that are used to create the chips. What if, instead of making real prototypes, we could just run a computer simulations and find out whether the design is good or bad and take it just for a fraction of time and cost. And this is what we are focusing. We are building specialized software particularly for those called magnetic components, and it has a unique specialized workflow that helps engineers to get started quickly, learn how to model, and solve their problems in a very short time frame. You would ask, oh, but there are many simulation tools around and engineers are using Excel to build everything nowadays. Well, yes and no. The ANSYS, which is our main big competitor, their software is old legacy, super hard for them to maintain, and they're super slow to kick quickly for those industries that are like magnetics. They would need to invest a lot of money for the industry that they're not sure they will get money back. So we are a team of 7 engineers, and we have achieved 50K month-over-month revenues, got investment from strategic investor, getting into big consortiums, and basically have a unique know-how. The team consists, the shareholders consist of me, my co-founder, who is professional software developer, and strategic partner. This is the future for us, and this is what we are rising.
Excellent. Thank you. Round of applause. All right, let's turn to our experts. Ilona.
Thank you so much. What's your go-to-market strategy, and what are the markets in terms of geography?
First of all, it's global. However, semiconductor industry now is mostly concentrated in 3 regions: United States, Europe, and East Asia. And about the go-to-market strategy, now the strategy is to provide sort of like unique R&D services for simulations while building the software. Once we are into their workflow, it will be very hard and difficult for them to kick out us from their workflows.
All right, 25 seconds. Valdemars.
What is your goal of attending this pre-accelerator?
Attending this accelerator? Honestly, you know the answer.
All right, 10 seconds, last words. If not, a round of applause. Well deserved. Thank you. All right, 3 more presentations. Let's give them the energy that they deserve. Number 7, 4 more presentations. Let's turn to our next presentation. They develop the digital bridge systems for monitoring and prediction. They are Adventum Tech, and he is Nikita Gorbatko. Let's welcome him on the stage. There you are. All right, here's the clicker, here's the mic, and let's start.
Let's start. Nikita is busy today. I'm replacing him. Let's start. Hi, my name is Kirills. I'm lead R&D engineer at Adventum Tech, and we are measuring the invisible. Did you know that in Europe and US alone, there is more than 500,000 bridges that are over 50 years old, and day by day, these structures don't become safer. And millions cross them daily, trusting they're safe. But they may not be. Today, engineers rely only on manual inspections, slow, subjective. These inspections give only a snapshot in time. Between visits, damage grows unseen, and that's why disasters still happen. Italy, Genoa, 43 people died. India, Padra, this year, 22 more. And the cause of these collapses was absence of real-time data. And our solution is Digital Bridge, real-time structural health monitoring system developed by Adventum Tech. Our system is equipped with easy-to-install wireless sensors that are adaptable completely to any bridge. And here's how it's works. Sensors are connected to the bridge, data from them flows securely through gateway to our analytics app, where operators receive all the data, AI analytics, alerts, and intuitive reports as simple as traffic light. Green, safe; yellow, maintenance needed; red, bridges in critical conditions. And when our system detects anomalies, alerts are sent before disaster strike, so operators have time to act. And if bridges in Italy and India had this tool, operators could prevent all the casualties. Now let's talk about financial benefits of our system. By detecting issues early, operators can plan maintenance instead of reacting to emergencies. Predictive maintenance transforms bridge management from unpredictable expense to strategic planning. But with continuous data and proved safety, our system helps operators to cut risks, apply for better insurance terms, and also strengthen public trust. We monetize in 3 ways. We sell our sensors for a long-term project, rent them for short ones, and also we sell subscription to our app and AI analytics. Also, we are already proving traction. Our system is monitoring Latvian National Railway Bridge over Daugava, suspension bridge in Riga, and also we deployed few pilots together with Saudi Arabian Railways. Our strength lies in our team. Together we combine deep technical knowledge across constructions, mechanical and electrical engineering, IT development and commercialization. Together we are transforming pilot projects into full-scale global solutions. Now we are raising €1 million to deploy more pilots and strengthen our digital bridge system development. We don't just monitor infrastructure, we build the future of resilient bridges, and we invite you to build it with us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kirills. All right, let's turn to our experts. Valdemars.
Thank you. Safety first. How does your product integrate into daily workflow of operators? Do they need to change anything, or does it require to change national regulation of adding such monitoring system to their, reporting needs?
At first, they need to install our sensors on the bridge, and get all the data and manage them properly to ensure bridge safety.
All right.
But do they need to change anything in their procedures, in their workflow,
No.
in order to make this eligible?
No, they don't need to do any changes.
All right, 10 seconds.
Is your IP protectable?
Yes.
Excellent. Right on time. Round of applause, kiddos. Thank you very much for stepping in. Thank you very much. I'm afraid to ask, how would you color the bridges in Riga here? But that's another conversation for another time. Let's welcome presenter number 9. They develop nanocatalytic coatings that replace precious metals. OA Corporation, represented by Aivars Starikos. A round of applause. Aivars, I presume. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's start.
Anyway, it's thank you to having me here. So my name is Aivars Starikos. I'm representing company OA Corporation. Just briefly, we are 2 years old company, started as a startup, but basically we are spin-off of more than 10 years experience in hydrogen area, specifically in engineering of the systems. And the long story short, I will not try to convince why hydrogen is important, but basically hydrogen is device, electrolyzer is device what converts renewable electricity into the hydrogen, basically unlocking you the doors of systems integrator to the other sectors, because then you can get always back energy as electricity, but also get a renewable fuel. And therefore, electrolyzer is one of the key components in every energy system. And what we have identified that today, all the big market players are following the hype. Therefore, there is quite big question mark about scalability. This means small systems, what would be more suitable like countries like we are. And second, of course, the big problem is rare earth materials. Therefore, together with our partners, we have created electrolyzer, which is basically, the stock is already ready. Now we are finalizing our balance of plant of the system. And we will have a quite good system, which will, first of all, be more reliable, much cheaper, and better and more reliable in operations, what basically unlocks the whole industry of hydrogen production around the world, not only specifically in Latvia, but also around the world. So product and services, basically we are now focusing on systems integration as a service, but we envisage that in nowadays, it's not anymore pure manufacturing as itself. It's more or less conducting knowledge about value chains. Therefore, two critical components are with us. This is electrolyzer stock. Therefore, we are able to integrate it as a system in renewable energy production and supply systems. As I mentioned, we are developing the systems, we are integrating them, and we are offering also to our customers this as a service, because what we are envisaging that today the markets are transforming. It's more or less even in energy market. It's not anymore about just equipment, but it's about services. And therefore, all this expertise, what we have collected with our electrolyzer is important for next steps. About market size, electrolyzers as a systems today is a more than $1 billion market. But what we can see that by the changes of legislation, what has been set up by member states, all the gray hydrogen what is on the market, today there is almost 20 billion tons of hydrogen on the market, they are transforming to renewable. So, and that's potentially all our market.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. All right, let's turn to our experts. Who's up first? 1 minute starts now. Ilona.
Yes, you started with some nano coatings and then you jumped into the electrolyzers. So I'm a bit confused. What's your product and who's your customer?
Product is electrolyzer and nano coating is the solution what we implemented in electrolyzer, because electrolyzer consists from components, and key component is membrane, which is coated by rare earth materials.
All right, 30 seconds.
And the second question was about who is your customer. I started reading that they are producers of hydrogen, but if you can explain more.
most important customer is all the energy companies, because for them, storage of the energy is the key. And hydrogen is one of the ways how you can store energy. Because you can store energy, everyone thinks of batteries, but battery is electrochemical device. It's more or less you are storing in electrons or molecules. Then the fact is how flexible you are afterwards for usage. Hydrogen provides you flexibility.
Aivars OA Corporation deserves a round of applause. Thank you for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last presentation.
EcoHouse. What is problem? In winter we need heat up buildings, in summer cooling down. We produce a lot of heat, some harmful emissions, lose money, and therefore we have some solution. Effective building constructions, geometry is very important. Energy efficient building materials, it's very important. More effective thermal isolation materials, use them in thicker layer. Innovative thermal isolation windows and exterior doors, and high efficiency indoor ventilation systems. This is my patented solutions, minimal amount of construction, maximal amount of heat isolation, double windows and double doors. So we can save heat energy in building by double, triple windows, and with air gap. And in winter, also we need using double heated building, this window doors. And I built myself this building in one summer with colleague, and traction is amount of customers in Latvia 5%. And clients is families who want to build these energy economic buildings, and companies which will make this service. Pilot project need to be built within 1 year. Documentation and administration cost is 50,000 euros. Build up EcoHouse expenses about 50,000 euros. And market opportunities in Latvia is 300 millions, Europe 1.4 trillions, in Scandinavia 52 billions in a year. Total market, it will be very good achieve 5%, real is 2-3%, and initial goal is the first client company that will purchase a new technology franchise and build up high energy efficient eco buildings. So, for example, so 1 square meter in Latvia costs 1.5 thousand, Europe 2,000, Scandinavia 2.5 thousand euro per square meter, and license for each building will cost in Latvia 11,000 euros, 15,000 in Europe, in Scandinavia 18,000 euros. And it's our team, it's my technology and my ideas. I take in team advertising, which have experienced 20 years, and also technical solution expert with 20 years, Oskars. Thank you very much.
Nicely done, Edmunds. Thank you for that. Let's see what our experts think about this. Valdemars, you're up first.
Thank you. You survived this. And what exactly was your invention, and is it protectable, like patentable?
I have 2 patents of building construction. It's consume very low amount of building construction materials, and it's very hard. And also, I can make new patent for very efficient ventilation system. I can make new patents 3 for this technology.
All right, Ilona, what do you think?
Are you planning to focus on 2 types of customers simultaneously, families and construction companies?
No, my business partner will be investor, and customers is building companies which will build up these buildings, and also customers is clients who want these buildings.
All right, a round of applause to our last presenter. Thank you, Edmunds. That's how it's done. Build yourself a house and a startup. I like it. I like it very much. We have 1 minute. Can I put you on the spot? Maybe some comments, some feedback, overall feedback on what you heard, what you liked, maybe something that the presenters should do more and accent more in future pitches. What do you think?
First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. It was awesome. I'm always amazed about the ideas, the inventions. My advice would be to focus more on the customer problem. As I recently heard, that you have to love the problem of your customer, and also only, let's say, through understanding the problem, you will create the best possible solution. Please put more figures in your pitch deck, less text. Be able to justify every statement that you are making. That's really important. And once again, focus on the problem of your customer. Love it.
Quickly, Valdemars.
Yes, congratulations to everyone who survived, and all survived as far as I see. This is a nice training for pitching. I agree to Elon. I would also expect digging more into the problem and be more specific and narrow in describing the exact problem and alternatives they are currently using, and why your alternative really is better. I would also suggest to many of the teams to look into distribution models. So in order to accelerate your sales and product development, that could be a good way of building sales.
Perfect. A round of applause to Valdemars and Elon for the hard work that they did during this hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Confluence program pitches. Thank you very much for being here. But one more round is on the stage. Get some coffee, get some water, and return right here at 5 o'clock when we will talk about defending the 5G technology. See you here in 10 minutes.
Pleased to meet you. We are the Riga Freeport. Yes, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. Yes, the world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We provide all of the services that a port can offer. We believe that it is better to slightly under-promise and a little bit over-deliver rather than the other way around. This is how reputations are built. Serving the client isn't enough. Positively surprising him is. We may not be the biggest port, but we are one of the best ones to adapt your needs as an investor, client, or business partner. This attitude is built into our DNA. You must keep up expectations. You can only afford happy clients. You simply must satisfy the highest environmental standards. You have to be on time. Your staff is trained to a level of excellence. Perhaps this is because of our Nordic mentality. Accuracy, precision, responsibility, and a genuine talent for planning. Our customers are valuable, and we will always find tailored solutions. Now, Let's have a listen to what some of our clients say.
When it comes to doing business in Riga compared to the other port authorities we deal with, I mean, they are 5-star compared to 2-star, 3-star in other countries.
So I'm really happy to be back in Riga. I'm actually not only happy, I'm proud. I'm proud of Riga.
Yes, our location really is a game changer. Everyone knows the shorter the land transport, the lower the costs and greater the profits. We're always happy to save you a couple 100 kilometers. Did we mention Riga? Yes, we did. Riga is a true melting pot for the widest range of cultures and ideas. Almost everything in Riga booms with life, drive, style, and joy. The fastest internet in Europe? Sure. The home of globally known startups? Absolutely. But we must not forget one of Riga's best features. The city is well linked to the world's major aviation hubs, which makes traveling to Riga fast and comfortable. Here at the Riga Freeport, we will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. We will break the ice and clear the way during the winter, and we will definitely help you to break the ice in business. We are pleased to meet you, Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
You have spotted a business opportunity and need a fast way of launching it, and you don't yet have a huge experienced engineering team. IoT Shortcut got you covered. IoT Shortcut works like a template. You can easily apply it to your IoT solution and adjust and modify it according to your needs. IoT Shortcut includes all these essential building blocks of every cellular IoT product that can be easily dressed in your great product enclosure, and your favorite sensors can be easily attached. Engineers love it. IoT Shortcut offers you the whole package: hardware, seamless connectivity, a powerful data platform, and mobile app. Building a truly low-power IoT device requires tedious engineering. This low-power mindset applied to every resistor and every code line you write. This is how IoT Shortcut is built. Use IoT Shortcut today to unlock full potential of your business. Get in touch with us now.
In 3 minutes, we will start the session in defense of 5G on innovation and technology stage. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it? The last round here in day one on the innovation and technology stage at Techratory. First of all, some housekeeping things. We have the Slido for the questions. You are a very good audience. You're throwing us questions left and right, and I hope you do the same for this one. We will allocate time for that as well. And as already mentioned before, we do have the Tilde AI translation. It is highly precise. It maybe struggles a little bit with some crispy accents, but don't worry, it gets the most of it done well. And this topic is about defense of 5G. I just remember a few years ago we were discussing maybe 6G is on the rise. Then we actually lost the 5G from the name. And now the question persists. Is the 5G a losing technology, or is there still more to gain? A lot of interesting topics to discuss with our next panel. Hot topics, hot speakers, and a very hot moderator who just landed a few hours ago from the runway of Riga Airport. He might be super jet-lagged, but he said he will get through that without any problems, and we trust him. He's a returning moderator here at Techratory. He's the Vice President and Principal Analyst at Moore Insights and Strategy. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, Will Townsend.
Thank you, Artis. Thanks,
welcome,
everyone.
Will. Right next to him is the Market Segment Manager for Infrastructure at Rohde & Schwarz, Sanna Brandt. Welcome, Sanna. Nice to see you again. Next up, he's the chairman of the board of the 6G Smart Networks and Services Industry Association, Colin Wilcock. Welcome, Colin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he can moderate, he can talk, he can do it all. He's the director of disruptive analysis, Dean Bubley. Let's welcome him on the stage. Welcome back, Dean. He's the CEO of Comsisive, William Webb.
All right.
Welcome, William. And last but not least, he's the Executive Director of Connect Research Ireland Centre for Future Networks, Dr. Patrick Kelly. Welcome. All right, Will, all the energy to you.
Thank you, Artis. Thank you. Wow, it's great to be in Riga again. This is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. I mean, it's certainly when you look at 5G and you look at the journey, it's checkered with some success, but it's been checkered with a lot of challenge as well. And so I want to open up our panel discussion and talk about the fact that I think for many, 5G is underdelivered. And I'm just going to start the conversation with my esteemed colleagues here around part of the blame for that is this whole notion of non-standalone and standalone deployments. And allowing operators to first start with that radio access network infrastructure and then build a core. And the challenge with that is that you really can't unlock the true promise of 5G unless you're standalone. T-Mobile in my country has proven that. I want to get into that a little bit more. But Dean, I know you've got an opinion on this. I've known Dean for many years. He's my brother across the pond. Dean, let's start with you. What's your perspective on 5G?
About 7 years ago, I started saying it's just another G. Mm-hmm. And I'll pretty much stick with that.
Okay.
It's a useful increment. I think where the difference has been is localized. And I think I'll agree the difference between standalone and non-standalone, but I would also say that coverage and capacity has been absolutely a factor in where we are. Mm-hmm. Because developers, whether they're software or hardware or device developers, can't rely on high-performance 5G being everywhere. Mm-hmm. So, for example, I'm roaming on 4G in this building, mm-hmm. and there may well be 5G that's accessible for my MNO outside. And so you have in-building, there's rural, there's a bunch of places you cannot guarantee 5G, mm-hmm. which means that no one's going to develop ubiquitous applications for it. Mm-hmm. They will instead be place-based. Yesterday, I went to the Freeport for the demo day mm-hmm. that LMT put on, and they've got a small 5GSA network covering the port area, and that makes sense because they can engineer it for that location And it makes sense. And the same thing, maybe if you're running an F1 circuit or downtown, in the middle of Singapore or something like that, you can engineer it. But that's not everywhere.
Yeah, that's a good point. Patrick, you lead the Connect research facility in Ireland. Do you have a different perspective on this? I mean, I know you're very focused on 6G and the intersection with AI, but would love to get your thoughts.
I suppose I manage the centre. I'm the executive director rather than the director. Our director is Professor Dan Kilper. I suppose the reason I'm on this panel is that I've had technology commercialization experience in various domains, and I've worked as an industrial scientist as well in different fields. I'm coming into this sector having worked with some telecoms in Australia, some telecoms research. I suppose an outsider's view of the thing, and I would say 5G didn't arrive on time. I think a lot of people would say that. My perception is 5G standalone arrived in the last 12 months, as far as we can see, on the ground with operators putting the money into real networks, localized, only some areas of Dublin, some areas in the immediate metro area, and that's it, as full 5G standalone. Your 5G services there. I'll give you a consumer's perspective. So on my Saturday morning 2.5 years ago, I walked into an operator shop. I will not mention the operator because I would have got the same response from any salesman at any operator shop at that time. And I said, need to upgrade my phone. I said, you have 4G one there. Oh, he said, what about 5G? I said, okay, you tell me what 5G gives me as a consumer. And he looked and said, nothing really, boy. Do you know that? So he couldn't advance the consumer advantages of 5G to me. Other than that, I found out by getting a 4G phone that about 1.5 years down the road, I was getting lots of patches in my coverage, and I really needed what I have in my pocket now, which is the 5G upgrade. It's a business-to-business play, to my mind.
Sure.
5G.
Yeah.
It's a professional network. It has professional advantages. And where we're really seeing the traction is in cases, there was a session earlier today on ports, for example. Now, we have a major port called Europort, which is owned by the Irish railway system for historic reasons. And that was Sleepy Valley up to Brexit, in that it wasn't the main route even to Britain. It took holidaymakers to Brittany, and that was pretty much it. Within 1 quarter, traffic through that port grew 485%. So they are now looking at how we can operate, how many ships can we max out on 18 routes that we have all of a sudden. And we've got containers going in. How can we automate all of this? How can we speed up throughput and avoid demurrage and so on and so forth? So that is now, they've now got a standalone network, and they're looking at how they're seeing the monetization in it. And there are operators going in, they're seeing the monetization. Up the other end of the country, there was a little smart cities experiment done in Belfast, and it was done to just provide a network slice for their Christmas fair. The biggest pub in town was present at that, and they saw the throughput on their operators. They saw how fast the card machines were working, and said, yep, we want this.
Yeah.
When people
sell
see
more beer,
money,
right?
and it's the customer's customer
right.
sees the money, who is still a business. They then start demanding it. And if you have that demand, if you have the pull factor, we used to talk in the lighting industry about push-pull model. It needs to be about 70-80% pull.
Sure.
And that's starting to happen.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And when you look at consumer, it's been about access. At least in the United States, the killer application has been fixed wireless access. When you look at, again, what T-Mobile has done, now AT&T and Verizon as well, it's completely a business play from my perspective. With standalone, you can slice the network. Sana, what's your perspective? Because at Rohde & Schwarz, you're helping to design these networks, right? So what are you seeing as some of the opportunities here?
Yeah, so I think if you only focus so I think if you go where this 5G was introduced, so you remember maybe this triangle, and this enhanced broadband was only one angle over there. So you can see also this massive machine communication and also this ultra reliability and low latency. And now if we look only for these enhanced data rates and so on, so I think compared to 4G, there was really that these data rates, and so they were booming all these applications, so operators really love it, so because they get cash back. But then for 5G, maybe a little bit more data rates, so, but as you say, no killer applications. But if we start to go for these other corners of the triangle, so like this ultra reliability, low latency, so I think that was maybe first seen as a killer application for the automotive market. But then the COVID came, so then the automotive industry, what we can see, so they are really struggling, and also there is coming these electrical vehicles, so they are now focusing on that and maybe shifting this technology involvement later on. But then there is what we can see really what is now changing and which really start to take advantage of 5G is this defense. Like I think when I have been discussing with people here, so they thought, okay, this is about military.
About military.
Yeah. And also when I see the article or this headline first, I thought, okay, this is about the defense.
We're defending this, the technology, right?
But now, like in US, so I think US Department of Defense, so they have seen, so they are really out of the technology. They need to do something very fast. They try to do for 4G area, so but they see it very complex, but then for 5G, they see really benefits over there. And then they are starting to mix also the Open RAN, which is giving the key some tools like RIC and so on, so what they can utilize. So I think it's, if we really focus on this consumer market, we can say we maybe failed. But if we start to look for this enterprise and especially for this military or mission critical networks, so I think not fully deployed, so but there's clear strategy and targets, so how they are planning to deploy.
You know, I think it's when you focus on business outcome, it's sort of like and I do want to wrap the discussion around AI because no panel would be complete without it. But I see a lack of focus on really driving an outcome, and when we look at all the Gs in the past. These operators have focused on access, unlimited data plans and that sort of thing. And you've got to shift that mindset, especially from the consumer. Patrick, presented a great example. I had a similar experience at the Circuit of the Americas in the U.S. At the Grand Prix recently, where, the cellular network bombed out and the point-of-sale systems were connected to it, and no one could order beer, right? Like the Christmas fair example that he shared. So, but Colin, from your perspective, what are the opportunities here?
Yeah, I feel to some extent we are trying to judge too early. Okay. It strikes me the child has just gone to high school and we're saying he won't get anywhere, won't achieve anything. Let's give a technology a chance. It is a technology which is the fastest rolled out cellular technology in history. Killer use case? Well, yes, I agree. Apart from fixed mobile access and things like that, there's not an obvious thing on the horizon yet. But then that was true with 4G and other Gs as well. So let's not give up on it too early, please. Sure. And apart from anything else, the big thing we were selling was we were saying, oh yes, 5G will be wonderful because we're going beyond the spotty teenager playing games. What we're doing is we'll bring in the verticals, the other domains, the smart media and smart agriculture and all the rest of it. And I think it's probably fair to say this has been more of a tricky area than we'd imagined. And our mindset saying, look, we'll create the technology and they should bloody well take it is probably not the best. But on the other hand, what we've learned so far with deploying 5G, we have now driven into standardization with 5G Advanced, and 5G Advanced is still not out there.
Right.
Let's wait to see, does that bring that key breakthrough that we're hoping for? Build that market case for non-traditional telecoms.
Right.
And hopefully the business cases will then follow and the coverage will then follow and everything else from it. But let's not give up too early on that child, please, because I don't think that's in anyone's interest.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
But maybe just to, as a counterpoint to that.
Sure.
A lot of this conference is about 6G, and I'm probably more guilty than most of saying 6G, 6G, 6G.
We can get to that too.
Yeah, I apologize in advance, but please let's not forget 5G.
Right.
6G is a technology which will at earliest be out there 2030, probably more realistically 2035 for broad deployment. So it's the future, But it's not now, and it's not the next 5 years, and 5G is, and we need to keep the focus to making sure, I mean, panels like this are good. We need to think about how we can monetize, how we can broaden, how we can use more. But that's also an important thing. If we're not successful with 5G, it's very unlikely we'll be successful with 6G.
Yeah, that's a very,
It's not mutually exclusive. It actually builds on it. So let's think about that.
And I think one of the other challenges too has just been spectrum and availability of spectrum, and and that sort of thing. You've got low band, you've got mid band, and you've got those trade-offs between the performance and the propagation. And when I talk to journalists, I sort of like just to use the analogy that 5G, with its true promise as we move to advanced, we get to that standard, it's going to provide fiber-like throughput, but do that wirelessly. It's more predictive. You can do a lot of things with manufacturing automation with a lot of the reshoring that's going on. But William, I want to give you an opportunity to weigh in here before we move on to the next topic.
Yeah, thank you. So like Dean, I've been writing about this for a long time. In fact, I wrote a book in 2016, so 9 years ago, called The 5G Myth, where I essentially said 5G was not going to be successful because 4G delivers everything that we need.
Right.
And there's no benefit. There's nothing out there that is a useful attribute that people will pay more for that's delivered by 5G. And I think that's exactly where we're at. As you said, there's no killer application out there. And I'm rather skeptical of all the continuous, we just need to wait for standalone. We just need to wait for advanced. We just need to wait for advanced. We just need to wait for the next spectrum band.
Right.
And then some magic will happen. We don't know what the magic is, but something will magically appear that will revolutionize things. And if we look at standalone, it's the movement there has been glacially slow for good reason, because the operators don't want to invest typically $1 billion to upgrade their network to standalone, when there's absolutely no evidence out there that it results in any greater revenue stream than a non-standalone network. And that's why only about 12 to 15% of the networks out there are running commercial standalone 5G at the moment. So I'm a bit more skeptical about those kind of things. But I don't think it prevents 6G. I think there's a benefit for 6G, but it's not in terms of even faster, even greater. It's in terms of networks that are more productive, more able to be run autonomously, can deliver lower cost of operation for the operators.
Colin, you wanted to make
just to point out, it is true in Europe, standalone is not widely deployed. In other regions, it's very widely deployed. If you look at China, it's all of that, the whole country, which is the biggest market. So if you look overall, there are definite regions where they see a real advantage and have invested. It's an investment, and obviously it's also to do with where you are in the business cycle. But the point you do make correctly is, at the moment at least, it has to be commercially driven. There has to be a reason for rolling it out.
Right.
And clearly, in Europe, that isn't that point we haven't got to.
Yeah, and in the United States, AT&T just recently announced that they have achieved a standalone nationwide 5G network milestone to complement what T-Mobile's has done. And I do believe Verizon is going to be pretty close on their coattails there. But we've been talking about 5G Advanced. We've been talking about network slicing. We haven't mentioned private networks yet. There's a lot of ways to get there. From my perspective, the outcomes that are going to really drive the excitement are going to be just those. Like, when you look at, and I'm an American, so I'm going to cite some examples in the U.S., and I'd like my panel members, to bring up some examples here in Europe and rest of the world. But when you look what T-Mobile has done with T-Priority, it's a dedicated slice of their standalone network for first responders, complements AT&T FirstNet. They've launched a new kind of bundle offering called Super Mobile, kind of an interesting name. But that also includes a dedicated slice for business mobility users. It also bundles in what they're doing with Starlink and that low Earth orbit satellite service. But can slicing, can 5G Advanced, can it sort of reinvigorate? And Colin, let's start with you. The confidence in 5G?
Interestingly, this has gone, I wouldn't say it's gone under the radar, but we had in Europe a large research program on 5GPP, where 700 million euros was invested in I don't know, probably getting on for 80 research projects looking at 5G before standardization started. And from the trials there, we tried to bring in the various different vertical industries, get them interested in 5G.
Mm-hmm.
And from those trials and some of the large-scale trials, the number one thing that was highlighted was this slicing.
Mm-hmm.
And the number one reason where they're saying it provides the flexibility to build unique services. And we need something to sell. The thing is, same old, no one's going to pay for.
Right.
But slicing gives the potential, and I put that in comment marks, because you've got to use that potential and you've got to have a business model to
Right.
leverage that.
Yeah.
But assuming that, it gives the potential for really doing new things which are providing the end user, remembering the end user might not be a person,
Right.
it might well be a machine or
Yeah.
an energy grid or whatever else, but it provides the ability to really make a difference, to offer something unique. And that was seen. Funnily enough, it wasn't having single slices where the project saw a real value is if I combine different slices into a service, which again is not something we do.
Yeah.
You know, typically we have one monolithic, you take it or you leave it.
Yeah.
Slicing is now saying, oh, well, let's break that up a bit, as in T-Mobile, which is a wonderful example.
Right.
But what we saw in the projects was going a stage further, was saying, okay, I don't want to have separate slices for separate services. What I want to do is I want to almost do a mix and match. So I'll have a service where I'll use a bit of this, some of that, and through doing that, they really saw then the benefit in cost performance,
Mm-hmm.
but also being able to build new services which aren't possible today.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if you have a monolithic view, you have to take the latency of the network. There's no way around it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you can build a slice where you prioritize that latency, which no, that's really what we need,
Mhm.
then that gives you access to something you cannot build in a service today.
Right.
Now, how successful will that be? Very much depends on having all the pieces you need. One thing is having the technology, but as has rightly been pointed out, you need the business case, and you need
You need the
people to
go-to-market, right?
actually-
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Critical.
you need people on both in terms of the consumer, but also the supplier, to have innovative thoughts and say, we want to try and make this work.
Right.
And too often, if we're going to be honest, in the telecoms world, perhaps the consumer, the end user, whatever that be, has said, well, I'd really like to do this. You know, I've got all these cars and I'd like to have a really cheap end unit. And from the supplier side or the operator side, say, nah, we don't do that.
Right.
And so it needs both sides to understand. But the potential's there.
Sure. Dean, I know you're always a doubter, my friend, but isn't there anything here that can...
All right, I'll dial back. Normally, historically, I've said I am a slice denier.
Yes,
and
you
I'll
are.
dial it back a little bit and say I'm a slicing skeptic.
Okay.
Right, and there's a few isolated examples where it makes sense, but I still believe that overall it's the largest strategic technology mistake that the industry has made in the last 10, 15 years since IMS, which was the last one. And I think there's a few reasons. Firstly, it comes back to, do these slices work where you want them to work?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a huge issue around the software and the business model to expose that to end users.
And the disaggregation is also driving complexity there as well,
But
right?
there's also a capacity thing here. So I talked to a large operator, I'll leave them unnamed, about a service they launched, which was for, I think it's for broadcasters or streamers to do a guaranteed uplink on 5G networks. And they said, we've got this capability and you can book your slice. There is one problem though, which is the number of concurrent users of that priority slice per cell is 2. Which means that if you are Instagram streamer number 3, you will get a message, or you should get a message saying, I'm sorry, you are in a queue, your slice is not available right now.
Right.
And so you then end up spending lots and lots of money on inventory management and customer experience and dealing with what I assume is your important customer base saying, sorry, that thing you asked for, we can't do it right now. Or else you give it to them and then they complain, which then costs you 10x more than the amount of incremental revenue you got from them.
Sorry, is Instagram a safety critical application? No. I mean, I'm not a young person like myself.
Maybe to
but I mean, I would have
12-year-olds.
thought.
No, in broadcast, it's actually, to be perfectly honest, that distinction between what platform you use to stream video and whether you've got an audience of 10 people or 10 million, whether you may well be an Instagram influencer or you could be a BBC TV presenter or anyone else, you will need uplink of video of one form or another, and you then have to manage that. And this is the issue, is that actually what this does is it means that if you are in the video software business, you think, well, I might use a slice if I can get one, but if not, I'll do clever things with adaptive codecs or stuff at the video layer, I'll change the frame rate, or I'm looking at someone's face and frankly, the background doesn't need to be 60 hertz and 4K because it's not moving. And so you can do clever things with compression, all that stuff. And if you are a video developer, you'd much rather have you being tasked to do what's called foveated rendering, which is looking at where the person watching it, where they are looking on the screen, and concentrate the pixels there, rather than having a room full of lawyers trying to negotiate 800 quality of service contracts with all the operators around the world.
William.
And just to add to that, so I was CTO at OpenSignal, a crowdsource company, for a year, and whilst I was there, I pulled a whole load of data on the reasons why you didn't get a satisfactory connection. So across a whole load of countries, 90% of the time, people get a satisfactory connection, and they can do whatever they want to do, video transfer or whatever. The 10% of cases where they don't, 9/10 of those are driven by coverage failures, and 1/10 by capacity issues. So if you have a slice that guarantees you capacity, your overall performance goes from 90% to 91%. Is that material?
No.
Not really.
No.
Well, it depends what you're doing. Again, you seem to be emphasising the end user, which might be the case. But if it's automated cars stopping you crash into the car in front, and that then is possible to do, and people stop dying because you've got that 1%, then it becomes
that's
important.
pretty darn
It's very much.
important.
I mean, I think it is true in terms of.
Would you get a car with cloud braking?
Who knows where we're going, sir? At least I wouldn't use Instagram for it. So it depends what that information you're going, and I think at least from our experience, it's not about consumer. This isn't about the teenagers. This isn't about the Instagram or whatever else, or Snapchat. I don't know any of these things, but anyway, it's not about providing a better service to the end user or the human. It's more about the verticals, the industry, things where quite often maybe the number of bits we're talking about isn't important, but my God, that those bits go through. Things like robots, for example, where people say, oh, you need this latency. You don't need an incredibly low latency, but you need a defined latency. Yeah? Right. Not more than X milliseconds.
Or sub
it doesn't
5
have to be 1 millisecond. That's not true. But I have to know it will be within 5 milliseconds. And things like that then become possible. And it would be true probably for a limited number within a certain reason. You're absolutely right. This isn't something broad spectrum. But in those things, it has the potential. I'm not saying this is, your skepticism might be very well placed, okay? But at least there's a potential there, which maybe we should consider and see where we're going. And if I might make one other comment, at least you are now talking, sir, about skin tones and faces and things like this. And we did promise to have a hot panel, and that's more in the direction, I suppose, videos and things like that people might be expecting. So that's excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Patrick, I'm curious, just through your organization's research, is there anything that really excites you that could really kind of provide some tailwind for 5G and eventually 6G? Because your organization is also focused on 6G research as well, right?
So we partnered with a company that I won't mention that built it was stated, it was actually mentioned without naming the company last year at Techratory that they were 10 years ahead of their time. They built a whole series of networks on our university partners' campuses, and they were full 5G standalone. Now we've taken them over essentially to generate data and to, I suppose, do research on them. One of them, which is in the Dublin city centre area, it's actually out on the street side, we're looking at whether we can make the radios probably at this stage 6G compatible. We're looking forward so that we can have potentially the world's first 6G network or quasi 6G network when we get this up and running. But what we want to do is trial use cases. This is all about use cases.
Right.
See, 4G, to my mind, 4G was a phone network for consumers. Consumers are happy, largely speaking.
Sure.
5G is a professional things network. It's connecting lots more. It's not just a phone network. It is connecting things. It is connecting hoppers. It's connecting lorries. It's connecting SIM cards that are in things. And allowing, for example, people who used to work in a railway yard to come back to base and do everything remotely by screen. It's got a lot of safety critical applications that actually take people out of danger. For example, tug operation in a port can be made safer. This is one of the use cases we're looking at the moment, using one of the full 5G standalone networks that we're using.
Okay.
It's all at an experimental stage at the moment. Not enough people, I suspect, are visiting Gemba. You all know where Gemba is?
Where?
Gemba, come on, hands up. Somebody must know where Gemba is. This is amazing. There's a guy in California whose name just escapes me at the moment, who does an innovation measurement index. And there are 30 questions, and one of those questions is, do your people, including the research people, visit Gemba regularly? And he doesn't tell you where Gemba is. Now, I immediately figured, yeah, in my last job in the lighting industry, yes, we're sent out every quarter to visit Gemba. I, as R&D director, and all my engineers had to go out on a trade counter. We had to go out. We went around for a day with ordinary electricians to see what was going on the ground. So Gemba is a Japanese word. If you are presenting the news in Japan, you will say, you'll give your name, whatever the name of the station is, Gemba. Not Tokyo, not Osaka. You're in Gemba. Gemba's where it's happening.
Okay.
Gemba is a point where the action is.
Okay.
So Gemba could be a port.
Yep.
Gemba could be one of us as researchers or technology managers sitting on the shoulders for a week of an enterprise solutions manager, meeting customers to see what's going on in those meetings. What are the problems?
Yeah.
And possibly what's going on here is not enough people are visiting Gemba who are on the engineering research side. We have technology,
right,
and we're not looking for the pull. The pull's out there.
Right.
You can find it.
Yeah.
That's
Anna, what are your thoughts here? Like when I think about what your company focuses on, a lot of what you do is optimizing the performance of networks, right? And there's, NVIDIA's pushing their tech stack around AI-infused RAN. In fact, I wrote an article on Forbes about it, but I didn't want to preload the question for you there. But is there anything that excites you that could sort of revitalize things here?
Yeah, so I think in general, so if we look for the 6G, so I think there was also we look so that there is sub-terahertz and RIS and AI, ML and so on. But what we now can see, so they are coming closer, so like this 5G advanced, so it will be already AI, and there is also Chinese manufacturers which are saying so that they are AI native. So I think now this 5G advanced, so it's more seen, or the common view is that it's AI as a top of run.
Sure.
Yeah, but this 6G will be AI native. But there is already Chinese vendors which say that their baseband unit is AI native. So I think this AI is now coming more and more under, of course, like the operators and the network vendors like Nokia, Ericsson, so they are putting a lot of effort for these AI-based systems. So they are using own AI apps in order to optimize, as you say, in order to optimize the traffic, and then also the network energy saving as well is the key topic, and this is really a headache for the operators, so they need to reduce the consumption for the network energy saving, and then via these AI apps. And we can see, so I think it was maybe in the past, it was a little bit blurry, so what this AI can really bring for the infra vendors, but now it's really so this AI Run Alliance, so where we are also working at, so there are very clear use cases and test beds where we are really testing how you can utilize this AI for the radio access networks, and it's not far away, but it's start to be reality. And like in US, so SoftBank and then NVIDIA, so they are really doing the field trials, and they can already see the gain for these higher throughputs and then so on. So it's big topic, and I think it's closer. If you would have discussed 1 year ago, so it was far away, but now it's coming.
It's getting closer. And
yeah,
closer,
it's getting
right?
closer, and I think we don't need to wait for 6G to become reality. So it's becoming via this.
Yeah, and I think what excites me too is when you look at AI, modern AI, generative and agentic, and we're going to get to physical at some point. It's moving hybrid. So it started out in the cloud, large language models. That's very expensive. Tons of sustainability challenges with that, power, cooling. In fact, I've got a second panel. I'm plugging my second panel for tomorrow around data center. But it's moving hybrid. And so you have a new class of AI-enabled devices. You have smaller language models. And and with it moving hybrid, then you can start doing some really interesting things on the edges of mobile networks where, and I'm going to mess up the quote, Patrick, of the Japanese term you use, but where data is created by putting compute and having high-performance connectivity at network edges. So for me, it's exciting to watch that sort of all evolve. And I think there's definitely an opportunity for operators to be able to monetize beyond access when it comes to edge AI. But it's also sort of behind us now and quickly approaching. But with that, as we sort of wrap up our discussion, I'd like to be very blatant about this question that I want to pose to each of you. Has the mobile industry just simply been too complacent in adapting and figuring out monetization? I mean, I think I know Dean's opinion on that. It's, I think there have definitely been some challenges, but I see some glimmers of hope. So maybe, Sana, we can start with you and we can move down the panel.
Yes, so I think this, as you said, so 5G, so it's just we need to wait so it will be monetized. And also I think you need to switch your mindset as well, so you cannot just look for this data. And so you really need to think that you're offering some digital platform or whatever. So also the operators need to change the mindset. And there is coming these new players, so you need to understand what military requires, what healthcare requires. So it's totally different, and this is something, so then you can really start to adapt for what 5G brings to you. It's not only consumer market, so there's a big market, and then of course there's always these questions how you can monetize that, but maybe like in military markets, so there's a lot of funding and so on, so I think it's really, at least what we can see, it's very interesting market for us. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, and Colin, obviously you're very bullish on it. You were speaking earlier about, hey, listen, we need to give this some time. It has, I'm sure when we go to Dean, he'll say, well, it's been nearly a decade. But do you feel like that, the telecom industry has been too complacent?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the short answer.
Okay.
I feel that as a telecoms industry, we have been too complacent. We haven't taken seriously enough the challenges of moving to the new domains.
Right.
We still have problems moving out of our comfort zone. Mm-hmm. And especially when we are dealing with industries, for example, that have a very different timeline. We think of, we've got smartphones or mobile phones, which people throw away every 18 months or 2 years. So that's the cycle we need to think about. Yeah. When you go to automotive and they say, well, the car's got to be out there for 30 years. It's a completely different world. And we probably haven't taken that on board enough. And especially when it comes to business cases and thinking these different industries, these different domains. Many of these domains bigger than telecoms, let's not forget.
Right.
They have their own way of doing things, and they have their own requirements, both in technology, which perhaps we can address fairly easily, but also in terms of business models. And when we're talking about complacency, I'd also like to say that on the policy side,
okay, good
because certainly compared to the US or China, you look at Europe, and we have 26 different policy regulatory regimes.
It's a huge challenge in the EU for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
And I appreciate that people have been trying or talking about changing this, but one has to understand that in an industry which is based on economies of scale, that we can never be competitive unless we have that true single digital market. It's fine putting that on a PowerPoint slide. Let's make it reality.
Okay.
And beyond that, when we're talking about policy and regulatory, most European countries have the approach where they say, oh, spectrum, I can make a lot of money from this. What's the most money I can make out of it?
Well,
And
same in the US too.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like
so
billions and
let's
billions.
think this through. So we know as a fact that if you deploy a new G of mobile communication, it provides a definite boost up to 0.5% in GDP. So there's definite studies that say deploying these new technologies is well worthwhile for the country. Not just for the mobile operators, not
Right.
just for the vendors or whatever else, but for the country.
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But we know that they cost huge amounts of money, billions. So on the one hand, we're saying, well, these European operators, they're not deploying 5G or 5G standalone. How outrageous, they should be able to be doing that. And at the same time, we're saying, well, we're going to screw you for every euro for the spectrum, and then you're meant to get money for the network from, I don't know where. So again, if we're serious about it, then what we can do is we can think of more progressive ways of doing the spectrum. And Finland, I think, is an excellent example where they say, look, we're not going to try and get the most possible money. What we're going to do is we're going to concentrate on the KPIs and say, look, we want the coverage, we want the reliability, we want the security, but we'll leave you some leeway on money, and then that money can actually be used for deploying the damn network.
Because, by the way, that infrastructure is billions and billions of euros and dollars, right? Beyond the spectrum.
And yet we clearly want it as a country.
Right.
So they're trying to cut both ends. And if you do that, well, it doesn't work very well.
Dean, what are your thoughts?
I think the mobile operator industry has been a bit complacent and a lot arrogant. And I think that we've heard a couple of people today, including on this panel, conflate mobile with telecoms. Whereas, in fact, in Europe, if you look at where all the capex is, it's in the ground as fiber and as ONTs and OLTs. So firstly,
you got to have that backhaul for mobility too.
Well, it's not even just backhaul; it's access.
Yeah.
And so, I remember seeing it was an Ericsson speaker come into a conference in the UK, and it was like, I thought, and looked around. I walked on the trade floor, on the show floor, and it's. I must seem to have turned up at a fiber conference. Well, yeah, that's where the money is.
Right.
And I think that is an important thing. Where in Europe, there's 26 or 43. Different market structures for fixed networks, and the fact is, fibre in Denmark is owned mostly by utility companies. In Spain, it's like got ducts along the front of buildings and is often open access. There's different models, and it works. It doesn't need that. The scale thing is a fig leaf, and I think that the issue has been that the mobile operators have a sense of entitlement, and you saw this with the initial round of work on private networks, where it's, we'll do a slice. Firstly, forgetting about SA not being around, standalone not being around for 5 years. And secondly, forgetting they didn't actually understand the business requirements and the businesses didn't want to have as a service for everything. And so I think that we're starting to see that realignment. So I was quite impressed that LMT, the Latvian telco, has a dedicated systems integration unit for things like the port, and it has carved off a bit of its spectrum at the top of its 3.8 band, which is just used for on-prem dedicated networks. But it's needed to that pendulum has had to swing back to actually understand if we want 5G to be for business, we have to sell it in a way that business wants to buy it.
Exactly, and not just force it. And I think the other challenge with private, just to spend just a few seconds there have been so many different ways to get there. You can do a complete turnkey solution in a box, core radio, all of that. You can do what T-Mobile does in the U.S. through their advanced network services, and it's a hybrid. We'll slice some of the public network. We'll dedicate, infrastructure. Now T-Mobile has launched something they call Edge Connect, which is basically leveraging their public network but doing local breakout. And so it's confusing to enterprises, like, which way do I go, right? So, William, any thoughts here on complacency in the
so
telco industry?
My take is, it's an irrelevant question. The operators never had a chance for two reasons. One, the applications that were suggested for 5G were crazy. I mean, how many remote surgeons are there in the room? Many.
We've heard about that use case. Like, I'm going to take a hard pass on the remote surgery, unless I'm in a life-threatening situation in the Himalayas or something.
So the metaverse has clearly been seen to be something that people just don't want to be immersed in for their whole life. So first of all, the whole concept of what they might do with it was flawed anyway. But secondly, even if it wasn't, operators are just not the right entities to deliver over-the-top services. They've tried for the years. I mean, widgets, walled garden internets, video calling, picture messaging, all these other kind of things. I can list about 15 different initiatives, and none of them have worked because it makes no sense for each operator to have its own mapping application when Google can just deliver Google Maps running over the top of everything else. It's always better to have an over-the-top application running at global scale than it is for operators to develop it. So I think operators were always destined to be bit pipes. That's what they are. And that's not a pejorative thing. It's a great thing. It's a wonderful way to make lots of money. But I don't think they ever had the potential to effectively become bigger, broader churches than they are at the moment.
And I think, because I do spend a lot of time with, AT&T and T-Mobile in the US and their ventures arm. I mean, they're investing in startups, like T-Mobile's investing in Pano AI, which leverages their 5G standalone network and AI to predict forest fires, right? And we've been just devastated in the United States recently, in California and other parts of the country. So, and then AT&T is investing in these companies as well. And it's sometimes there's an equity piece in there, sometimes it's not. It's just the right thing to do. But Patrick, as we wind up our conversation, any thoughts on the complacency of the industry?
We're still looking for use cases that fly. Everybody's doing pilots. We're doing pilots. Everybody's doing pilots. There are more pilots than Mick O'Leary has got. And we're doing that because we want to find out which ones work. Some of the pilots have got to start flying, and we've got to start doing, it's an expression that a manager told me many, many years ago. He said, Pat, you've got to replicate success. When you find the success, that's got to go replicate it all over Europe, which is what a certain airline actually learned to do, if I take that analogy. So when we will find killer applications. Have we found them yet? No. When did we start looking at them? You need to factor in a few things into the timescale. Don't underestimate COVID. That was 2.5 years of disruption.
Right.
That was not predicted. On the plus side, AI might be our savior, because the AI people are now saying, well, where's our networks to move vast amounts of large data sets quickly? Which means they're looking for optical networks, which we probably didn't research enough. And I know I banged this drum a bit, so does Dan Kilper, my boss. We didn't spend enough on probably in Framework 9, and we should in Framework 10. Because now the world has changed. But if I take a completely different roadmap, wax cylinders, vinyl 78, vinyl 33, reel-to-reel tape, cassette tape, CD, DVD, MP3 file, MP4 possibly, Spotify. Was that on a fixed time scale where every generation rolled at a fixed time? I don't think so. It would be interesting to try to fit some kind of a law through that. It may be that generations aren't every 10 years. Moore's law was it was an engineering company that they set up. Moore was an engineer and was based on an engineering principle that they knew, okay, we can engineer in twice as many transistors into a given area every 18 months. And you could predict out. I remember giving a talk at a standards, it was a multi-industry standards meeting in Seville in 1998, and had a roadmap going out to 2016. And the guys said, how can you predict out that far? I said, we've got a law that's proven it works. Car industry people couldn't do that.
Very fair.
Maybe we've made assumptions that aren't valid.
That's a good point.
And your point, Colin, there about maybe 6G is really going to appear in 2035. It's not like this. This is 5G, this is 6G. Rather, it's like this.
There could be
There's overlap.
An overlap, a complement. Well, I want to thank you all. It's been a really, really insightful conversation. And with that, Artis, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our excellent panel and Will for struggling through and making this a very successful conversation. Thank you. That was quite entertaining and insightful. There were some questions in the Slido, but maybe you can approach the experts because we'll have snacks and drinks right next door. There you can catch them in a more relaxed atmosphere and talk over all the topics that you wish. Another round of applause to the experts. And we will continue here on this stage at 10:30 tomorrow. See you all tomorrow and have a great evening right next door. Thank you very much.